God bless everybody. How you doing? How you doing? How you feeling? Mic check, J Rich. Mic check. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Conray Super. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate the sub. How you feeling? How you feeling, everybody? Mike is good. J Rich. Appreciate that. Good to see you, Ronald Paul. Appreciate the membership. Appreciate you for becoming a member. We got RJ in the building. We got J Rich in the building. We got Alyssa G. We got Victor Garcia. We got Will USMC. We got Harvest Noel Crawford. Alyssa G. How y'all doing? How you doing? Alyssa says, I like the music. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Y'all was giving me a hard time about my intro. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Scatterbrain. If y'all don't know, the brother do art. Go ahead and follow Scatterbrain on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever he got. Whatever you got, follow the man. I can't emphasize that enough. That the dude does tremendous work. God bless you, Victor Garcia. So, Allah supported the original Christians. I like this. I like this. I like this topic. It can lead to other topics, and it makes the Muslims think. It's another dilemma that the Muslims have that they cannot actually get past. You know, we got me, but my greeting was censored by YouTube. What? Why they censoring you? God bless you, Sister Marian. Always love the support. Yep. Happy midnight, man. Oh yeah, you on the other side of the world. I'll be forgetting. Sister Marian is on the other side of the world, like a lot of y'all. DJ MK Don in the building. What's up, DJ? Good looking out. Y'all can thank DJ for the early stream. He told me, hey, are you gonna sub in for Logic? Logic won't be having a stream today, so we need you, Brother Word. And I said, okay, I got you, bro. I got you. I take Logic's slot. Hopefully we won't get a lot of weirdos. Y'all know how the weirdos be. I'm trying to see if it's the time slot that I'm in or I'm just a weirdo magnet. So we'll see today. This will be a test run. Maybe I'm just a weirdo magnet, or maybe it is the time slot and the freaks come out at night. You know, the freaks come out of the night. What's up, AG? Good to see you. God bless. You know, the freaks come out at night. You know it. Harvest Noel. So I'm gonna jump on TikTok. We're gonna get it popping. Hold on, my kids are coming in the room. All right. Had to set them straight real quick. Johnny One in the building. What's up, Johnny? God bless you. Good to see you. Uh-oh, looks like I'm buffering. Hold on, let's see what was that all about. Maybe that was just a glitch. Let me know in the stream if I keep buffering or not. My bad. My dog just came and messed with me out of nowhere. Wanted to give me some love. My face is buffering. All right, y'all. We're going to get it started. Appreciate your patience. We're going to get on TikTok real quick. Let's see what we got. Chunky sushi bread. God bless you. Yeah, I got a real dog. I got two real dogs. Got a Cane Corso, got a pit bull. What's up, TikTok? How y'all doing? Good to see you. God bless. Allah supported the original Christians, and he elevated Christianity above the disbelievers. If you agree or disagree, you can come up. You're more than welcome to come up. King of the Light. No, I haven't all the way converted yet. I was just checking it out. I like it. You know, got a few more things to keep studying about, and I think I'll make a decision shortly whether I want to go full Eastern Orthodox or not. You know. Astoria, come up. Are you a Muslim? You're more than welcome to come up. Mic check, mic check. All right, all right. Go ahead and tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get this up. Tap the screen, everybody. All right, all right. Allah supported the original Christians. We're going to go to 61:14 in the Quran. Let me pull up the source so y'all can see it. And it reads, "O believers, stand up for Allah." As Jesus, son of Mary, asked the disciples, "Who will stand up for me with me for Allah?" The disciples replied, "We will stand up for Allah." Then a group from the children of Israel believed while another disbelieved. We then supported the believers against their enemies, so they prevailed. What up, Oz? So Allah supported the disciples of Jesus over their enemies. Who we got? Ron Paul just gifted out a membership. Ron Paul just gifted out a membership. So if you got that membership, go ahead and thank Ronald Paul in the comments. So we see that Allah supported the disciples of Jesus over the disbelievers. Okay. But the Muslims will say, well, yeah, he supported. They were Muslim. These were Muslims. Jesus' companions were Muslim. Okay. Well, we go to 355, what it says. 355 says, "Remember when Allah said, 'O Jesus, I will take you and raise you up to myself. I will deliver you from those who disbelieve and elevate your followers above the disbelievers until the day of judgment. Then to me you will all return and I will settle your disputes.'" So Allah is saying, I will raise the followers of Jesus over the disbelievers until the day of judgment. And how he would do that? By spreading the message of Jesus. Celo Dior, you can come up. We can discuss. I don't talk through the chat. I'd rather you come up. I don't talk to the chat. God bless you, Doc Smitty. Jesus prayed to his father. What y'all don't believe in Islam. So if you want to come up, you're more than welcome to come up. More than welcome. No, Logic is not going live today. He's doing a evangelism at a college. So he's going to a college. He's at the college doing his thing. He's at the college doing his thing. Let's go ahead and keep tapping the screen, everybody. Keep tapping the screen.
Hey man, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing good. I have one question. Is it true or wrong that Jesus on the cross was forsaking God, saying, Allah, Allah, lima sabachthani? Is that true?
I actually have a topic. Do you want to discuss the topic?
Is it a hard question? It's a hard question. I don't know. Every time I ask the Christians about hard questions, they don't have answers.
I have a topic. I will answer your question if you deal with the topic.
Oh, so Allah, like Jesus said, support the original Christians according to 61:14 and 355.
Mm-hmm.
The original Christians. The original Christians.
Yeah.
What original Christians and fake Christians?
Understand why is this a problem?
What was the original? What was it?
Allah.
Hold on. Human shield. Calm down. What was the message of the original Christians?
Yes.
The message of the original Christians, or technically they weren't even called Christians, they were simply following the teachings of Jesus.
No, they was
Right? Like
called
that term
Christians.
didn't even exist.
No, they was
They're
called
not
Christians.
called Christians. That term didn't even exist at the time.
Yeah, it did.
Brother, you can look it up right now.
You look it
That
up.
term didn't even
Look it up. Do me a favor, G. Do me a favor. Google the term. Was the term Christians in the Bible? Google it for
I'm
me.
not saying it wasn't in the Bible. I'm saying
Okay,
the
so
Bible came
where did we find Jesus
as
at?
a liable source of information, because even biblical historians say that there's been verses like John 5.
We're not talking
where it
about
talks
that.
about-
We're not. That's not the topic of the discussion. The topic
You
of the
said Allah
discussion is
supported the original Christians.
humans.
You said Allah supported
Hey,
the
yeah,
original
the
Christians.
original
Then you
Christians.
said,
What is it?
yes. Then you said, who
Can
are
you
the
read,
original Christians?
bro?
I guess you changed the meaning of the word.
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
The term Christian, I just looked it up, was first used around 40 AD.
Okay,
So this
when
was
did
after
when did
Christ.
when did Jesus die?
Let's see.
When Jesus died.
Yeah.
Jesus never died. God promised his mother Mary.
According to
nothing bad is going to
Christianity, when did Jesus die?
happen. Oh, when he was unalived by the Jews, I think 33 AD. Right?
33
Yeah.
AD. Yes.
So that doesn't dispel my argument that said that term wasn't used until after Jesus.
Of course, they had to become followers of Jesus. They was called the disciples
So
at first.
you say no.
What are you
they
talking
weren't.
about?
Then when we search it up, you say of course.
What, bro? You said that term didn't come to after
Wasn't used-
Jesus,
that
and
term
it
wasn't
it's
used
not
at
in
the
the. Hold
time.
on. You was appealing to our text, and it's like it wasn't in our text at all.
No, that's not what I said. I literally said it. It can be in the text, but the
So it was in the
Bible
text.
is
Was it
not
in
a
the
reliable
text?
source of information.
Moth, was it in the text?
Yes, it's in the text.
Okay, so they were Christians.
Again, that is not a reliable source of information. So just because
Why?
if I say something is
Hold on.
in the text,
Hold on. So the
if that text
hold
is not a
on,
reliable source
G,
of information, I'm
G,
not going to use it to back up my claim.
G. Are you saying that the Bible is not a reliable source of information?
No, it's not.
Right
Really?
now, no.
Okay.
Yes,
what do you know
even-
about?
even
So
your
hold
own
on.
Christian
Hey,
historians
hey,
say
hey,
that.
hey,
Heaven was
hey,
other
hey.
than the Bible.
Listen, I'm not fit to talk over both of y'all. One at a time. All right.
I don't know. Like, what's the argument here that Christians we never use the word Christians during Jesus' life? Is that the argument here? Or
Astoria,
No,
are you?
that was just
Hold
something
on,
that
hold
was brought
on.
up
Astoria,
later.
are you a Muslim?
I'm a Muslim, yeah, alhamdulillah.
Okay. Now, G,
Yeah.
Storia, and humans. Human shield. The Bible isn't a historically accurate source to y'all, correct?
It's not a historically accurate source to us.
Okay.
It's not an
So,
authoritative.
what do you know?
scripture.
Hold on. This is my question. How do you know anything about Jesus or Isa?
We get it from the Quran.
You get
We
it from the Quran.
and the Prophet,
Okay.
and the things that match up with what the Prophet said that are in the Bible. We say, okay, that certain thing is reliable. But as a
Quran is more
general source, right? It can't be used as the full truth. That's why we say the Bible is not the word of God.
You didn't say anything
Let me-
about
let
the
me-
full
let me say a
truth
word.
earlier.
Let me say a word.
Hey,
The
hey,
Quran is more
hey.
authentic.
You didn't say anything
Quran is
about the
more
full truth.
authentic.
Human shield. Calm down, bro. You
I'm
didn't
trying
say
to say a word.
you didn't say anything about it being the full truth earlier. You said that it wasn't reliable.
Okay.
So if it's not
Yes, something that
reliable,
does not
so if
have
it's
the
not
full truth is not
reliable,
reliable.
hold on.
The Bible
oh,
that you have it now is not the Bible that revealed on Jesus.
Exactly.
Human.
And the other
Be
thing,
quiet.
something that
Be quiet.
something that has truth in it, right? But also has falsehood is not reliable.
Okay.
Thing is host.
So what do you
thing
know
is host-
about Jesus?
Thing is host. We as
So
Muslims.
I know that
we don't
that
believe that.
Jesus
All
was
three of
born
y'all
of
can't talk at the same time. What do you know about Jesus?
Jesus was born of a miraculous birth. That
Okay. That's
he
in the
taught
Bible.
to-
You know
to
that,
worship.
right?
Okay, it's also in the Quran,
But it's in the Bible, correct?
which is why
Okay, so
I
so
said
it's reliable.
again, which is why
Okay,
I said again.
so it's
there are certain
reliable
things
about that.
that are truth, but it's not the
No,
full
you
truth.
didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Did I not literally just say that?
No, you didn't say that at
But
first.
host-
You said it's not reliable. If I feel like you're not reliable, I'm not gonna take anything you say credible at all because you're unreliable.
But we
Yes.
Muslims, we say, brother, just give me 1 second.
I know
We
what y'all
Muslims,
believe.
We say that it's not an authoritative scripture, but it has remnants of truth in it. And with
Okay,
things that match with
but
the
I
Quran,
asked right.
then we can.
But I asked y'all, what do y'all know about Jesus?
We
Where
know
was
about
Jesus born? Where was Jesus born?
We know
Where was he
about
born?
Jesus. What
Astoria.
You said when or where?
Where? You gotta Google it.
I'd have to see. I'd have to see if the prophet said anything about that. But if he didn't, then we don't take what the Bible says.
Oh, so you don't know where Jesus was born?
Why
Your
does that
Quran
matter?
doesn't tell you that.
We don't worship Jesus.
That
Why should-
I didn't
why should
ask you
it
that.
matter?
We're talking about history and what's historically accurate.
But the Quran is not a biography of Jesus, bro.
I'm not
Exactly.
asking you that. I'm asking you what's historically accurate that you can prove about Jesus. What is historically
The thing is that
accurate?
we have to go in steps, sir.
Okay, what do you? If you want to know someone exists, appreciate the gifts. If you want to know that someone existed, then you have to know certain things about this person. Correct?
True.
Okay, so if you want to know that someone actually existed, you got to know their birthplace, right? Certain events in their life that was recorded in history. You got to know these things. Correct?
I mean, not necessarily, brother.
Yes, necessarily.
Like, there's certain,
Yes,
there's
necessarily.
certain, no. There's certain figures in history that didn't even become popular. Like Mensa Musa, for example. Everybody knows Mensa Musa. Nobody knows where he was born in terms of the actual place, right? In terms of what house,
What can you have?
all that stuff. But
Can you historically?
historians predict.
Okay,
Right,
so they're
based
not
off of
accurate.
Things people said about him.
So they're not accurate.
But
Okay,
people still
okay,
know he
okay,
existed.
okay. So we're gonna go with things that people said about him. What did his disciples say about him?
Okay, and that's the second point.
Okay,
right?
hold on.
We're dealing
with
testimonies.
We're dealing with
Yeah.
first-hand accounts. What do the first-hand accounts say about
Okay,
Jesus?
I was about to answer that, right? That's the second point of evidence is first-hand accounts.
Okay.
Those first-hand accounts have to be proven that they're reliable and they actually come from those people. If things like the sayings of John have been proven by Christian scholars to have been added in to his scriptures, then we can't say, oh, these are all the things that John said, if there's clearly evidence that things that he didn't say are in there.
We're talking about historical accurate accounts that most people agree upon. If they believe, then they know they can verify that Jesus was a real man, that he lived and he died and he did certain things. Then these first hand accounts are accurate. Now, what do you have in your Quran that places Jesus in the time period where he lived, and where did he live? Where was he born?
But again, I feel like you're approaching it incorrectly.
No, I'm using a historical method.
As I said, no, but as I said, host, the Quran is not a biography of Jesus. Rather,
Okay,
we have to establish if the Quran is the truth, is from God, and if we come to that point that it is from God, then we say that everything that's in it is truth. You get it?
No, we gotta examine the claims that the Quran make, so then we can make sure that it is the truth. So what claims about that the Quran make about Jesus that we can establish is true?
What do you disagree on in the Quran that talks about Jesus?
What claims does it make about Jesus?
But what claims do you disagree with?
I'm asking you what claims do it make, and then we can go over it.
You tell me you never looked at any claims that the Quran said.
So
about
you don't
Jesus?
know anything about the claims that it make about Jesus?
I know the claims. I'm just asking. Have you never checked out the claims?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. That's
tell
why
me
I'm
which one
asking
you
you.
disagree with.
I'm asking you where. Okay, I just asked you where was he born?
But I told you it's not a biography of the.
Okay, so
of
we
Jesus.
can't.
not
If
gonna
it's
tell
not a
you-
biography, if it don't tell you the details about where he was born, where his mother, his disciples, all of these things, these events that surround the person, then we cannot verify using your Quran that Jesus actually existed.
That's false.
That's
Okay,
false.
so
Literally,
give
there's
me some.
many
Okay, let's
references
run
of
through
Jesus.
it. Okay, now let's run through it. Where was he born
Okay.
according to the Quran?
So if a book from God, right, let me get this straight, right? If a book from God doesn't say specifically where someone is born, but it says other things that prove that this man existed, it's false to you?
Well, first you're making a presupposition that this book is from God. This is what we're putting to the test. Okay, so now stop shuffling and tell me where was he born according to your Quran, so we
Okay,
can
but you're
see
saying-
if this book is from God or not. You're trying to put the cart before the horse.
Why does God have to say that this person was born here in order for it to be a book of God?
So we can verify that the claims that your God is making is true.
I'm asking, how is that something that's necessary though?
Because
There's other
your
claims that you
okay.
can test.
Do you
other
want
than that?
Okay, so are you okay with just blind faith?
No, again, like I said,
Okay,
there's
so
other
let's
things
go
that you
through
can
it.
test.
Okay,
there's
so let's go
scientific
through
claims.
it.
There's scientific claims in the Quran.
But I
G,
just
I'm
have a
not talking
problem
about
with-
scientific claims. We're talking about the historical Jesus.
Okay.
Keep up
Okay,
with the
host.
conversation, please.
Okay, host. I'm just wondering because you're holding a standard to the Quran. You're saying it has to tell you where Jesus was born in order to be truth. Right?
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Is that a
talking
claim?
about whether or not we can verify if the Quran is accurate about the history of this person called Jesus. If
But is
it's
it a
not
necessity for you?
accurate, then we have to throw the Quran away. So why
But
aren't
is it a-
y'all not giving me an
just
answer
asking.
where your Quran
I'm gonna give
says
you
that
verses.
Jesus was
I'm
born?
going to give you verses. I just want to see if we're on the same page. You're saying that it's a necessity of the Quran's credibility to have Jesus' biography or Jesus to know where Jesus was born, right? You're telling me the Quran has to include where Jesus was born.
Okay.
In order to be
okay,
accurate.
hold on. Do you know, right, that Yeshua, the Hebrew name of Jesus is Yeshua?
Yes.
Do you know that
Yes.
was the third most popular name of a Israelite man at that time? So there's a whole bunch of people walking around named Yeshua. So now we have to identify and nail down what Yeshua is actually the right Jesus of present day time, so we can know, is the Quran telling the truth about this guy, about Jesus.
So Quran is not saying where Jesus was born equals it's not from God, right?
Not all the way, but if it's totally gaffing on everything surrounding his life, then yes. So that's where we're starting. We're starting at his birth. Where was he
Well, we have many
born?
similarities with the Bible.
Where was
You know,
he
we have many
born? Astoria, stop waffling and wasting my time. Where was he
But
born
I'm gonna tell you
according to
right
the
now. I'm gonna tell you
Quran?
right- It doesn't say, because as I said, I think I said the fourth time now, it doesn't have the exact location of where he's born because it's not a biography of Jesus. You're not gonna find it there.
Okay, so we can't verify that Jesus or Isa actually existed as far as his birthplace using the Quran.
Okay, but it's like,
Okay, so that's
do you,
one
do you
negative.
accept that?
So that's one negative
No,
against
no.
the Quran
Okay.
because it doesn't tell you
Let me
this.
finish.
That's one point against the
Okay.
Quran. All right.
But in the Bible,
So what
for example,
language?
it doesn't say
Hold
where Elijah was
on.
born.
We didn't settle
It
that.
doesn't
You
say where
said,
Elijah was
well, hold
born.
on. We didn't settle that. You don't know. Okay.
I know it. I checked
So-
it. It doesn't say where Elijah was born. Then the Bible is not
Okay.
truth.
Yeah,
keep the
it
same
tells
standard
us
for
where he
Bible.
was born in the Bible. Of course it
No,
does.
it doesn't. Find
Yeah, it
it. It
does.
doesn't.
Yeah, it
It
does. Look it
You're
up.
lying now, and 107
Look it
people
up.
can see you. You're lying.
There is a
You look it up. I
prophecy.
know.
Hold on. You don't know what you're talking about. In the Bible, in the
Show me
Old
the verse.
Testament, be quiet. In the Bible, in the Old Testament, it let us know where he was going to be born. It is a prophecy that he fulfilled, letting us know that where he was going to be born. Okay? Go to Micah 5:2. Look it up. We know where Jesus is going to be born because it was prophesied about where he was going to be born. Your Quran doesn't have these details. One negative against the Quran. Now, what language did Jesus speak according to your Quran?
I didn't say Jesus. Did you just tell me where Jesus was born in the Bible?
Where?
I didn't say- I said
What did I
Elijah.
just tell you to look up? Are you listening?
Okay. Give me the verse. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to humbly look it up. Okay, tell me the verse.
Micah 5:2.
Okay, let's go. Micah 5:2.
This is why y'all don't even know why Jesus is the Messiah. This is talking about the Messiah. Y'all have no idea.
You said Michael or Micah?
Micah.
Also, you do realize Muslims believe Jesus is the Messiah, right?
Yeah, but you don't know why. And you don't even know when
we
you
do know.
say, you don't even know when you say he's the Messiah, what that actually entails. You have no idea.
We do. You just don't agree with our.
No,
point
you
of view.
don't.
It doesn't. Check it out, bro. What are you yapping about, bro?
Micah 5:2.
Do you want me?
Did you not read Micah 5:2?
I read it.
What
Do you
does
want me
it
to
say?
read out the verse? Okay, it says, "But though Bethlehem Ephrates, though be little among thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be ruler in Israel, whose going forth have been from old, from everlasting."
So
Where
who
does
is he
it say,
talking about? So who is it talking about?
Where does it say where he's born?
does-
Who is
The
it
heck?
talking about?
Bro, I'm telling you, this guy's yapping, bro.
Who
Keep
is
the
this?
same
Bro,
standard.
where does it
Who is
say
this
where he's
talking
born?
about? It says it right there. But you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah.
Whether he's
Hold
talking
on, be
about Jesus or
quiet.
not,
Be
where does it say
quiet. Be
he's
quiet.
born?
Hold on, be quiet. But you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from ancient times, or from everlasting.
Let it slowly sink in, brother. You're
Okay,
understanding
so
it right.
now, this is saying that this is, if you look at any old Hebrew literature, the ones that interpret it, this is about the Messiah. This is a messianic passage. It's about
No,
the
problem,
Messiah.
though, you're bringing a verse from the Old Testament.
Yes,
And
because you
every
want to
single
know.
every single rabbinical scholar does not say that Jesus is the Messiah in this context.
They're not
So you're
saying this is.
bringing
Hold
a
on.
book.
You don't keep up with the conversation, please. Did I
Yes,
say?
you brought
Did
the
I?
verse.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
saying
on,
the
hold on,
people
hold on, hold
whose
on,
book this was given
bro.
to, they don't interpret it this way.
Bro, you need to keep up with what we're saying, what I'm saying.
I'm literally commenting on the verse you
This
brought.
is a messianic prophecy. What is messianic? What do messianic mean?
Yes, I understand that.
What
but
does it
you're
mean?
bringing a verse from the Old Testament in which the rabbinical scriptures say this is not about Jesus.
Who says this?
I could give you rabbinical.
Tell me. Does they say that this is about the Messiah?
Brother, yes, they do, but they don't believe Jesus is
Okay,
the Messiah.
thank you. That's not the point. The point is you do.
That is the point. This is about
G,
Jesus. We
G,
said, where
G.
is Jesus born?
G, you don't even know how
You
this
said
is.
where?
Hold
This
on,
is
hold
where it
on.
says where
G,
Jesus is born.
bro, G, you don't even know how this is cooking your own stance. You believe
You're
that
the one who
Jesus
brought
is
the
the Messiah.
verse.
Hold on, listen. You believe that Jesus is the Messiah. You also said that these people that interpret these things is saying that this is about the Messiah. They just don't say that Jesus is the Messiah, but this is a messianic prophecy. So what you just
Okay,
pulled out.
again,
So
so if
what
the
you just
people who
pulled
are
out.
interpreting
Hold
it
on. So what you
don't
just
believe
pulled
this
out.
is about Jesus.
But they
and you
disagree with you.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. So do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yes, we do, but we don't believe he's
so
God.
is this prophecy messianic?
Yes.
Okay, so is their interpretation wrong, saying that Jesus is not the Messiah?
Of this, I don't believe in this.
No. Is their interpretation wrong, saying that Jesus is not the Messiah?
Interpretation, brother.
Answer
is not
the
my
question.
book to
Answer the
read.
question. Is the Jews wrong when they say that Jesus isn't the Messiah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the person you're going to saying that this is not about Jesus, you disagree with, bro.
The verse you brought up
But
was
Yes,
about
anything,
but I
Jesus.
just,
yes.
brother,
So listen.
because that's the
Look at
verse
what
that
you.
you
But
brought.
look. This is what y'all do. Anything to try to dispute a Christian, you will go to someone that actually disagrees with your own theological views, just so you can be on TikTok and try to win an argument against a Christian. You
Again,
will go
if it
against
was
your
my-
own. You
if
will
it
go
was my
against somebody
intent
else.
to
You will
just-
go to
just
somebody
go
else.
and find any reason.
G.
I would have brought the verse myself.
G,
You're the one who
you
brought the verse.
You just cooked yourself. You just
okay,
cooked
okay.
your
Brother,
whole
you're the one cooking
argument, bro.
yourself. You said
Brother,
this
brother.
verse. You said this verse.
You
is
just
gonna
cooked your
be
whole
what
argument,
says
bro.
Where Jesus was born.
No,
right?
no, brother. 2
So
seconds. I asked you for.
hold on,
for Elijah.
Astoria, hold
know
on.
that, right?
Hold on, Astoria, please.
But you know that, right?
Hold on, Astoria,
Elijah. I
please.
was asking for Elijah.
Astoria,
Okay.
I'm gonna come to you, bro. G. Didn't you just say that they said that this passage was messianic?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't you say that you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yes.
Okay, since you hold the belief that Jesus is the Messiah, and the same people that you went to saying that this is a messianic prophecy, then you should believe this verse too, because this fits Jesus, and he was born in Bethlehem.
It might be talking about Jesus.
And it ain't no
talking
might be.
about Elijah.
It ain't no might
Elijah.
be. You
Where was he born?
but to sit here to go against me, where we agree at that Jesus is the Messiah and this is a messianic prophecy, you willing to go to a Jew who doesn't believe that he is the Messiah just
Brother,
to try
the
to
reason why
refute me?
is because you're bringing a verse in which the people who this book was given to don't believe in it that way.
They're
so why
wrong.
are you bringing this verse?
G, they're
Okay,
wrong.
hold on. Whether we agree or not that they're wrong, because obviously
They're
I believe
wrong,
that
G.
Jesus is Messiah, right? But
You just
the
said
issue
that they was
is
wrong.
You're bringing a verse. Yes, I know.
Okay,
they're
so
wrong.
what are
I'm
we
saying-
doing
I'm
here,
saying-
bro? What are we doing here, bro?
I'm saying this verse, there's no proof that this verse was even a reliable source of information. Again, like I
Bruh,
said.
you a potato. You're going against your own beliefs just so you won't give
How?
the Bible credit. and to try to win an argument against a Christian. You're going against your own belief. Do you not
How?
see that?
You guys divert.
When did I ever say that Jesus is not the Messiah? How am I going against my own belief?
Because you're saying that this prophecy, right, that I brought up as proof that he's the Messiah, right? But
I
the
never said he's
Jews,
not the
but the
Messiah.
Jews, hold on, but the Jews don't believe it. So what? You don't agree with the Jews.
I'm saying
I don't
the reason you brought
agree with
this
the
Let's
Jews.
go
verse,
back
if the
to
reason, hold on,
argument, guys.
if
Let's
the
go
reason
back
that
to
you
main
brought this
argument.
verse is try to prove to me that Jesus is the Messiah, there was no point of you doing that because I already believed that.
Bro, do you track the conversation? You don't know where we started at?
I do, but that's what
Okay,
you
where did
literally
we
just
start
said. You
at?
said
Where
you
did we
brought the
start
verse
at?
to prove
Where
that
did
Jesus is
we
the Messiah.
start? G. Because I
We
think you're
said
getting, I
we
think you
asked-
got lost in the whole conversation. Where did we start, and why did I bring this passage up?
You brought this passage up to prove that the Bible says where Jesus is born or prophesies
And it's
where Jesus
historically
will be born.
accurate, correct?
And that is historically accurate, right?
Okay. So as
I
far
have-
as
I personally,
okay. So as far as being historically accurate, because we know that Jesus was born in Bethlehem, and this is a prophecy about the Messiah. Jesus is the Messiah. So is the Bible historically correct on the birthplace of Jesus?
If this is about Jesus, then yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's another one that Jesus score a point for the Bible. Now let's
But I
move
never
on.
said-
Now
But
let's
again,
move
where does the
on.
Quran
Let's
say
move.
he
I'm not
wasn't born
fist.
Promise you come back
Hold
to
on,
me,
bro,
hold on.
bro,
Where does
bro.
the Quran say he
I'm
wasn't
not
born in
fist to
Bethlehem?
keep arguing with you over something that we agree on. Okay,
Again, where does the Quran say he wasn't born in Bethlehem?
show me it from the Quran.
I'm saying, where does it say he wasn't born in Bethlehem?
It doesn't tell you at all.
Okay, then it can't be false. If hold on. If I don't make a claim, then I'm not lying.
Did I
correct?
say that it was false because of this?
You just said in order to prove that the Quran is not false,
Bro, what
it
is
has to
wrong with
show-
you? What is wrong with you?
You're the one saying these
What
things.
is wrong with you?
You said we have to test. We have to test if the Quran is a reliable source of information about Jesus, correct?
Okay, why did I
Then you
say
said,
that?
does it say where Jesus was born?
Why did I say that?
You said so you can test to see if it's saying the truth or if it's historically
Okay,
accurate.
now we're saying
Okay, so if I
okay.
don't make a claim about
That's
something,
that's
then
not
it
what I
can't be
said.
false.
Stop straw manning my position. Stop straw manning.
All right, repeat
So
your
I
statement.
said that we have to see if the Quran is historically accurate about the person named Jesus. This is what I said. And this is why I took you to this, because you made the claim that the Bible isn't historically accurate and we can't rely on it about anything. So we went
I
to
didn't
this
say,
to
I didn't
see.
say anything.
Okay,
I never said anything.
you said that it was basically corrupt and is not authoritative and it's a joke, basically.
I didn't
We
say
don't say it's a
joke.
joke. We don't say we say it's
Basically, you
it's
said
remnants
you
of truth in
can't
it.
you can't take from it at all. Basically, that
didn't say
that
at
don't
all. We
agree
never
with
said
the
at all.
Quran. That you said that
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
agree with the Quran.
Yes, the things that don't agree with
Okay, does this agree with the Quran?
the Quran. Yeah. I mean,
Where's the Quran makes the claim that he was
the
born
thing
in
is- the thing
Bethlehem?
is,
Where
it's-
does the
it's
Quran
not a-
makes
it's
the
not a
claim?
disagreement.
Okay, but where does the Quran makes the claim that he was born in Bethlehem?
it doesn't not make that claim. So
Okay,
therefore you can't
so
say
it doesn't
that
agree
it's a
with the
disagreement.
Quran because the Quran is silent on the matter.
So
But
therefore
so-
it's not a disagreement. I don't understand
Okay,
your point.
but so you don't remember when I said there was thousands of people walking around named Yeshua at that time?
There were
Okay.
thousands of people named Elijah at that time. But we
Stop,
don't know where-
stop deflecting.
No, it's
Didn't I
just double
say?
standard.
on the
Hold on.
topic.
So how do you know that this Yeshua, he's not named ain't even Yeshua in your Quran, is Isa that no one ever know about? You don't even know anything about this Isa character, right? So how do we know that the Quran is even mentioning the same guy? We have to nail him down, and we do this
Okay, because the Quran,
by giving and seeing
Quran mentions
what
his mother.
claims
It says
do the
Isa bin
Quran
Maryam.
make. So you don't know
The Quran
anything
says-
about it, about his birth,
The-
as far as in the Quran. Let's keep going. What language did Jesus speak?
the Quran said Isa bin Maryam, which means Isa, son of Mary.
What language did he speak, bro?
There was only one Jesus, son of Mary. There was only one Isa,
Bro,
son of
what
Maryam, who was
language did
born of a
Jesus
virgin
speak?
birth. There was only one of
Bruh,
those.
I'm about to just drop both of y'all. What is wrong with y'all?
Why?
Because y'all are not listening at all.
But what's your question? Okay. What's your question? Let me answer your
What
question.
language did Jesus speak? We're trying to figure out who have the most accurate representation historically to know about Jesus. This is what we're doing.
Aramaic.
Again, hold on. What is your
Are you going to answer my question?
is your
Don't try to
dynamic?
switch an answer back on me. Answer my question first.
Brother, you have misunderstood the Quran. It's not a history book.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Not
you
a
don't
history
know
book.
historically if Isa even existed.
It's not that we don't know.
No,
It
you
doesn't say
don't
in the
know.
Quran. Are you happy?
You
It
don't
doesn't
know
say.
historically
It
if
doesn't.
Isa even existed. You,
But I'm
you
telling
can't
you,
you
of
can't
course we
verify
do.
it. Just say you can verify it and you
We
just
can
lean.
verify it.
No, you can't.
Brother, if
Verify it.
something has already been
Okay,
determined to
listen.
be
I'm gonna
from
make it
God,
simple. I'm gonna
then
make it
that's the
simple.
ultimate
G.
verification.
I'm gonna make it simple. We already got the birthplace of Jesus. Now, prove the birthplace of Jesus, the language that he spoke, how many disciples that he had, right? All of this without using the Bible.
Again, why do I need to know
You
these things?
do it. Can you do it?
No, but why do I need
Okay,
to know
thank
these
you.
things?
Because you don't have an historically accurate Jesus.
Why do I need one? Why do I need to have these things?
Because that's what I'm saying. You're just leaning on blind faith that your Quran tell you.
Again, it's not blind faith. If there's other things, other factors like scientific claims, like prophecies that come true later on, and historians and science.
Watch your head, bro. Get off my stage.
That's not fair, bro.
Get off my
It's amazing
stage,
how
bro.
quickly we left the topic. It's amazing how quickly the topic was immediately left.
Yeah, he want to go straight to scientific miracles. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about historically verification of this Isa character. That's what we're
But bro,
talking
you're
about.
not wrong. You're not wrong when you're saying that all this information is not necessarily in the Quran. We are not disagreeing with you in that part. You know, we're just
But
saying that.
the problem is, Astoria, is that it needs to be. Because your Quran
Appreciate it, Matt,
makes
through the
historical
follower.
claims about Jesus and makes historical claims about his message. As the topic
I appreciate
tells
it.
us,
God,
according to
logic. You leave logic
61:14,
alone. You
in
leave
Quran,
logic alone.
in Surah 355, the message of Jesus and his disciples prevail over those who disbelieve, and they will continue to
Do I
prevail
have an echo, y'all?
until the day of resurrection. So if there is no actual evidence for what Jesus taught and what his disciples taught
Bro, you don't need to take
that
time.
goes in line with what you believe,
Yeah, relax.
then you have Astoria. Am I speaking?
Okay. I heard somebody say I had
Thank
an
you.
echo earlier.
So, again, if the message of Jesus, according to you, that is apparently your claims, have no historical backing, then that means that the promise that Allah made has failed. Do you understand that, Astoria?
Doesn't make any sense what you said. But can we go back to what you said?
Let's break it down. Go to 61:14.
Okay, give me a second.
This is the topic that I started with that y'all shuffled from.
Right. This is why I'm trying to just
No,
pull
but
it
we're
back
not
because
I'm
all
not
the
shuffling from it.
Astoria 61:14.
I'm just trying to understand.
61:14.
I'm gonna come to 61:14.
Go to
You're gonna
61:14,
understand
bro.
it by going to 61:14.
Yeah, you got to
Bro,
listen
let's
to
be
understand it while you go
respectful
through
and
it.
let's be nice
Astoria.
to each other, like
Astoria.
people.
You got to listen
Okay?
to the argument first. Then you will understand. Calm down. Just go to
But I'm just saying,
61:14.
you're not gonna find Jesus was born there. You're not
This
gonna
is
find it
not
because it's
about
not.
We
Jesus, bro.
already established it. We already established that. We already admitted that. Stop repeating it. Just go to 61:14. Let's finally move on.
Let's go to 61:14.
So tell me what it says.
While he's looking that up, y'all, I do have a YouTube channel. I'm live on YouTube right now. If TikTok is glitching or anything like that, you can go ahead and click the link that's in my profile at the top left of the corner of the screen, and it will take you straight to my YouTube page. Black Dog, was it glitching while you was in the audience?
No, it was at when I was texting, it was a bit slow, but that's just because of my TikTok. But it fixed it when I was here when I joined. So
Okay,
we're
you want me
good.
to read out the verse or okay, so
Yes.
the verse says, "O you who have believed, be supporters of Allah, as when Jesus, the son of Mary, said to the disciples, 'Who are my supporters for the cause of Allah?' The disciples said, 'We are supporters of Allah.' And faction of the children of Israel believed, and faction disbelieved. So we supported those who believed against their enemy, and they became dominant."
Very good.
So
So
what's your
where
point
do you
there?
want to take this, or should I?
So what's your point
Go
there?
ahead, BD. You got it. You started it off. You know, if I got
Sweet.
to butt in,
So
then I'll butt in. But go ahead.
right. So the
You'll tap
Quran
in
is
if you
telling
lose.
the Muslims to be supporters of Allah, and then it makes a reference, just as Jesus said to the Hawariyun, his disciples, "Who shall be my helpers in the cause of Allah?" And the disciples said, "We are Allah's helpers." So let me ask you this question first. Let's walk through this together. How does one, for example, how do the disciples, how are they supposed to um, help Allah or assist Jesus in the cause of Allah?
Is this your question?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro. This is so easy to debunk, bro. Allah can
All I did
use.
was ask you a question based upon what the text
Yeah,
says.
but
I'm
showing
not
you
even
your
making an
question,
argument right now.
I can see that you're uneducated, bro. That's the thing. But anyways, your question says, no, the answer to the question is that yes, Allah can use human beings to fulfill the purpose He wants to. That's absolutely possible.
That's fine. That's not what I was asking. I wasn't saying whether or not could Allah could or he couldn't. You called me uneducated by not understanding my question that I was asking.
So tell me.
So to
Yeah,
help, so to assist Jesus in the cause of Allah would be to do what? It would be to, for example, obey Allah's laws, obey Allah's commands, to worship Him, to spread His message, right? That would be
yeah,
helping,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
Very good. Now you finally understand my question. So the disciples, they're tasked to spread the message that Jesus gave them, right?
Yes, we agree so far. Okay.
Cool. And so the text says that a group of the children of Israel believed and a group disbelieved. And so Allah gave the believing ones victory over the disbelieving ones, correct?
Correct.
Very good. Very good. That's all I wanted to ask you about Surah 61:14. Now keep that in mind, because the context of Allah aiding the disciples of Jesus and the believers of this message against those who disbelieved is carried on not only here in 61:14 but also Surah 355. Could you read Surah 355 for
Okay, give me a second. I'll find it.
me? Take your time. Bro had the freaking audacity to call me uneducated.
Everybody, go ahead and tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's get the likes up. We got 113 people in here. We got 83 people on YouTube. I hope everybody has tapped
Okay,
the
so you want me to
screen
read the verse?
and tap the like button on YouTube as well.
Okay, so I got the verse here. Mention when Allah said, "O Jesus, indeed I will take you and raise you to myself and purify you from those who disbelieve and make those who follow you superior to those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. Then to me is your return, and I will judge between you concerning that in which you used to differ." Yes.
Very good. So the text says that Allah, this goes back to the time of Jesus, where Allah is saying to Jesus, "Oh Jesus, I will take you." The term mutable fika, we won't even get into that. It says, "I will take you up, and I will raise you to myself, and I will make those who follow you, your followers, those who proclaim the message that you gave them, superior over those who disbelieve, right?
So you're just saying what the verse said. So I agree with you.
Yeah,
But
I'm just making sure that we follow.
okay,
hmm
okay.
So they're going to be superior over those who disbelieve for how long?
Until the day of resurrection. Yeah, as the verse
Very
implies.
good.
But okay, okay.
Very good.
I'll comment when I can.
So Allah is saying that he's going to make the message or the followers of Jesus superior over those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. Just making sure that we're on the same page here, right?
Not the message, but the
So it's
supporters. It says the supporters. Let's read the verse correctly.
cool. So it says those who follow you. So how are the followers of Jesus going to be superior? So what exactly are they going to do that would demonstrate their superiority over those who disbelieve? Let's think about this here. Or are you saying that the supporters don't have a message?
Now I'm saying that the supporters will indeed be more superior to the disbelievers.
So I'm going to ask the question again. Do the supporters have a message that they're giving?
Yes,
Cool. What's the message?
but that message is not the same as the message you are preaching today.
I'm going to ask the question again. What's the message?
The message is oneness of God, Tawheed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Believing.
so Allah is saying, and so Allah is giving us a time frame that from the time of Jesus all the way until the day of resurrection, this message is supposed to be the superior message because Allah is making the followers of Jesus who apparently proclaim that message superior over those who disbelieve in that message until the day of resurrection. But
Okay. So what's
you
your point?
just said, you just said that that message isn't what we believe. It's not what we, as, for example, Christians believe. So, historically, what is the dominant message of those who claim to be the followers of Jesus? Is it Tawheed or is it not?
It is Tawheed, but can I bring another verse?
No, I want you to demonstrate that claim. How, for example, the dominant message of those who claim to be the followers of Jesus is Tawheed. For example,
That's where can I show you the verse which
in
says
the
it?
in the first century, what was the dominant belief of the followers of Jesus? Was it Tawheed?
But can I show you the verse which
No, I want you to
you're not sincere. You're not sincere.
I want you to hold on to the point that I'm asking you,
But I'm telling
and
you, there is a verse.
we're going to be testing the claims of Surah 355. So I want you to focus with me here.
Bro, listen, don't talk
So
to me as my kindergarten boy, bro. I'm telling you, do you want to see the verse?
I'm not treating you like you're in kindergarten. I'm
Well,
treating you like
when
a
are you gonna
man,
let me speak?
and
I've answered many
I'm
questions.
trying to
Yes,
help you
no,
focus.
yes,
I'm trying
no,
to help you
yes, no.
focus.
Let me answer your
So
question now.
I'm trying to help you focus instead of having you cry like an infant. So focus with me here.
You're not being sincere, bro.
Let's go to the first century because this is what it was talking about. So according to the first century, what was the majority belief of the followers of Jesus?
Oneness of God, Tawheed,
So can
Tawheed.
you demonstrate that historically?
But I'm telling you, you've been moving from the message of Jesus. Then you went to now history. Can I answer the first question you said? Where the disciples were more superior to the disbelievers? This is because they
This is
followed. This is because
this
they
is what we're
followed.
talking about.
Yeah, so this is because they followed the true message of Jesus, the one he preached before it
Right.
was
This is
corrupted.
Okay,
Right?
so
right.
where
This
do
is
we
Now,
what
find that
this is
message?
what we're
Okay,
this is what
Astoria.
we're talking about.
Where is
okay,
that
okay. Where do
message?
we
Hold
find it?
on,
That's a
hold on,
good
hold on,
question.
hold on, Astoria. What is the true
Right.
message besides Tawheed? Because they all believed in Tawheed. What was the true message that the disciples went out and preached that Jesus taught them?
I'm telling you, they preach what Jesus came with.
Okay, what was
In
it?
the Quran, it says,
What did
What
Jesus
is it?
come
one,
with? And
he
how
Identify
do
said,
it,
you
bro.
know?
he said, listen, the Quran in chapter 42, verse 13 says, He has ordained for you the same religion which He enjoyed upon Noah, and that which we have revealed to
Bro,
you,
what
O
was the
Muhammad,
message, bro?
and we have enjoined open Abraham, Moses, and Jesus. Establish religion and do not divine therein. This is
Astoria.
oneness of God.
We know that's the claim that the Quran is making. But what we're asking you to do is to demonstrate historically that what the Quran is saying is true. This is why I took you to the first century where
Oh my
we
God. It brings
have
us
the
back to the same
followers of
point.
Jesus that are directly being addressed
It brings us
here in
back to the
Surah
same point.
355. Now, what I'm asking you to do is to demonstrate the proof that what Allah is claiming is true, because the Quran claims that the beliefs of these followers will be superior over those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. We can even go to, for example, the tafsir that tell us that the followers of Jesus were victorious against their enemies in both argumentation and in warfare. So they become the superior belief system. So, can you demonstrate for me in the first century what was the dominant belief among those who called themselves followers of Jesus?
Bro, you guys are ignorant. I'm just gonna leave, bro.
Well, let's ask you.
You
Let's
ain't
Go
got
ahead and
to.
run.
question.
No,
I have to get out of here.
We we can
He's a
simplify that
idiot.
question.
He's an idiot, Paul
We,
Bishop.
we
I'm
we
sorry.
can
He was.
simplify that question though.
I'm
We can tell
sorry.
him: is Isa a Messiah? Is that part of the message? And if it is, what does the Messiah mean? And
Bless you.
why is the Islamic corpus is vacuous on the definition of Messiah? And how do we not find a single definition in the entire Islamic corpus denoting that Messiah means king? I mean, if the dominant message is Allah is one and Isa is the Messiah, why is the Islamic corpus so oblivious to the fact that Messiah means king?
Yeah, because they don't
I
know.
just wanted to add that.
He didn't understand the basic arguments that we was even bringing. I know he's not going to understand that, right?
Because he's a bot. He's a
Yeah.
bot.
When
He's
when
programmed. He's
I'm
programmed to
reciting the
answer.
Quran
Sorry.
and I'm reciting the tafsir by memory, but apparently I'm stupid when I ask him stuff based on what he himself agrees upon.
He's programmed to answer the following question: what was Isa's message? Allah is one. He's programmed, like this is his program. There's no way he's gonna come out of that loop
God is
unless you
one.
add another question that is also in his belief that Isa is the Messiah. Okay, so Isa is the Messiah according to the followers, correct? Yes. Okay, well, it seems like they missed the mark here, or Muhammad missed the mark, because what does Messiah mean?
He missed a big
Messiah means
mark.
the end.
All right.
God is
Islam
one.
is the truth. That's your name? Oh,
Yes,
Islam is the
yes.
only way.
Yeah, you can just
You
say
got the drove.
Is that the
it
truth?
definitely is the truth.
Hey,
You got the drove.
La, 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 la. So I just wanted to on the topic, I wanted to add to it. But
Can you
Messiah
answer my
is,
question that I asked?
well, I mean, can we start from the beginning? Because you kind of like you were dialoguing with him, it went to an end point, and then it kind of switched. So I would like to just
all right. We'll
start
we'll
fresh from
start
the
over. We'll
beginning,
start
right?
over. We'll start
That's
over.
fine.
Do you have
That's
a
fine.
Quran, Islam?
Yes.
Can you look up 61:14?
Yep.
Surah Saf.
I would also like to break it. Yes, yes. I'd also like to break it down, the interpretation. 61, because 61 I went to 16. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. You might hear a little background noise from work. But yeah, 61:14. O believers, stand up for Allah, as Jesus, son of Mary, asked the disciples, who will stand up with me for Allah? The disciples replied, we will stand up for Allah. Then a group from the children of Israel believed, while another disbelieved. We then supported the believers against their enemies, so they prevailed.
Yeah. So how would
There's also verses before that kind of give you the context to that verse, that it's not a military prevail, but more of a spiritual prevail.
Yeah, exactly. I know. So right. I agree. So how would they stand up for Allah?
So I would say that the true followers of Jesus. Wait, someone got a mute. So someone's like echoing. Can you repeat the question, please?
How would they stand up for Allah?
They would stand up for Allah by believing in Jesus, peace be upon him, and then the message that came with him.
Right. So they will go out, because disciples, they go out and spread the message.
Well, that verse specifically doesn't talk about them going out and spreading the message.
But this is what the disciples do. This is what their role is. They go out and spread the message.
Copy. And that's you're going off, they spread the message, went out, you're using the Bible for that, right?
No, it's not just me. This is what your tafsir says regarding 355 and 61:14, that they help Allah by spreading the message.
Right.
Wait,
So
do you think that the followers of a prophet just keep it for themselves, or do they, by default, spread it to everyone else?
Paul, I want to be able to break down my answer to the question.
Well,
Can somebody just give me big screen real quick, because I'm kind of sick of this waffle.
There's no waffle. I mean, like you're upset from the guy before, but like, you're not.
We'll just
allow me to be able to break down my position and to explain it. It's as simple as that.
Well, if it goes counter to what your scholars say, then your position will be wrong. So before you go out and say something that you're not supposed to, we're showing you what the scholar says and see if your explanation lines up with them. Go ahead, Black Dot.
Mm-hmm. This is why it says, Allah the Exalted ordered his faithful servants to be Allah's supporters of all times. Who are my helpers in the cause of Allah? Meaning, who will support me in conveying the message of Allah? The Hawariyun said, in reference to the followers of Isa, peace be upon him, we are Allah's helpers, meaning we will support you with regards to the message you have been sent with, and we will help you convey it. We will help you convey it. So Ibn Kathir interprets the passage of helping in the cause of Allah, meaning the same thing that we do, in the same way that your previous brother did, in proclaiming the message that was sent to Jesus. We don't even have to go through this rigmarole about what it is and what it might be and what it could be. Just listen to the sources, and they'll tell you exactly what it is, all right?
Yes, there needs to be no hostility between you and me. Like, I know you're upset from the previous guest, and I mean,
I'm not upset at all. I just want to be as straightforward as possible.
Copy. So I would say that the message that continued, based off my view of it being a spiritual message, is Islam, and that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a true follower of Jesus and the message that Jesus and his disciples would have spread. If you're going to go look to the Bible, then we have a lot throughout the Bible. I haven't read the whole New Testament. I'm not going to sit here and say I did. But a lot of it is Paul's writings and Paul's doctrines and stuff like that. And his message.
I'm ready to cry. I'm literally ready to cry.
Paul, can you relax, man?
Yeah, Islam is the only way. We get your perspective. We get your perspective. But we're testing the claims made by the Quran. Correct. You're right that, of course, you believe that Muhammad is one of the proper followers of Jesus going to spread the message. That's fine. but that's not the claim that we're making at the moment. So
Correct.
we
But
already see.
can I give
So
you
we already.
previous verses that kind of allude to it?
I understand that. I understand that. That's fine. But that's not the point that we're focusing on right now. I want you to follow us. So here we've established that the followers of Jesus, or the proper followers of Jesus, are called to spread his message.
Correct.
Now, let's see how long that has to go by. Because it says that, Allah made the followers of Jesus victorious in doing this and spreading this message. So let's see how long this takes,
Until
or
the
how
day of judgment.
long they are victorious. Can you go to Surah 355 for me?
Yes, until the day of judgment.
Very good. So it starts. You're very good. Islam is the only way. You say that this victory against the disbelievers and spreading the message goes until the day of resurrection. Now, Allah made this promise. Let's see if He keeps it up.
I would say the
What
promise
is
is
the dominant? Let's see if Allah kept His promise from the time of Jesus until the day of resurrection. So, in the first century, what was the dominant message of the followers of Jesus?
the dominant. You said in the first century.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that God is one. Those that would be the followers of Jesus.
Could you
That God
demonstrate
is
that?
one. Can I demonstrate that? I mean, I would have to do a little more research on exactly everything that the first century taught, but I would say before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, it would have been that God is one, and to continue with the Mosaic laws, like James the Just had said, and continue in following.
What, hold on. How do you know what James the Just spoke of? Speaking of, who's James the Just?
You just
Um,
cooked yourself down. All right, go ahead.
brother of Jesus.
Who's James the Just?
Wouldn't that be the brother of Jesus?
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah.
I got that information from another brother.
Who?
I myself,
And where did he get it from?
from early scholarship, reading the Bible, I assume.
Ah, so early scholarship in the Bible. Let's go to the Bible. Because
I said I
James.
assume that's where he got that from.
That's fine. I mean, your assumptions are correct. This is the one time where assuming doesn't make a flying ride from Muhammad out of you and me. But
No
let's let's
problem.
let's
I'm not
go
look,
to
I'm not blaspheming. I'm being respectful. You just
well,
be respectful.
to blaspheme means to speak derogatory against God. Muhammad's not your God.
No,
But
he's not.
let's
But respecting my
let
prophet. I'm not disrespecting your beliefs.
did
I'm
did
not taking
did
away
Muhammad not ride on a flying donkey?
a donkey. Yes, he did. But the way you try to say
Yeah.
it was
So that's exactly what I said. To assume makes a donkey out of you and me. It's not being offensive, it's being right and being clever and saying it. So, but nevertheless, let's go to what James actually says. Let's see what James taught. Have you read from his letter?
You can hear me? I didn't. I looked at your page. It's funny. I just literally seen the video with you and the Nas debating the Islamic dilemma. It's funny. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I see you in live.
Mm-hmm.
But continue.
So, have you heard about what James actually writes?
So no, when it comes to James just in his teachings, I myself have to go do my own research on it. But I had
That's
seen
okay.
another brother.
That's okay. We'll do it together.
I seen another brother in a debate. He had brought it up, and he brought a lot of slides and stuff like that about like
That's okay. We'll do it together. We'll do it together. I have this book right in front of us, and we'll read some of it together. So, number one, particularly about the divinity of Christ. Let me ask
God
you this
bless
question: Can you be a
Sailor.
servant of anyone
Long
else other
time
than
no
God?
see.
a servant of God.
A s
What do you mean by that though? Like kings have servants, like handmaidens and
no,
servants.
as in
That's
like
an ambiguous term.
religiously.
Religiously,
Religiously.
no, you should submit only to Allah. But like I said, it's an
Very
ambiguous.
good.
The word servant is ambiguous. You know what I mean? It can be
Well, not
utilized
not
in multiple ways. Like
not
I
in
can
the
be a
not
servant.
in the not in the context of scripture. For example, if you begin with For example, like consider, Paul's writings. When he says that Paul, a slave of Jesus Christ,
Loving the
who
cool
is he
pillows.
claiming
Loving the
Jesus
cool
Christ to be?
pillows.
I would say Paul is claiming Jesus to be his master, or
Yes, his master in relation to what? Because, Jesus
I was going to
isn't,
continue. I would say
Jesus isn't his, for example, you know, serving in, for example, a physical kingdom. He's not, cooking up meals for Jesus, things like that. He's a servant in relation to what sense?
hold on 1 second. I'm at work. Someone asked a question.
If I may say,
Please.
it's a phenomenon, man. Like these left shoulders that actually sit at Hebrew Israelite rooms, pick up whatever trash the Hebrew Israelites, you know, spouse, and then all of a
Hmm.
sudden these guys regurgitate it. And as soon as he mentioned Saint Paul, like, oh man, he's gonna go over the Torah. He's gonna go over. Like, he's just. It's like a default position for stealing from the Hebrew Israelite and trying to mushy it up with his belief system.
Right.
They steal from
Yeah, I was.
everyone,
Exactly.
Paul. They steal from the atheists. They steal from the oneness, the Jehovah Witness. They steal from the Hebrew Israelites. They steal from literally everyone. Unitarians. They
I
steal
don't.
from everyone. The
I don't think
same
we steal from any of
arguments.
them.
Like, yeah, like who mentioned Saint Paul? Why on
No, no.
earth would
Well,
you
I was.
mention him? Like,
Well,
what's
because
wrong with you?
so if you don't mind me answering, my whole point was you asked about the first century. That's what Black Doctor BD asked. He asked about the first century. What was the dominant teaching of those who claim to be followers of Jesus? So that's the only reason why I mentioned Paul, because of course you have Pauline doctrinity where people believed of Jesus being in him being divine and things like that, but there's also other teachings at that time period. And I was gonna go
Well,
deeper
this
into
is
that.
this is what we're this is
That's
what
why
we're
that's why I
testing.
mentioned Paul. That's why I mentioned Paul though.
Well,
That's the only reason why.
this is what we're testing. This is what we're testing to see of that second part of your claim, whether or not James the Just disagreed with Paul's theology. So I asked you a question. In a religious sense, can someone be a servant of anyone else other than God?
Um, no, I wouldn't think so. Off the top, if I'm thinking of the servant, if I'm assuming what you mean by servant, a servant of God, no, that's it. You could be a servant of God.
Very good.
That in a
Very
religious,
good.
quote unquote, sense.
Very good. So, this is James 1:1, the very beginning of his letter. James,
In the
a
Bible.
servant of, yes,
And this.
James chapter 1, verse 1. James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes in the diaspora, greetings. Later on in the text, he calls Jesus Christ our glorious Lord. That's James chapter 2 verse 1. My brothers, show no partiality as you hold the faith in our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory. In the Old Testament, who's the Lord of glory?
I'm not 100% sure.
That's
I have
Yahweh.
to go and read the. But when he separates it, he says God and the Lord Jesus. When he's saying Lord, what does he mean by that?
It's the term is kurios, which
Is
is the term used to translate Yod He Vav He, the divine name. And again, like you said, you can't be a spiritual servant of anyone other than God.
So Jesus' followers at the time, like the disciples, they weren't servants of him because they were just called disciples, right? Like there's no
They
deeper
were
meaning
called,
behind
yeah,
servants.
they were called his disciples.
Okay,
They weren't called his servants.
copy.
What's the oldest manuscript for this James 1:1?
So let's finish. In relation to what James taught, so James calls himself to be a servant of Jesus and calls Jesus the glorious Lord, the Lord of glory, correct?
According
Islam
to
is the
the
only way?
according to the verse, yes.
Very good. So according to James's own teachings, he calls Jesus God, something you said was only relegated to Paul. So that's one down. Number two, in relation to the law. let's see what James himself says in Acts chapter 15. Have you read that before?
I've read Acts. I think it's Acts 21 verses 19, where Paul goes and the elders they're questioning Paul about why he's changing why is he changing the law and.
Oh, we'll get to Acts 21 and look at your butchering of that text at the moment.
I'm going.
But I
Hey,
asked you. But I asked you
BD, if I
specific. But I
may,
asked you. But
BD,
Wait,
if I
yes,
guys,
may, this is all just a red herring. Just to let you
I
know,
know.
this is all a
I
red
know.
herring.
No, you asked if I
I know.
read Acts
But
15. I said
you can cover up James 1.
the only reason I'm pointing this out is because I'm answering his question for him. Because the question that I asked was, what is the original message of the followers of Jesus in the first century? And if we demonstrate that
We don't
James
know
the
that.
Just, who Quran, I'm not talking to you right now.
You're making a false statement.
Please, how? So
Okay, fine, I'll shut up.
that's the claim that Islam is the only way made.
I know what I did say
So
though.
what I'm demonstrating is that the first century believers, for example, James the Just, which of course Islam is the only way mentioned,
Good night,
believed
Zara.
the exact same thing that Paul did. And if that's the case, then the first century believers believed in what we believe,
I have
which
a
has multiple implications to
right,
what we're talking about.
copy. So
So let's
what I
look.
would like to
So
say,
let's look.
BD.
So let's look at what he said, because this is the claim that we're talking about. You said that James went against Paul in relation to the deity of Christ and to the law. So let's look. I asked you specifically if you had read Acts chapter 15. Have you?
No.
Then let's read it together. Let's read it together. Because in Acts chapter 15, this is specifically dealing with the issue of the law for the Gentiles for salvation. But some men came down from Judea and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom of Moses, you cannot be saved. And so the church gathers together to deal with this issue. James, the just, is the presiding bishop over the Council of Jerusalem. So this is what he says. After they finished speaking, James replied, "Brothers, listen to me. Simeon has related how God first visited the Gentiles to take from them a people for his name. And with this, the words of the prophets agree. As it is written, after this I will return, and I will rebuild the tent of David that has fallen. I will rebuild its ruins, and I will restore it, that the remnant of mankind may seek the Lord, and all the Gentiles who are called by my name, says the Lord, who makes these things known from of old. Therefore, my judgment is that we should not trouble those of the Gentiles who turn to the Lord, but should write down to them to abstain from the things polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from what has been strangled, and from blood." So here, James doesn't say we should force them to keep the whole law, but to order to abstain from these four things because they are living among the Jews. This is the same thing that he tells the Apostle Paul in Acts chapter 21. This is why I wanted specifically for you us to look at this together. Acts
Copy.
chapter 21, verse 20. And when they heard it, they glorified God, and they said to him, "You see, brother, how many thousands there are among the Jews who have believed. They are zealous for the law. They have been told about you that you teach all the Jews." So again, number one, this is what they have heard said about Paul. So it's rumors that he's telling the Jews to forsake Moses, telling them not to circumcise their children or walk according to our customs. What then is there to be done? They will certainly hear that you have come. Do therefore what we tell you. We have 4 men who are under a vow. Take these men and purify yourself along with them and pay their expenses, so that they may shave their heads. Thus all will know that there is nothing in what we have been told about you. but that you yourself also live in observance of the law. But as for the Gentiles who have believed, we have sent a letter with our judgment that they should abstain from what has been sacrificed to idols, from blood, from what has been strangled, and from immorality.
So you're saying that James he said to not eat those four things about like animals that are sacrificed to idols, blood, immorality, and I forgot the last thing you listed. That's what you're saying, James. He had preached for the Gentiles.
Yeah, that's what the entire church has said.
Copy. So then how come in 1 Corinthians 8, Paul is basically allowing people to eat food sacrificed to idols because idols are basically nothing and
That's
none.
not what he says. That's not what he says. He doesn't
It's not what he
say
says at all.
go ahead. It's not what he says. Go ahead and eat them. He says
It's all right.
stop fighting about it because these idols don't have any actual power. He doesn't say go against James' teachings.
No, but he's
So
basically
again,
saying
recognize again that you've switched your argument. You've
No,
switched
he
your
changed.
argument because you hold on, both of you,
Okay.
because now both of you have gotten cooked.
I definitely
No,
Now you're
Let me
switching the
let
argument.
me let me ask him a
First you
question.
make-
Hold on.
I didn't get cooked. I
Both of
told
y'all
you at
have
the beginning that I have to do my own
recognized
research.
that your argument has changed. You said that James disagrees with Paul that the Jews or that the Gentiles aren't supposed to follow the law. And you said that it was James who condemned Paul from the passage. But we just read the passage
This is
and it
written
didn't
by
say
Luke.
anything of what you Quran, are you speaking or am I speaking?
This is written by Luke.
This is the third time you've
This is
done
not
this.
James talking, bro. This is Luke saying stuff
So
about
so, so
James. Luke is
okay.
Paul's. Luke is
So that
Paul's
means
buddy.
that so if that's the case, then you don't need to be in this conversation right now. Because Islam is the
No,
truth
wait,
has been relying upon
wait.
the words of Hebrew Israelites. He's been relying on the words of Hebrew Israelites, and he's using this argument as if James is actually saying these things.
Well,
Wait,
then
what
he's
I
wrong.
said was hold up, BD. What I said to you earlier, I said I heard another brother mention this. I said I myself have to do my own research on this. I said I heard another brother.
So then Islam, stop making claims about stuff that you don't know,
I won't
and
spell
answer my
I won't speak on something I don't know.
answer my question based on what you do know.
Okay,
In the
gotcha.
first century, what was the dominant belief of those who followed Jesus?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I would have to
Appreciate
do
that,
more
Cupola.
research.
Cool. Second century.
Close your on mute.
Hold on one second.
Because I can tell you.
Oh man.
I
Yeah,
can
we can
teach you.
tell you. Host, I think you were
We
trying to say something. You were on mute.
we can read the sources if you would like. The first century sources that tell us what they believed.
Mm-hmm.
Got you. So I will let when I came into this live to specifically talk about the followers of Jesus prevail, and I was going to break down verses
This is the topic.
and stuff like
Islam. This is
Right.
what we're in. This is what we're talking about. If the followers of Jesus prevailed in their message, then that means we would know what their dominant message is.
I would say that.
If we do not if we do not know what the followers what they actually believed, then that means that the disbelievers were able to completely wipe out the believers and their message from this century. They prevailed so much so that we don't even know what they believe. There is no record of it, which would again demonstrate that Allah is either incompetent because he cannot preserve his message, or he is a liar and he is failed to keep
Okay.
his
Now
message.
this is blasphemy, isn't it?
Hold on.
When Allah saying he would preserve the message, he's talking
those are the options.
Those aren't the
No,
options.
they're
I
not.
mean, when it comes to the first century, it seems like Quran may have more knowledge in the first century, but also I don't know where.
So show me that.
Hold on, real quick. Islam.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, Islam.
The Quran is making claims about the first century. What's your sources to back it up?
And as far as 355, he said that they will be elevated, their message, because this goes hand in hand with 61:14, until the day of judgment. So we should see the dominant message that Allah supported amongst the followers of Jesus until today. What is the dominant message that the followers of Jesus proclaim?
Wait. That's not the correct reading of it.
Yeah, it
I'll tell
is.
you, butcher.
That's the
Wait.
reading that. Hold on, Quran. If you want to talk about this, we can go through the same thing with you. But you can't jump into another conversation which you disagree with the premises that have already been accepted. Islam has already accepted these things, and he's already established that this is the meaning of the text.
But
So
that's
let's go with what let's
Then.
deal with what Islam is saying. And Quran, if you want to jump in some other time, or we could start the conversation with you once we're done with Islam, that's perfectly fine. But stop jumping in and disagreeing with things that have already been established, okay? You're wasting time.
okay. So I still haven't been able to give my full breakdown and my point. Like I say two words, then you cut me off, and you take it to this, and then
That's not true.
premise. I'm trying
That's
to
not
tell you.
true.
That
Well,
We've
this
let-
hold
that's
on,
not
hold
true.
on,
We've
hold
let
on.
you
Well, that's
finish.
your fault because you the one that brought in James the Just for no reason. So y'all
he brought up
went
first
off
century.
on a
I wasn't talking about
tangent
first
on
century.
James the Just. So stick to the. So now we're
Yeah,
bringing
James.
you back to the original topic. Hold on, Quran. We're bringing you
Forget
back
James the
to the original topic of what was the message from the first century that the followers of Jesus proclaimed that Allah helped them with.
So I would. Okay. No, let me break this down. So in the verse where it says in 355.
Remember, it's going to be dominant until the day of judgment. So we should see that same message today and dominant
that's
amongst the followers of Jesus.
I would say that
We can
that
go
is-
to the Tafsir of Ibn
If we
Abbas,
bring
Ibn
it-
Kathir, Al
I wanna start from-
Jalalain. Where would you like us to go?
Okay, so I want to say if we read 352 because this has context to this verse. Like you can't just isolate one verse and act like there's no context to it. So in 352 we see when Jesus sensed disbelief from his people, he asked, "Who will stand up with me for God?" The disciples said, "We will stand up for Allah. We believe in Allah, so bear witness that we have submitted." They prayed to Allah, our Lord. "We believe in your revelations and follow the messenger. So count us among those who bear witness." And then also we see in verse 56, "As for those who disbelieve, I will subject them to a severe punishment in this life and the hereafter, and they will have no helpers. As for those who believe and do good, they will be rewarded in full, and Allah does not like those wrongdoers." So I would say that the the followers of Jesus, they were rewarded in a spiritual sense and stuff like that, not in a military sense.
What was the message,
So again,
I'll be
that
out. Relax, brother.
that again disagrees with what the Tafsir say, because Jalalain says when he interprets the passage that this is in relation not only to argumentation but also in military might. So
You said
why
what
should we
tafsir
trust?
from who?
So why should we trust you over the two Jalals?
Wait, what tafsir? The tafsir on 355?
Yes.
You said who said that in the tafsir?
Tafsir al Jalalain, the two Jalals. Would you like me to look it up for you?
No, on my own time. I'll look over.
Bro, let's cut through the chase. Let's cut through the chase. What was the
would say
name?
the dominant
Hold on, Islam, because I'm tired of playing this song and dance. What was the name of Jesus's revelation?
The Injil.
Okay, the Injil, which means what?
Good news.
The good news, exactly. So the gospel, the good news was already prophesied to be preached. And since they are the followers of Jesus, they learned from Jesus, directly from Jesus. They would have went on to spread the good news, his message, correct?
Correct. The good news would have been the kingdom of God and the coming of
Okay,
another
now let me
prophet.
read you something. Let me read you something. Let me read you something. Because y'all don't know what the good news really is.
I do know what the good news is.
Hold on.
Bro, Islam, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Be quiet. Be quiet.
I'll tell you guys.
Both of y'all are running your heads, bro. Calm
All right,
down.
all right. Hold on.
61:6 tells you what
Hold
the
on
good
one
news
second.
Be
I want to
quiet.
tell you the good news. It's Albie, bro. 1 second.
is. I'll be too.
I just want to agree with Muslims on the stage. I think you Christians, honestly, are maybe not all there in the head. If you don't know what the good news is that God has won. I mean, what's wrong with you guys?
I was about about to say, anybody want to vote to drop Albie?
Very easy. The Torah, what's the law? God is one. What's the Zabur? God is one.
God is
What's
one.
the Quran?
God is one.
Absolutely. We all
God
say
is
that.
one.
Get it right, bro. Come on,
God
let's
is
get it
one.
right.
That's the one thing we all agree on this panel. God is one.
God is one. God
Okay.
is one.
Okay.
God is one.
Let's go over this real quick. Isaiah 52 verse 7. My Christian brothers and sisters know what I'm talking about. This is the suffering servant. Isaiah 52 verse 7. It says, "How delightful on the mountains are the feet of one who brings good news, who announces peace and brings good news of happiness, who announces salvation and says to Zion, your God reigns." This is the good news.
And we're not.
So?
If you pull it up in the Septuagint, right, it's mentioned in 6 different chapters. In Isaiah 40 twice. It's mentioned in this chapter. It's mentioned in Isaiah 61 verse 1. And the word is evangelio. Evangelio, which is literally the gospel, like you said.
Exactly. So this good
What's
news.
the point of this?
Hold on, Quran.
We
I'm about to
understand
tell
that-
you.
we
Be quiet.
understand-
Be quiet so you can learn something, bro. This good news didn't just pop up out of nowhere. This good news was prophesied in Isaiah 52. This is the suffering
Yes.
servant.
Jesus brought the good news. We agree with that.
Bro, if you cut me off one more time, I'm going to drop you. Just be quiet
What
so
the
you
heck
can
is
hear
that?
something. Isaiah
Can we
52.
progress?
Watch your head, bro. Got low ceilings. Isaiah 52, verse 7. Isaiah 61, as Albie pointed out. This good news was prophesied in Isaiah 52. We all know what's going to happen. He's the suffering servant. And Isaiah 53 is the next chapter after it. This is the crucifixion that the suffering servant was going to come and die for us. You gotta
disagree with
echo.
that.
You gotta echo. I mean, the good news.
The good news.
You gotta echo.
It's been
going on all day.
I mean, you gotta mute, man.
Yeah, this good news was prophesied. Islam, hold on, be quiet. Was prophesied that this suffering servant who was going to die for the sins of humanity, for everyone's grief, God put it on him to die on the cross. That's the good news. That is the good news. That is the gospel that you find in Isaiah 52, 53, 61. All of these events surrounding this suffering servant is the good news. This is why the apostles, whatever Jesus died and rose from the dead and went on, they would have went around spreading the good news of this suffering servant that came and took away the sins from humanity. And this is the message that your Allah proclaimed, that he will elevate the followers of Jesus over the disbelievers, and it will be dominant until the day of judgment. That's the good news.
I mean, I disagree with the suffering servant in Isaiah 53 being Jesus.
Thank you, Allah.
But you disagree,
I'll be-
but Allah agrees with it.
Bait you, Albie.
Allah agrees with it.
I don't think so.
Okay, so show me another message. Show me another message that's dominant amongst the followers of Jesus, that is not the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus until today. A dominant message. Show me one.
And he said that, and Allah said that he's going to help, he's going to give the prevailing hand to the believers of the message of Jesus in 61:14. So one of those believers was Paul. Unless Paul is stronger than Allah, it's
Paul's a
Allah who
pagan.
strengthened Paul.
Be quiet,
Paul is a
Quran.
pagan.
Quran, be quiet. Islam,
so look, this one-
Islam. Hold on. This all I want from you, bro. This all I want. Give me a different message that's dominant from the first century when Jesus was raising up, according to even you, that he was raising up and went to Allah. Ebionites. Ebionites. Go ahead, DJ Roll. This your specialty. Tell him about the Ebionites, DJ. Hold on.
Yeah.
DJ Roll. Islam, be quiet.
Hold on. The Ebionites. Where do you find the?
Can we? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Can we just drop Quran until we're done with Islam? Because this man just keep
Let
opening his mouth
Quran,
and
let
ruining.
Quran tag in for me. I'm about to go pray. I gotta pray.
Nah, watch
No,
your
you
head,
better not.
Quran. Watch your head, Quran. Go ahead, DJ. He said the Ebionites, DJ.
So before you pray, DJ gonna give you this belt.
Nah, bro. I said Ebionites, like, bro. Let me talk. Let me expand upon that. You asked one first century source.
Okay, make a quick point about the Ebionites. Go ahead.
So the question that the host asked was, name one group or anything in the first century that would have said that there's no dying and rising man God who came. And I said the Ebionites. That's all it was. I was gonna expand.
Okay, bring me one source. I mean, you're still.
Yo, I mean, come on, man.
Okay.
Bro, it's a gin in my microphone,
Bro, you still
what is
echoing, bro.
happening?
Islam, you got to bring me a source of the Ebionites when I can actually bring you tons of sources where the Ebionites and the Nazarenes and the Theodosians, every single group that believed in a Unitarian God but believed Jesus existed in the body and flesh, every single one of them believed he was unalive by crucifixion.
Not every single
All
one
of
of
the
them. I would say
sources I have
there's
read.
groups. Not every single one of them. I would say that from my understanding and things I've heard about the Ebionites, there were some that believed in that, but they didn't believe he was divine.
Nope.
There's some that, even if you believe that, look, even if you believe
No,
that
every single
Jesus,
group you gotta bring me a source. Every single group. We can go to Irenaeus, we can go to Eusebius. Every single group. We can go to Jerome. He talked about the Nazarenes. We could go to Cyprian.
Still echoing?
He's talked about. No, you're good. The Theodosians who believe Jesus wasn't God. Every single one. Every single group.
and you're saying
Believe that he was unalive by crucifixion.
okay, and the thing is though, this is the thing though, we have no problem. I forgot the exact Islamic scholars. If somebody earlier Christians would have believed that he was crucified, but he was not divine, there's no problem with that because they would have heard that from word of mouth. The
Yeah,
Ebionites
I
were
know.
not-
I know.
there's
I
no
know that's
problem.
what I know that's what Ibn Taymiyyah says. But you proclaim that the Ebionites, some of them didn't believe in the
They wouldn't-
crucifixion.
no, I said no. What I said was
I would like a source.
Hold on,
this is what I said.
Islam. You ready? Hold on, Islam. Islam.
Let
Stop.
him answer, bro.
This is the third time that your mouth has made a check that your butt cannot
Did you not
cash.
hear what host?
You said
Black Doctor,
specifically.
you weren't even there when
You
the
said
host
specific. I
asked.
was here. So close your mouth.
Host,
You
what did
keep doing this.
What
You
did you
keep
ask?
doing this. You
Host, what did
said that there was a group of Christians that did not believe that Jesus died and rose again. And you said the Ebionites when you were asked. We just showed that the Ebionites believed in the death and resurrection of Christ, and many believed that Jesus was adopted as God at his baptism. So they did believe in a dying and rising man God. You
DJ Roll,
keep
you did not
making
just
checks
say
that your butt cannot cash, bro.
DJ Roll, you
Just
said they
stop.
believed that he was crucified. DJ Roll did not say that they believed that the Ebionites believed he resurrected. They believed that he was crucified.
Let me hold on, everybody. Let me ask him one simple question. Let me ask you once, Islam. What religious text did the Ebionites follow?
I would have said they would have followed the Torah. And I don't know if they would have had the Gospels at that point. There was no physical written down Gospels that was.
No, they did.
They had the Gospel of Matthew.
They used the Gospel of Matthew, which proclaimed Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection. That's their religious text.
Again, word.
Where are they today? Where are they today? It's supposed to be until the day of the resurrection. It's a dumb argument.
I'm gonna say this.
Right, I agree. But even then, the Ebionites worshipped Christ on Sunday, the same day that the other Christians did, because they believed that that Sunday was the day that Christ rose from the dead.
Exactly.
Where do you get that from? That's all Ebionites.
That's all Ebionites.
Where do you get that from?
Eusebius.
The church fathers, the only ones that ever record about them The only way you know about the Ebionites is from the church fathers. When the church fathers are supposed to be like the disbelievers, but Islam, I really need you to grab a source because I know where you get these sources from, and they just straight up lie about these sources. When we read them in context, in fact, it shows the Ebionites did believe in the crucifixion and the resurrection. So I need you to find a source.
Like
It
Islam,
amazes me.
bro.
It amazes
If I could give you some advice, one piece of advice before Albie takes over, stop relying on hearsay and stop asserting things based on hearsay. Whenever you hear one of your quote unquote brothers saying something to you about our beliefs, ask them to put their money where their mouth is. Ask them for sources. Make them prove it. If not, you're gonna do exactly what you did here. Continue to make claims to Christians who actually know what they're doing, and you're gonna continue to embarrass yourself. Stop doing it. Go ahead, Albie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, bringing up a people, right, a small majority of people that disagreed with what the church believed still does not help their cause. Of course, there's going to be people that disagree with many different doctrines. However, what was the prevailing doctrines over the centuries, over and over again, from one generation to the next generation, that Allah strengthened until today? It's always been the death, burial, resurrection of Christ, in whom the early Christians worship. So either Allah is a liar and did not help the Christian, and therefore the Christians were helped by the true God, or he mistakenly helped start the greatest religion known to mankind without realizing it.
Exactly. So you keep saying Algebra, but this is something that you have to deal with Islam.
I'm trying to.
If Tawheed, hold on, you keep running your mouth and you're not listening.
Talk, bro.
If Tawheed never got out of the first century, then that means Allah failed. If Tawheed never got out of the followers of Jesus' lips, then Surah 355 and Surah 61:14 goes rotten because the message did not prevail against those who disbelieve. They were supplanted by apparently for you heresy.
No, I mean, let me ask you this, Black Doctor BD, before I leave, because I still haven't been able to tell my full point, because I said the message that Jesus gave, which we find in Surah 61 verses 6 about the good news and the coming of a messenger. I would say that that's what was spread, but also there were Jews who migrated to Medina and they were awaiting a prophet, and the Jews at that time who accepted Islam, such as I think his name is Abdul Ibn Salaman. I would say that they would have accepted the Messiah, most likely would have accepted the Messiah, and they would have been true followers of Christ because they accepted the prophet, peace be upon him.
This is skipping 6 centuries away from what Muhammad is actually talking about in the Quran. So you said we didn't let you finish the explanation of Surah 355 about the first century. You didn't go to the first century. So here, let's talk about a part about what you said. You said that the message of Jesus in the first century would be the coming of a messenger whose name is Ahmad. So where in the first century do we get any prophecy of Jesus mentioning a man to come after him whose name is Ahmad?
We're in the first century. Well, everything that Jesus said was not written. I mean, I'm pretty sure your books even says that. And just because historically things can be lost.
No. Let's stop here. Stop again. You keep talking out of your mouth. Our Bible doesn't say that everything that Jesus said is not written. The text says that everything that Jesus did is not able to be contained in all the books of the world. But everything that he said that is important is written down. So again, where does Jesus prophesy Ahmed? Because you said this was the message that is in the first century that the followers of Jesus would have been proclaiming. So what did they proclaim? What did they spread? What's the prophecy?
They would have been spreading that the kingdom of God is one, and there'd be another messenger coming.
Prove it. Give us a source. I'm sorry I have to make you prove your freaking claims.
Oh man.
I got to be honest with you. Islam is the truth. This religion has you cooked, man. like I said, we looked at their arguments, and we can't. I mean, we can't even find Islam get off the ground.
You
Like
can, but the thing is, you're
either
asking
they
for like
believe.
show me in a book where
Hold
it
on.
says this.
Let me finish this.
DJ.
Hold on.
Hold on, DJ.
Wait.
Just hold him to the point because he's frustrated and he wants to find a way of escape. Don't let him.
No,
I'm
no,
not
I
finding
won't.
a way
No,
to
I won't.
escape. I said I
We
believe
can't
it.
even like to the point of 61:6. You said good news. We can't even find Islam get off the ground. Like this is the point. Like find us a first century source for
Bro,
this
the thing is, you
supposed
can,
messenger
bro,
to
you have
come.
your own
What
interpretation.
source do you accept then? Do
You
you
have your
accept the
own
Quran? Do you
interpretation.
accept the Bible? What source do you
Give us a
accept?
source from
Wait,
the
wait, 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 wait.
first
We gotta,
century.
we gotta, we gotta establish what source do you want beforehand, because
Any
We've
our
source.
already
sources,
told you,
our sources is legit, but you,
Abdullah. Hold on.
They just accept the Bible.
Everybody
That's all they
keeps
accept.
doing this. So Islam, again, dude, we asked you a question. You keep saying this is the message. Give us a source from the first century to even get this argument off the ground. Where did the followers of Jesus proclaim the stuff that you're talking about?
You want a source? I mean,
DJ is right, bro.
it's like what? It's like what source do you like? You want a source from the Bible? You want early church fathers? Like,
We want a source from the first century that says what you said. The requirement is that it comes from a follower of Jesus, and the second requirement is that it comes from the first century. We've made it abundantly clear what we're asking for. Can you provide what we're asking for, friend?
This is tough.
no, I would say right now that I would have to go and do I would have to prepare better to bring you.
Let me keep your preparation up.
That's all. Yeah,
Let me help your preparation because there isn't any.
I'll find it.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I know you're gonna reject different parables about the kingdom of God. You're gonna reject certain things. So I was like, I'll go and do deeper research and stuff like that. So then I have it written.
I don't reject parables about the kingdom of God. I know what Jesus actually said. So are you so hold on. Hold on.
So it's
Are those parables from Jesus?
I would sit there and say that the parables, are they everything Jesus said?
Are they from Jesus?
For the most part, yes. Some of the parables, like
where do you get those parables of Jesus from?
You get them from the New Testament.
Right, and the New Testament written by whom?
I don't know, anonymous authors.
So why are you getting how can you get, for example, hold on, Islam.
Oh my goodness.
How are you getting apparently reliable stuff about Jesus from people who you don't know?
How?
Because you're the one who said they're anonymous, not me.
Correct. So I know you've heard this argument. I just watched your debate with Nas, and you know the argument of there are some truths in the New Testament, and there are certain things that are false. So whatever aligns with this line.
Here let's go through Anas's argument, because I asked Anas the same question, and he absolutely fumbled on this. So I'm going to ask you the same question.
I don't think he fumbled at all.
Without the Quran, for example, in the 5th century, how would a Christian know what parts of his Bible are corrupt and not corrupt?
I feel like he would have to check in with the teachings of the Torah, of the unity of God being unipersonal and things like that.
So you would have to check with the previous scriptures.
I would say that
the previous scriptures, the Torah, are the judge over the New Testament, right?
So let me restate that. If somebody, let's say, was born in the 5th century and that all they knew was the New Testament, that's all they knew. They were never taught about. They were only taught Trinity. That's all they were taught.
I didn't say that was all they knew. I said was because a 5th century Christian would not just have the New Testament, would they?
Right, they would have the Old Testament, but there's also different sects of Christianity. Different sects of Christianity, though.
So
were they not Unitarians in the 5th century?
So now, no, they weren't. No, there weren't.
Unitarians.
The Arians were long gone and long dead. So I'm going to ask the question again, because you're still making checks that your butt can't cash. Especially if I asked you, what are all the apparent quote unquote sects in the 5th century, you wouldn't be able to tell me either one of them because there
Ask
weren't
you,
any.
but the thing is, I asked you, right?
Yeah,
Let me explain.
and the question was there aren't any.
So in the 5th century, just so let me to clarify,
The
in the
Aryans
5th
died
century,
out in
so there was only 10.
the Aryans died out in the 4th due to infighting. They fled to the north, began infighting after the Aryan resurgence, and were destroyed for their own in their own fighting.
And not a single one
So
of them
they
survived that would have made it to the 5th century, or their
nope,
teachings would have survived to the 5th century. Not a
nope,
single one.
nope.
I'll have to go look at that. I'll take your word for it for now, but I'll have to go look at that. So in the 5th century, there was only
So I'm
Trinitarians.
gonna ask the
All right, Islam,
question
like
again.
we just going around and round and round with him, man. He can't provide
I
no.
already said I have to go
You
through
can't.
my
You don't have no
That's
sources.
why I'm trying to get him to this question because he keeps running around it.
No one's running
Because
around.
the 5th century Christians had the Old and New Testaments, you said that you would test the authenticity of the New Testament by the Old Testament, right?
And I said, let me further explain what I meant by that.
Just go ahead and do it instead of making checks that your butt can't cash. Finish it.
So if somebody in the 5th century, a 5th century Christian who, are you saying that they believed in the Trinity at that time? Is that what you're saying? So I could just understand how to explain this.
It's just a 5th century Christian and about the validity of the text.
Okay, so what they would do is I don't know, man, to be honest. Keep it a bug.
Thank you. Just say I don't know, bro.
I don't know.
Because what you had originally said is a good answer, but it destroys Islam and it destroys the position that you Ananas had made, because the authority over the present revelation is not future revelation but previous revelation. If you have to test the validity of the New Testament by the Old Testament, then by that same standard, it is the New Testament and the Old Testament that is the authority over the Quran. Your standard is worthless. Your standard is worthless.
I retracted that statement, so that's not the
Yeah,
case.
I know. That's why you retracted your statement, because that statement is worthless. Now you just gone to the argument of I don't know. If you don't know the standard, then you can't properly say that the Injil is corrupted. For example, because you have no evidence in order to demonstrate that the Torah or the Injil are corrupted.
God bless you, Sister
How would a
Connie.
first century Christian
God
even
bless you.
know that his text is corrupted?
In that live that I watched the debate with you and Ennis, I seen somebody put in a super chat about Dialogue with Trifo 73, where Justin Martyr is saying that the Jews were corrupting the text messages.
Justin Martyr, if you listen to my response in that, Justin Martyr says that the Jews are attempting to change their manuscripts in his vicinity, not the entire Torahs that are all over the world.
Okay, then how about in Jeremiah 8:8?
Stop trying to find ways of escape that have already been refuted in the very thing that you're looking for. That's not even what I asked. I asked you about the Injil. If you don't have any standard to know what is corrupted and what isn't, how would you even know? How would a first century Christian even know that the Injil is corrupted in the first place?
I guess they wouldn't know.
Exactly.
I guess they wouldn't know, man. And
So the entire claim.
But now they know, though.
So the entire claim to get out of the plain words of the New Testament, the plain words of the followers of Jesus, this ad hoc argument of, well, the text is corrupted, so allow me to pick and choose, is bogus. It's bogus. It's bogus. So here we have, this is what you have to deal with. To the topic, the Quran says that the followers of Jesus and their message will be victorious until the day of resurrection. Just as DJ and Albi said, if you can't get the Islamic message of Jesus even off the ground, then that means the verses in question, Surah 61:14 and Surah 355, have gone rotten. Either Allah is a failure because he failed to get his message off the ground in the first century, or he is a liar where he promised to allow this message to be victorious until the day of resurrection, but he intentionally lied, let the disciples get run down apparently by Paul and the other Trinitarians, and didn't say a single peep for 600 years until Muhammad came around
That's
to
what you
say
think, though.
out of nowhere, oh hey, your book's been corrupted. Here's the updated version.
But Black
Even
Doc,
though
even
Allah
then,
promised that He would let it
but
survive.
Black Doc,
That's your opinion.
even then, he's still wrong because he said that he was going to elevate that message from then until the day of judgment. So even then, he's
Elevate it.
still
even
wrong.
now, and even now, Islam is still not the dominant religion.
It is.
Christianity
No, it's
still
not.
is.
Islam is literally on a verge to becoming the biggest religion by 2050.
Okay, but still, that means that he didn't keep his Islam.
It's still
Listen,
not the dominant religion.
it still wasn't the dominant message from Jesus' time. It still wasn't dominant message from Jesus' time until
Are
today.
you guys Catholic? Are you guys Catholic? Because a majority of Christians are Catholic, and that's what.
Watch your head. Get out of here. Tired of going through the same thing.
Missing the point. You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop trusting these dollar guys on TikTok, man.
I told
It is insane.
him. I told
I mean,
him.
I was gonna say earlier, like, if they say they spiritually help them become uppermost, how can you even be spiritually uppermost if you can't even get your like proper beliefs off the ground? Like me and Black Doctor have like studied that every single group that believed he had a body believed he was like crucified. And if you were to find a random text, because let's be honest, the church fathers have like millions of pages of writings. If we were to find a random group that believed that he wasn't God and he wasn't crucified, still that wouldn't help them because there's supposed to be help above the disbelievers. The message is supposed to be spread above the disbelievers. So even if you were to find a small random group, it wouldn't even help you anyways. But
Exactly.
still, we can't find any beliefs, any proper Islamic groups, and it's supposed to be the disciples of Christ.
I have a thing here because this doesn't make any sense. DJ, you asked the right question. How can you be spiritually uppermost when you're being wiped out? What is the last apparent Muslim supposed to say when he's defeated in an argument or when a sword is run through him? Oh, you might have defeated me, but I have the moral high ground. How is the moral high ground going to help you when your religion is wiped out?
Exactly. We got Fam Noor on the panel.
Hey, really quick though, I just want to say something, right? Because notice that Islam stopped by Spain and then it was pushed back. And how many years did it take? And it was fought by the sword. But the message of Jesus, by 60 AD, the whole known world already heard the gospel. And people were converting in the masses until finally the empire was converted, and all through peace. I mean, bro, if you want to talk about a failure of a God, it's Allah. He's a failure, which is why he couldn't even get his message across by the sword. 124,001 prophets, and finally the last prophet is like, you know what, by the sword, and he still couldn't do it. Bro, this is a massive failure. I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah.
I think you are a disgusting human being, and you are a failure.
Who? Hold on. Fam Noor.
You are disgusting. You are disgusting.
No problem. Allah thinks it's
Watch your hijab. Watch your hijab.
Watch your hijab. Hey, don't worry, you're in good company because Allah feels the same way that the Jews and the Christians are the worst of the creatures.
Exactly.
So I'm glad you're following after your Allah that allows boys or men to mount their 6-year-old wives.
I have never seen someone be so patient to cry that hard.
She was up here for 30 minutes just to say, I think y'all are disgusting human beings.
I don't like your face.
CRG, what's up?
What's going on?
What up, man?
What's going on, y'all?
You a Muslim?
Ain't nothing.
I did.
Yeah, I am, but not the one that y'all, not the way y'all. I don't take all them hadiths and all that cap stuff.
So you Quran only?
Yes, 100%.
You're not NOI, are you?
It's even worse for you.
No, I'm not NOI because I'm black.
I'm just asking. I run.
No, I'm messing with you. I'm a troll too, bro. But no, I'm not. I'm not NOI. I actually, majority of my life I was Christian. I grew up in a Christian family, so I get the Christian beliefs and all that. You feel me? And
What's the gospel?
about me, I do not like when we talk about religion and God and all that. It's supposed to be peaceful. Not saying y'all not peaceful. Not saying y'all are. But I'm not here to argue or any of that. I'm only here to talk truth. You feel me? So one thing I will say when it comes to the Quran is Isa and Jesus is not the same entity at all.
We agree.
They lived in two different time periods. So for people,
hold on. What do you mean two different time periods?
Okay.
When did Isa exist? When did Isa exist to you?
He existed during Musa's time. Moses' time.
That's the slip up of your Quran. You're proving how your Quran is false.
I don't consider it a slip up. You can,
it is,
and that's okay. You can.
Okay, so hold on. Slow down. Hold on. So I can barely hear you, Albie. What you say?
I'm like, ask him to break down 61:6 of the Quran.
I mean,
we about to get there. Believe me, we're about to get there. So, do you know that we have historical records of when Jesus lived? Historically, outside of the Bible.
I know you guys have historic records. Yes.
So if the Quran places Jesus or Isa because you remember he's supposed to be born of a virgin and he's supposed to have his mother is supposed to be Miriam, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but if they are born in the time of Moses, that's a 1,500-year gap to where now that Isa character is anachronistic, placed back into a time period where he doesn't supposed to be.
Why isn't he supposed to be there?
Because historically we can verify. Because historically we can verify who Jesus was and when he lived, around what time. We can verify this with evidence with historians.
I can give you my stance on it. I respect your stance, and I get it. Like you have a 100%
Appreciate the super
reason
chat.
to believe everything that you're believing. You feel me? Based on your belief. I do not believe that is factual history. Me personally, right? But I understand that you believe that is the actual history.
So what do you know? What do you know about history that the actual historians that actually study these things? What do you know about history that they don't?
Can I answer it how I want to answer it?
I'm asking you. You can answer it however way you want.
Okay, bet.
Brace for impact.
Me personally, this is how I look at it. When it comes to scholars and these historians, Allah even tells us that they distort things, right? So like I'm gonna make y'all like me a little bit right now. So the Muslim scholars, I don't listen to them because they lie. 100% they lie. They talk about things that is not in the Quran and they contradict the Quran 24/7 and add their own little stuff to it. So if I was to take their what they say, because like I said, in the Quran, Isa is the nephew of Musa, right? And Miriam is the sister of Musa. So when they saying Jesus coming back and all this stuff about Jesus, when clearly there are two different entities, they're two different time periods, then I can't trust these scholars, right? I can't trust these hadiths, which they say is the history of Prophet Muhammad. I don't believe that's Prophet Muhammad that are in those hadiths. Now, when it comes to Christian scholars, I do not believe their history on certain things. And I have one question. Can we agree or disagree that history is not 100% truthful?
Well, no.
Really quick.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I've just been listening for a little bit. I just have one question. I'm gonna mute up for a bit. We don't have to take, the whole historical narrative thing 100% the way that you think we're gonna take it. We can just ask questions from the Quran and then juxtapose that against history. One of the things that I'm confused about is if Jesus was around during the same time as Moses, then why does the Quran place him in the time of Christianity?
I mean, he doesn't place him in the time of Christianity.
So, for instance, when it's talking about like the okay, for instance, chapter 7, verse 157, when it says,
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull my book out real quick.
there's a couple of ones I can
No,
give
I
you.
just want to read with you because I mean I know you probably finna go to verse to verse to verse. I'd rather read with you.
Yeah.
I got a Bible too.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got. You said 7:157, right?
Yep.
All right, 1 second. I'm going upstairs, man.
Hey, what version of the Quran you read? Hafs, Warsh, Kalun?
I mean, I don't really get into all that. You feel me? Because what I've realized is it's all the same. It's all the same message.
The NIV version.
The NIV version of the Quran.
No, ain't no NIV version. But it is. I will say this. These Sunnis and Shiites, they have corrupted the translation. Yes, they don't believe in the translation that the Quran says. I will say that. They said 7:157 on there now.
Yep. It's gonna place the Jews and the Christians.
Hey, is that me staticking? Do y'all hear that? Or is it, maybe it's just me? I don't know.
When they come after you, man, the Christians will take you in.
Who you talking to?
He's talking to you.
Nah, I know you right. I'm good on this side. I respect y'all.
Well, I know you are. You're in the West, bro. But I'm telling you, man, when it happens, though, we got you, bro. Our houses are open. We got you like Aunt Frank.
Bro, you're hilarious. All I know is on the day of judgment, we all gonna see the truth. You feel me? As long as, bro, we just gotta all do good, bro, and guide people. Well, no, we can't guide nobody, but you know, tell people our truth. You feel me? Like I think I'm right, y'all think y'all right, but I'm not arrogant. You feel me? That's the worst thing you could be. But no, I'm reading this with you, bro.
Yeah. So this verse is talking specifically about Muhammad, but it says something really interesting because it says that Muhammad can be found in those previous scriptures, and it specifically identifies those scriptures as the Torah and the Injil. Now, here's the problem. We know also, according to the Quran, that Isa was given the Injil, and then obviously Musa was given the Torah.
Of course.
But the problem is when we analyze, like, okay, well, if that is the case, that Isa was given the Injil, like, what is the time frame on that? Like, he was given the Injil.
So this is how.
When?
Okay, so this is how me reading these Quranic verses and stuff, how I came to this conclusion. And I could be wrong, but I do know that Miriam is older than Musa, for sure, because she was watching him in the river, pretty much. And if we take that,
No.
right?
Okay. So what I'm saying is this, just to be succinct about it. There's two things that we can say about this. If the Quran says that Isa was given the Injil, we know that the Injil was given to the disciples. I mean, to Jesus' disciples, which in the Quran, Jesus'
Well, no,
disciples.
the Injil was given. Not to cut you off, but the Injil was given specifically to Isa. That's
I know, but it was written down by his disciples. It had to.
That's who. But we don't know. But we don't know. That's something that it doesn't.
Okay, well then watch
we don't
this.
know that.
Who wrote it down then?
We don't know if it was written or
No,
not.
the verse.
But I would say, huh? Go ahead.
Hold on. The verse I took you to. This is why.
One of y'all got some static. I'm not sure who it is.
Is it me?
Hold on. Let me mute you. Let me mute you real quick. Say something. I mean.
Yeah. Hello.
It's every time y'all talk.
We got no static on here.
Yeah, it's on YouTube for some reason. Hold on. Let me I'm a disconnect. Maybe it's the app. I'm a disconnect and then I'm gonna connect it back.
It is, bro. I know what it is. I think you're hearing a bell and you're receiving revelation.
Yeah, I might. Hold on, y'all. Let me go ahead and talk, but it's
Yeah.
it's something every time y'all talk, I'm getting feedback. For some
Was it
reason.
chapter 7, verse 157?
I don't know what that is. I never heard it before. It didn't happen till recently.
Oh, you talking about his name is, you saying it say his name is written in there?
There you go.
Or does it say their description, his description is found in the Torah? And yeah.
That never happened before. I don't know why that happened like that.
Okay. Yeah. So it says يجدونه مكتوبا عندهم في التوراة والإنجيل. So he's found.
In there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's found written. Maktuban means written. So he's found written in
I'll
those
take your
books.
word for it.
Okay. So I mean, you can look it up.
No.
Even if you go on.
Definitely listen. I'm the type of person. I'm gonna look it up, but for argument's sake, I would take your word for it. I don't have a problem with the Injil being written down.
Okay. Well. Here's the thing, though. Even if you want to say that it wasn't written by Jesus's disciples, or that's fine. The fact of the matter is, it was written. It had to have been written down after Jesus received the revelation.
Yeah, I don't know
So
what
here's
that
the
was.
problem. There's two things, and this is why Word is saying that this situation is anachronistic, because we know historically that the Injil was given to Christians. Like, I mean, that the Injil
So it
was
given.
held by Christians.
See,
It was.
okay. Hold on. Not to cut you off, but let's stop saying, right, that such and such was given to Christians. Like the Quran wasn't given to Muslims, it was given to Prophet Muhammad, just like the Injil was given to Isa. There was no Christians before.
But who was it to guide? Who was it to guide? What was the purpose of these revelations?
I mean, let's take it one step at a time.
Well, no, because this hits the point of the argument. Who was these revelations for?
Okay, you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Injil was for the children of Israel.
Okay, so that means that it was given to them,
as well as the Torah.
So it was given to them.
The Torah was for everybody, but it came to Moses.
But CRG, it was given to them for the purpose of them to lead them back from going astray. Correct?
I would say in simpler terms, it was given to Isa to
for who?
Let me finish. I got you. To tell the children of Israel the good news.
Okay, so it was for them.
Yes.
Okay, so it was, and so
the Injil. I guess you could say yes, it was for them. Yes.
Okay, so now, okay, so Amin, go ahead and finish and. Like you were saying that it was given to the Christians. It was for the Christians.
Why would it be Christians? You can't really say Christians.
Bro, it's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm just saying that the children of Israel were not Christians before Isa came.
Okay, bro, it's fine, man. The point that I'm trying to make.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Nah. I'm gonna explain what I mean. But go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is this: you want to call them Christians or not is irrelevant. These are for the people who followed Christ. You don't want to call them Christians. You want to call them what the Quran calls them in the Surah.
No, I wouldn't even call them. I wasn't calling them anything.
Okay, but this is the point that I'm trying to make. The Quran calls them that. It calls them in the Surah. And some people, some Muslims say that it comes from the word insar, which means helpers. So if you want to say that, okay, just call them Nasara, or you can call them Christians, or you can call them helpers, is irrelevant, because historically we know that these people were disciples of Christ. They were followers of Christ. So here's the question that I'm asking you, and it's twofold. The first problem that makes this anachronistic is that anywhere you look, we know that those who followed Christ, those who followed him. Now, if you want to say Jesus and Isa are two different people, okay, fine, whatever. The fact of the matter is they had a book, which was the Injil. And we know this because of chapter 10, verse 94. If you want to read that, you can.
No,
But
that's
just take my
cool. That's
word
cool.
for
That's what I'm
it.
saying.
It,
At the
it
end of the
said,
day, I'm okay
it's,
with that.
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So
Yeah.
it's telling Muhammad, if you're in doubt, ask the people who have the scriptures before you.
Yeah, I know that
So,
verse.
right, okay. So that's the first part. We know that whoever those people were, they existed at a particular time, 2,000 or really 4,000 years after Moses. The second problem is that in chapter 4, verse 157, it says that Jesus was not crucified,
Boxing analyst,
nor was he
appreciate the sub.
unalived, but it was made to appear so. So it says,
Yeah, that's
what is
a
it?
famous verse.
Right.
Everybody know that
Okay.
verse.
Okay. Now here's the problem. Crucifixion did not exist at the time of Moses.
Correct.
Crucifixion existed at the time when the Romans invented it. Maybe like I think it existed maybe like 100 or 200 years BC or something like that. But during the time of Christ, this was the preferred method of execution under a Roman government.
Okay, let me
If the
stop you right
Quran
here.
is saying,
Not there. Let's just stop right there because you said a lot. Let's stop at the crucifixion part, right?
sure.
So let's just like I'm doing. Let's all have an open mind, open heart right now, right? So, for instance, the Creator. I'm just gonna say the Creator. I'm not gonna say God, Allah, nothing. I'm gonna say the Creator. If the Creator knew that people would say Isa and Jesus is the same person, do you find the wisdom in it that he says he was not crucified, even though that Isa was never even like
No,
You
it's
get what I'm
because of the
saying?
last part.
But do you get what I'm saying?
It's no, I understand what you're saying. You're
Okay.
saying because God is omniscient, that he knows everything, that he's saying that
He
in the
knows
year
people
in
gonna
the year
say.
one, right, in the year 33 AD, 35 AD, people are gonna understand that, this Jesus character who was
No.
not Isa.
You going before. You know the Quran came after
No,
the
I know. That's the
so
point I'm
it's not
making.
a before, it came
I know.
after. So he
I
already knows what's going on.
I know. You're saying that because the Christians will mistake Jesus for Isa, they'll think that Isa is Jesus. So he had to put that in there to say, no, Jesus was not crucified.
Yeah, it's not
I get
even.
what you're
I mean,
saying.
it's not even. But it's not just Christians that
Hold
think
on, D-Money.
it's the Muslims that think that
No,
too.
I know, but this is why I said you got to keep reading. The second clause, it says, but it was made to appear so. So someone else was crucified. So now the
I
problem
mean,
remains.
that's no. That is definitely an assumption.
No, what do you
It
mean?
doesn't
وَلَكِنْ
mean
شُبِهَ لَهُمْ.
that's like the Hadith folks and Tafsir folks and all that. Like
Yeah, they put the opinion.
it's nothing that says that that's a theory.
That's a
No,
theory. Yeah. It's the main theory. They put somebody
Give me a
else's
second.
face, but he could have been put to sleep and woke
I
back
know.
up. Also,
I know. Just give me a second.
Wait, you know how
Guys,
Abraham was put in the fire?
What?
my
They just
God,
put Jesus to
please,
sleep.
guys.
Come on,
sorry
man.
about that, brother. I mean, hey, listen, I enjoy listening to both of y'all brothers. I have much respect for y'all, so my bad.
No, it's cool. So,
I mean, if I'm cutting you off too much or something, just let me know because I'm not.
I'm
okay.
so the reason why it's because I gotta go in like 5 minutes. The reason why I'm bringing this up to you is because, for instance, if I say, God forbid, CRG, I'm not even going to use you because I like you. Let's say, God forbid, Word was hit by a no, just playing.
Dang, I mean, you don't like me, bro. You want me
That's
to get
crazy, bro. And y'all supposed to be worshiping the word of God. And
No,
everything,
man.
bro. Y'all
He's just playing, bro. He's playing. He's playing.
So okay, so if I say Johnny didn't get hit by a car, but it was made to appear so, nobody would be like, oh well, he got hit by like or he got burned by fire or something like that. No, like everybody would say, oh, okay, well, somebody else that looks like Johnny got hit by a car, but Johnny didn't get hit by a car. The problem that I'm
But
bringing to you
that's
is
different. I'm gonna tell you why it's different. It's only different because of the Quranic timeline in the biblical timeline. Because in the Quranic timeline, of course, he didn't get crucified or killed. Because it says killed or crucified. So killed, I believe during Easter time, they tried to kill him, right? And I'm sorry to say that. I forgot I'm on TikTok. Unalive. My bad. And in the biblical sense, he was crucified. So we know that didn't happen because he wasn't even alive during the Roman times in the Quran. So, like,
but that's the point that I'm trying to make.
I get your example, but it just
But the
doesn't correlate.
but the point that I'm trying to tell you is that the Quran, it never says Jesus, or the Arabic term that Christians call him is Yeshua. It always calls him by Isa, and from your own admission, Isa is not Yeshua. So the problem still remains.
I mean, it's not
the
a
point I'm trying to
problem,
make.
but it's not a problem for me. I'm gonna tell you my deep dive research, right? My deep dive research.
By the way, I'm gonna mute up for a second, guys. Sorry, I got to take care of something. But you can take over.
Nah, you good.
Okay.
I got you. I mean,
I was just about to say my deep dive research when I tried to look at these timelines biblically in the Quranic. Of course, in the Bible, Miriam is the sister of Aaron and Moses, right? And then also there is a Joshua in the Old Testament. What I believe is Joshua is the true person, Isa, whatever you want.
it's not about what you believe. We believe.
No.
I mean, you can believe what. I mean, so hold on. I get what you're saying, CRG.
Okay, my bad.
I get what you're saying, bro. But then you'll have to, because there are genealogies in the Bible. They let you know whose mother was who, whose father was who, what tribe they came from. Then now you're gonna have to find us where Miriam gave birth to Joshua.
No. I know. That's why I was finna explain. I'm not over here saying it's 100% true. I'm just saying there's a Joshua in the Old Testament, and this Joshua came for the children of Israel. And what I believe is that they took his story, made the Jesus story, and they downplayed his story in the Old Testament.
I think I know where this is also.
That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
It follows the Quran, though.
That doesn't follow, bro.
It doesn't follow I can't really. You don't have to believe it. You feel me? I'm not here to make you believe it.
No. I'm wondering why you believe that.
No, I said when I did a deep dive of the Bible to see if I can find Isa within the Bible, Joshua is what came up. Yeshua, the same.
I think you guys are having
because that's one of the most common names back then. It was a very common name. There was more Yeshuas than just the Joshua that we know from the Old Testament. Yeah, that's the Hebrew name.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hebrew, and then Aramaic, and then Arabic.
Okay, so this is the problem. Now, this is why it's anachronistic, because so you're saying that the Torah and the Injil was revealed, right, within the same time frame?
Yeah, in the Quran, I'm gonna say this. In the Quran, the messengers came in succession.
But you remember Moses came before Jesus.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
so
okay.
in between, hold on, D Money, hold on. So in between Jesus and Moses, because they're uncle and nephew, right? And y'all believe that I don't know what you believe, but most Muslims tell us, well, the Torah got corrupt. That's why he sent the Injil. So are you saying that the Torah got corrupt within 20, 30 years, that they had to reveal, that Allah now had to reveal the Injil to Isa?
No, I'm not saying it. No. I'm not saying it. So
who's saying I'm talking?
That's what Muslims say, that the Torah got corrupted, so that's why they had to reveal the Zabur. Now the Zabur got corrupted, that's why they revealed the Injil.
It don't say it's been corrupted, host. It just says they went astray.
I know, but this is what Muslims tell us, D Money. I know.
It says that they
Oh yeah,
changed.
you know the.
It says that they changed the scriptures with their hands. They
See?
No,
tried
but
what
that's
they
in
did.
the general sense. But that's in the general sense. But
No,
at the same time,
but
brother,
that's what
you
corrupt
talking about
some is.
275, two something.
He's talking
279,
about
279.
275 through 79.
No, 279.
Okay, that I hear what you're saying, CRG. But there are other verses. I'm sure the host knows that supports the scripture. It says, So my thing is, if I already got this Bible, I may not need this Quran. But see,
Let me finish
but
answering the question, because we
yeah, my
going
bad.
away. We going away. He asked me,
Why do you believe
he
that it
asked,
was
okay,
Jesus or
I
that it
don't
was corrupt?
believe, yeah. So you said 20, 30 years that the Injil came because the Torah was corrupt. That's not my stance at all.
Exactly.
My stance is the Injil came after the Torah, like soon after the Torah, and basically told the children of Israel, the Torah is what it is. And I'm gonna tell you why, because even when Moses went away, all the people that was following him before for 40 days, they started worshiping all kind of stuff.
They started
Right?
worshiping a
So
cow.
what I'm telling you is, yes,
You
they
know those
did need
people.
another
You know
messenger.
those people died, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it shows that humans are
Moses
they
literally unalived them when he came down. You know that, right? So those people wasn't around no more.
Says, I mean,
but it's a metaphor for how
No, it's not a
humans can break.
metaphor.
It
This
shows
is what
how
happened.
No, I don't consider it a metaphor. I mean, I
Look,
don't know what
Quran.
This is
No,
what
it
happened.
happened, but it shows you. It's not a metaphor, but it shows you how easily we are led astray. That's why God keeps giving us second chances with the Injil.
But
right, and the Israelites, the children of Israel back
But
then,
the Torah
they had-
wasn't even revealed yet. At that time, he was just getting the revelation on the mountain. So it wasn't.
No, I know.
Okay,
He
so it
came
didn't
back.
have time to get corrupted yet. From your example.
But I never said. You didn't hear what I said.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
say. I never said. Listen,
That's
I
my
ain't never,
fault.
you excuse. Hold on, bro. I never said that it was corrupted when the Injil came. I never said that. I only used an example of how fast and quick these people go astray when they don't have a prophet to help them and all that kind of stuff.
But they did.
They came. All the prophets came in succession.
But they did.
No,
Moses, according to you, hold on, Goose. Hold on, Salim. Hold on, Goose. According to you, CRG, Moses and Isa was alive at the same time.
See, and that's another thing, right? I won't necessarily say they were alive at the same time, but they were.
Do you
in
know how
the
long
same
Moses
time
lived?
period.
Do you know how long Moses lived?
No, I don't know 100% because
He was
I
100.
don't believe. The thing is, I don't believe in the history that we are being told, so I don't really go by those numbers. But I do know he was alive for a long time.
Well, you just going off of your own understanding, bro. This is all you're doing. You're reading the text. You're going off of your own understanding. You're saying that this history is corrupt. This history is corrupt. I'm my own prophet or messenger, and I can interpret these scriptures as I want. Who else have your same ideology that thinks like you? You're making up your own thing.
No, I'm not.
For
Me
the
knowing,
past
you got to
20 minutes,
understand
y'all
this.
have
Hold
just
on.
engaged in a bout of complete and utter speculation.
And that's
we
what I
haven't,
was saying.
we haven't even
Let me-
gotten
let
to the
me-
topic.
Let me.
The only thing he did was throw away all history, and we're supposed to trust his interpretation of the text as if it's true.
It's not about that.
which he can't even establish. So
Okay, bro.
what are we doing here?
See, this is why I like peaceful conversation. I'm not here to argue, and I said this was. I didn't say this was factual. And when it comes to Moses' age, that is not my salvation. You feel me?
You know what? But the thing what we're doing, CRG, we're questioning your epistemology on how do you derive to the truth of what you believe in. And from what all I'm hearing is, I just believe this. I just believe. Yes, this is the whole. This whole thing we've been going around is the reason why you believe these things. This is why these
But you
questions.
never asked me why I believe the Quran is from the God, though.
No, I'm not talking about the Quran. I'm talking about what you believe about how Jesus and Moses lived together, and these scriptures got revealed because of this. And Joshua is
Well, you
really
asked me a
Jesus.
question. I told you I
This
don't
is what
have that
you.
answer.
This is what we're saying. He always call when I'm on stream.
This has just been an exercise of gibberish.
Of course. But that's what I said before. When he asked me, I said I don't.
So if it's a just an exercise of gibberish, and there is no real truth value to it, then what we've
But it
done
is.
is we've
Well,
just
why is there no
our
truth
time.
value to it?
Hold
It
up.
is
No,
truth
no,
value
no.
to it.
Because
I
with all
I
due
never said
respect,
it wasn't no
CRG,
truth to what I was saying.
Hold up.
CRG.
I said we know that. I said we know that that Miriam was older than Musa.
How?
I don't know.
Because she watched him when he was put into the river, according to the
Where do you
Quran.
get that from?
The Quran, brother.
Okay, so you made a truth claim and you're establishing it upon the Quran. How do you know that what the Quran is saying is true?
Exactly.
What can
That's
you
the question
use
that I said y'all never asked me.
to verify
Let's
the
find that.
statements
Let's find
made
the
by
statement.
the text?
Let's find that statement where he saw Musa going down the river.
It's when his sister is go find it.
So if nobody saw it, then how do you know that it's true?
Oh, you're telling me that I have to see God split the sea for Moses to believe that it's true?
No, that's
Like
not what I'm saying.
The fact that you said.
This isn't even in relation to the realm of miracles, my friend. This is about a historical claim that you believe as absolute truth, because I'm trying to bring this into how do you know things are true? Like Word said,
No, I
this is
get
about
it.
epistemology. How do you know what you know? So how do you know that what the Quran is saying is true?
Okay. Now, I know that the Quran is true, so don't cut me off when I answer my question. Because my answer is very genuine.
You didn't answer mine. You just said I know that the Quran is true.
Listen,
How?
I said do not. I said let me answer. I meant to say let me answer the question how I want to. That's all. Before you cut me off, because what I'm saying is genuine. That's what I'm doing, answering your question. So the reason I know that the Quran is true is because how it was revealed to me. The Quran was put into my hands in a chain of events that happened before and after it, and by actually reading the text and pondering over all these different texts, all these 6,000 verses or whatever, and comparing them to real life and allowing these texts to guide me and guide me around others, and I really can't explain it because it's something it's something within you type. I can't really explain it, but that's how I know. And I know that's not good enough to make somebody else believe, but that's not my purpose. But I believe that the Quran is 100% word of God.
So it's all subjective.
I mean, I guess you could say that, I guess. Yeah.
Do you know what the term subjective means?
No, I'm saying whatever you want to say. Whatever you want to say.
But you never gave us anything objective. You just said
that's why I said you won't like my answer.
I'm not even saying whether or not I like the answer. All I asked was, this is what you gave me subjective, because you said, this is my experience. I read this and this is what I felt.
No. And I said I observed things. No. I said I observed. I said I observed things in the world.
Liturgy chill, trying to dominate him for a second.
No.
I'm not even trying to dominate. I'm just trying to understand.
No, it's not that. I said I observed things from here that correlate to life.
Hold up. The only thing in question is if Jesus and Moses were alive during the same time. Could we just find that statement?
That's in the Quran.
I wasn't.
Okay, hold on, Black Dot. Do you believe, Goose, that Jesus and Moses was alive at the same time?
I don't believe that.
Okay, hold on. Salim, do you believe that as a Muslim that's what the Quran teaches?
That Moses and Jesus were alive at the same time?
Yeah.
Their family.
No. I mean, from my understanding, I think Moses came, was it 1,000 years before Jesus? I can't remember the exact time.
Approximately 1,500 years or so. Yeah.
Yeah, 1,300, 1,300 years. Correct,
yeah. So how is CRG coming to the conclusion that Jesus and Moses was alive at the same time? He said he's getting it from the Quran.
My biggest claim was that Isa is his nephew. That was my claim.
I think you got confused because they are related. Apparently, they're all related to Abraham.
No, brother. Bro, in the Quran, the wife
Bro,
of
we all
Imran
came from
had
Abraham.
two.
If you
No, hold on.
Yeah. So how are you gonna argue
Hold
with
on,
me?
hold on,
How are
hold
you
on,
gonna
hold on,
say
hold
no
on.
to that?
Yo, use goose. The wife of Imran had Miriam. Miriam is the sister of Aaron. Aaron is the brother of Moses. Miriam is the daughter of Imran. It's all in the Quran, bro. Those verses are in the Quran. So if you read the Quran, then you would know that what I'm talking about is true.
We just have to check that. Honestly, if it
Bro,
says that,
bro,
then
bro,
I'll
you
believe
can
it.
Hey,
I
Google
believe
it,
now,
bro. It
now,
takes 2
CRG,
seconds.
hold on. I'm going to help you out. Because if you read the plain reading of the Quran in the text, then yes, you would come to the conclusion that Jesus is the nephew of Moses and that Miriam was, right? Miriam was the sister of Aaron and Moses, which means
Correct.
again that your Quran is factually, historically wrong.
Incorrect.
I agree
Okay,
with you, CRG.
okay. So if God,
CRG,
if
I
God,
agree. I
no.
agree that it reads like that Mary is the sister of Moses, and Mary is. See, the thing is, CRG, there's two Marys. There's a Miriam and there was a Mary. The Miriam
But there's no Mary. It's
is,
not 2 Marys in the
yeah, it
Quran,
is.
bro.
I know. This is why your Quran gets it wrong. There is Moses and Aaron did, in fact, have a sister named Miriam. They did. But she wasn't the mother of Jesus. She wasn't.
Yeah, in the Bible, she not.
So where did your Quran get that from? Because Jesus,
The Quran,
because
okay.
historically,
Let me ask
because
you
hold on real quick,
because
and
I can't really.
I'm gonna let you go. Historically, we know that the Jews were some of the best record keepers in ancient antiquity, right? And they had lineages of all the tribes of Israel. We see in Samuel and all of these other books where they went out and they did a consensus and they counted all of the Jews, right? And they knew who came from who was related to who, and all of these things. And so they kept records, extensive records of these lineages of these tribes and who came from which tribe. And the Miriam of Moses' sister did not have a son named Jesus or Yeshua. We know that Mary had a child named Yeshua in the 1st century. That is factually correct. So if your Quran is placing Jesus at the time of Moses, then it's anachronistic and it doesn't belong because it actually isn't proof to substantiate that. He doesn't belong there.
Okay, I got 2 questions for you, right? And I think you're gonna see my perspective after.
Appreciate the super chat,
especially
Raz
after the second
Bob.
one.
Appreciate the super
first
chat.
Question. If you were a prophet right now and God sent you a revelation and told you that Miriam, Aaron, and Musa was family and that Jesus was the son of Miriam, would you believe it or would you think that it is from the devil?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay.
I'm not sure if I follow.
If you got revelation from God, right? You knew it was from God. Let's just say this. You knew it was from God. And he gave you a true history of things that it didn't match up with the Bible. Would you believe in the revelation that was given to you or would you stick to the Bible?
Word.
Hold on. Do I know anything about the Bible? Was I exposed to the previous scriptures?
Yeah, you're exposed. Yeah.
Okay, so Muhammad wasn't. Muhammad didn't know anything about the previous scriptures. He was illiterate. He couldn't read them. He didn't know anything like this. So no. We gotta keep it. We gotta keep the analogy fair.
I'm not going to talk about the Quran.
No, we gotta keep the analogy fair because this is what you're leading to.
Go ahead.
This is what you're leading to. So it have to be analogous.
I want to make it analogous because I kind of want to back up on CRG's point here because and back up on your point too because the Quran is actually suggesting something in order to do with this topic. Surah 1094 says, if you, and the inserted is, O Prophet or Muhammad, if you are in doubt of what we have revealed to you, and the context is about Moses, then go to those who have read the scripture before you. So
Correct.
the Quran, if Muhammad has doubts about Moses and what Allah is revealing about Moses, his standard is supposed to go to the Torah and the Injil, the
For
previous
sure, but that's not.
scriptures.
But okay. So I'll tell you on that because that is true in a sense, right? When it comes to the old, let me. I just let you. Let's just let you talk.
CRG, can I respond, please, to him?
Bro.
Can I
mean,
just
he's trying
respond?
to. He's all right, bro. Go ahead.
Just
bro.
give me a second, please, bro, right? So the first thing, by the way, just a quick one, the Mary and the thing that you're talking about. No, I just did a quick search. No, Mary is not the sister of Aaron and Moses, right?
Bro, yes, he
And
is,
so
bro.
we can have a look at that later, bro. Just one sec. Even if
Bro,
it's
even
referred to
in
bro,
the
just one
Bible
second, man.
is
You're
there,
talking,
bro. It's in
bro,
the
can I just
Quran,
respond
bro.
for a second, man? Right? So when I
Oh
Googled
my
it,
gosh.
when I've had a look at it, bro, it's got nothing to do with she's not the sister of
Popcorn.
Aaron.
Muslims fighting.
Bro, can I just finish, please, what I'm
No,
saying?
because you talking
Bro, can I just
nonsense
finish,
right now,
please,
bro.
man? And we can talk in a second, man.
You
Can I
just
finish my
cut me
point?
off of this, bro.
Can I just finish my point, man?
All right, bro. Go ahead,
Right?
bro.
So, okay, so coming back to what you just mentioned about the scripture. Yes, Allah says to the Prophet, "O Prophet, if you are in doubt, ask the people who have studied the scripture, right, before you." So a few points, right? When it says, "Oh Prophet," he's not addressing the Prophet, by the way. I hope you
Exactly.
understand
That's
that,
what I
right?
was trying to
He's
say
addressing.
anyway.
Just 1 second, please, bro. So
Man.
he's addressing the Muslims, right? And you can go to the tafsir of Ibn Abbas, and you can read it there, and he'll say the same thing, right? And then secondly, bro, when it comes to people who are in doubt, look, first of all, our stance is straight. The previous scriptures have been corrupt. We're in no doubt. I can give you verse, hadith, whatever you want. When it comes to looking at those books, yes, bro, if someone had an issue, they could, for example, there was people like Abdullah ibn Salam, who was a Jewish person, who was a convert to Islam. They could say to him, "Oh, was the story of Moses mentioned? Oh, did it talk about creation? Does it talk about this?" It doesn't mean that they didn't think that the scriptures are being corrupt. They could say, "Yeah, it talks about Pharaoh, it talks about Egypt, it talks about that." That's fine. Someone may think that it just, so that's the only thing. So
Are you done
All right,
waffling?
you done, bro?
now, don't talk waffling, man. When you get cooked, that's all you can say.
Who?
Are you done waffling?
Whoever
Because
said I was
that
waffling.
that wasn't the question that I.
No, you asked me the question.
That wasn't even.
Bro,
That wasn't
he
even.
wasn't even
No,
trying
Celine,
to
This is the problem with you, right? One second. This is the problem with you. One
with all due
second, mate.
respect, bro. With all due respect, because somebody's gonna have to shut you.
We just let you talk, Salim. Let Black Doc respond. Let Black Doc respond, Salim. We just let you talk.
Bro, if you're gonna let me respond, you gotta stop talking.
I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm not
You're interrupting me right now.
Bro, he interrupted me.
I'm saying to
interrupting
you,
me right now. You've been interrupting both me and your own brother. Just mute up.
Muppet. I'm saying,
Do
did
I
I
have
insult
to
you?
drop you?
Listen, I'm saying, did I insult you?
No, you listen. My
Yeah.
God, shut up.
No, I'm saying, did I insult you?
Bro, just stop talking, bro.
You're insulting my intelligence. You're insulting my intelligence. So please, just stop. Just stop. I don't want to drop you because we want to have this conversation. But you gotta let somebody else other than you speak.
Okay. Bro, you keep saying that. I don't.
So mute up. Good God.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's my Muslim brother, but bro,
Watch your head, man. Watch your
at the
head.
end of the day, word. Let's speak the facts. The Quran states exactly what I said.
I didn't even get to say anything.
No, I just want the facts from this. The Quran states exactly what I just said about her being family with them.
Yeah, I agree. That's what it says. And this is
a Sunni. Listen. He's a Sunni that probably, I guarantee he's a Sunni that believes in these hadiths that say that they say Jesus is Jesus. They think Isa Jesus. So what I'm saying debunks his whole belief. So you're gonna go to Google and everything, and then you get what I'm saying? Word? That's what's going on too.
Wait, hold up. I want to hear that. You said that Isa and Jesus aren't the same. Can you continue that?
That's been the entire dialogue.
That's what I've been talking about the whole
half
time.
hour.
I thought y'all just been arguing for real.
No, bro. That's why I'm telling you.
This is the thing that he's been saying this entire time. And what we've been asking him is to give us evidence outside of the Quran to demonstrate that it's true, and he can't, which is kind
But
of.
that's why I was giving my examples. But you wanted to, y'all wanted to answer things, or you wanted to go in on it. But that's
Can
okay.
somebody just let me speak?
Go ahead, bro.
You've been the one interrupting me while I'm speaking, bro.
Bro, relax and go.
That hasn't been me, bro. Go ahead, bro. Okay.
You this whole time.
Him and Salim.
Oh my
I
gosh.
could have swore me and the word was having a question. Then you jumped in and I let you talk, bro. What you mean?
I was trying to respond after you gave Salim the floor. We let him speak.
We don't have to argue about
I didn't give him the floor. I didn't want him to get the floor.
While I'm talking.
We're swaying off. We don't have to argue about arguing. We all respect each other. Me and CRD are gonna mute up.
Then mute up. Oh my gosh. It's like dealing with children. And I actually deal with children. I'm a youth director.
Gotta get my charger real quick.
I'm trying.
No, you're not, bro. Go ahead.
I will willingly drop both of you. Both of you.
Go ahead if it makes you feel big, bro.
Oh my God. So again, the point is clear that if somebody is supposed to affirm what Allah is revealing, he is supposed to go to the previous scriptures. That answers CRG's question to the word and I. This is what Muhammad is supposed to do. We know this from Ibn Kathir's tafsir. And if anyone has any doubt about what Moses is supposed to do, the Quran tells you to go to the people of the book and the previous scriptures. And that's what Muhammad did. And that's what other people did. When Aisha went to the Christians and the Jews, they said that this was a historical error, that it's not the same in the Torah. It's not the same in the previous scriptures. So the previous scriptures tell us what is supposed to happen historically and what actually happened. And in the Torah, there are no two different Miriams. I mean, there are two different Miriams, but there are no two different Jesuses. That's the point. Okay?
All right, can we talk now? Well, can I talk now?
Yes.
Okay. When I look at that verse, right, the way I understand the verse, and a lot of other people do, right, it's not even necessarily talking about the prophet, right? But during that time, he didn't have knowledge of the scriptures. The people around him did not have knowledge, right? So if you're in doubt about the story of Musa, yes, go to the other people, and you will see that this is a true prophet. This is not just something out of the ordinary, right? I don't look at it like, oh, you go to those people in the book and everything that's in their book is true, right? Not saying that it wasn't true during that exact time, or it was, like, because it was revealed over a period of time. So my next question, because I mean,
wait, hold on, we still gotta stick on this first.
But I asked nobody answered the question. I asked one. I said I have two questions, and it turned into something else.
I just answered the question.
Okay, so now I have another question.
So hold on, we still have to deal with this. Because the only thing you said was, well, my interpretation is this, and this.
But the question.
I want to press on that if we want to have a dialogue. You, with all due respect, CRG, you don't run the conversation.
No, but I asked two questions. I said y'all granted me two questions.
Right.
Before we get to the second question,
I want to stay on this first one real quick.
Do you remember my first question?
Come to at least some of an understanding, and then we'll move to the second one. I'm not saying you don't.
Do you remember my first question?
I'm saying you don't have the. I'm saying you don't. I'm not saying you don't have the right to answer the second one, but I still want to plant our feet on this one really quick. Can we at least do that?
Yes, but do you remember my first question? That's all I'm asking.
The first question was, if God gave you something about Moses, where would you go to make sure that
Revelation period?
That's the question you asked. That's the question you asked the word.
Yeah, you got Revelation, and they contradicted the Bible, but you knew it was from God. Would you believe in it or not? That's all I asked.
No, I wouldn't, because God doesn't contradict himself.
But okay, fair. That's a fair. Okay. Second question, right? My second question is: does the moon have its own light, or is it a reflected light?
In relation to what?
In relation to the world we live in, does the moon reflect the sunlight, or does it have its own light?
Both. It can be said to have its own light because the reflection that it gives off in relation to reflecting the sun's rays and the sun's light is taken as its own, especially in the case of nighttime. But if we want to, for example,
What do
ask
this
the
have to
question
do with
about
anything?
hold on.
What do this
I'm
have
gonna
to
tell
do
you
with
what it
anything?
does. I'm gonna tell. Listen.
Well,
I promise you. I'm gonna bring it all
it
around.
doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Yes,
But
it
if
does.
you're going to go to that standard, then let's go to that standard. Here's my question, CRG. You believe in the Quran. What was created
I didn't
first?
even fit.
What,
We didn't
hold
even.
on, CRG. Hold on.
Man, I
What was what was created first?
can
The
we
earth or the heavens?
can we please? I didn't even see. This is what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask a question. Y'all don't understand why I'm asking that question. Let me just bring everything together. Then let's go there, please.
No. I would like my question answered. Because you
I don't
answered
have
your
an
two
answer for it
questions.
right now. I don't have an answer for it.
You asked your two questions. I
But
answered
I
them in
didn't.
full.
But I didn't. You didn't.
I
Give me
answered them in full.
you didn't give me a
I
chance to
wanted to
say
hold on,
anything back.
CRG. Hold on, CRG. You wanted to ask your two questions. I answered them in full. I wanted to press even deeper on the first question. You didn't want to do that. So let's
No,
be fair.
that's not.
So let's be fair. Let's be fair.
Can we be fair? Because I was asking the word at first.
Hold on,
Yeah.
CRG.
All right, bro.
You gotta answer my question. According to the Quran, what was created first?
I don't.
The earth or the
I
heavens?
have no knowledge. How about that?
Would you like me to? Would you like me to tell you? I want to tell you what the Quran says.
Can we listen? Because I was talking to the word, and then I just want to. I just want to talk about.
CRG, the word ain't here right now. You stuck with
But
me.
I just want to talk. Okay, that's cool. I just want to talk about why I said the whole moon thing.
You'll do that in a second.
I told you I don't have knowledge.
You'll do that. You'll do that in a second. So I'm gonna get. Hold on.
I'm not going to say the wrong thing.
CRG. I'm gonna give you knowledge.
But go ahead.
Look at what the Quran. So I will. So let's look at what the Quran says. Oy. So open up your Quran. Do you have it?
Just give me the knowledge, brother.
Yeah, we trust you in good faith. You're not gonna lie scripture.
Open up your Quran.
Bro, give me the knowledge, bro.
Open up your Quran.
Bro, I've had my Quran in my hand the last 30 minutes.
They go to Surah 41.
What verse?
Start at verse 1.
Okay. That's all you had to say.
It's like corralling children, word. It's like corralling children.
Yeah, you can't say that because I was trying to have a peaceful conversation and ask my stuff.
I'm trying to have a peaceful conversation. Who's been the one who's been interrupting me this entire time?
Celine?
Was it you or was it somebody else?
Celine?
It was Celine and you.
No, it wasn't. Me and him were talking the whole time, bro. But go ahead, bro. What you want me to read?
Start from verse 1 and continue. Continue down to verse 11.
Bro, I'm just gonna go to skim through it and see what you're talking about.
Are we really going through this? Are we really going through this?
That's what I'm saying.
Just read verses 9 through 11 then. Or do you want me to read it?
Thank you. That's all you had to do, bro.
I've been telling you to do it.
No, you did it. You said read from 1 to 11.
It said if you want to be impatient and not read your book, then just skip down.
I would love if you read it so everyone in the chat could understand.
I would love to read my Bible when it's full context, but I guess we ain't gonna do that, are we?
I mean, I don't know why you being like this, bro. It's not that serious, bro.
Very condescending.
It's when I don't like when my time's wasted on people who engage particularly in speculation.
But it's not speculation.
If you have a beef with him, do that.
If you allow me to actually,
if the only thing y'all are gonna do is complain about how I'm treating y'all, then y'all can go.
No, let me just finish my. Let me just.
You go to college, bro?
Because. Yeah, let me just finish my point. While you in the word.
Quran verse, please.
You want me to read it, bro?
Yes.
That's annoying, bro. I got you, bro.
Last 2 minutes.
Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? And how can you set up equals with him? That firm mountain standing high, shower his blessings upon it, and ordain all its means of sustenance, totaling 4 days exactly for all who ask. Then he turned towards the heaven when it was still like smoke, saying to it and to the earth, submit willingly or unwillingly. They both responded, we submit willingly. Okay.
I mean,
Cool. So according to the Quran, what was created first, the earth or the heavens?
well, I think the heavens. Is that what it just said?
As according to the
I
Quran,
mean, I'm not
it was
answering that
created
just off
first.
that one verse, though.
Okay, the heavens were created first through according to the Quran. Okay, what's the next one?
Where does it say that according to these verses? According to these verses, what was created first?
Can you read it, liturgy? The exact part that you want to say?
Read the verses again.
I appreciate you.
Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? And how can you set up equals with him? That is the Lord of all worlds. He placed on the earth firm foundations, standing high, showering his blessings upon it, and ordained its means of substance, totaling 4 days for all who asked. Then he turned towards the heavens when it was smoke, saying to it, submit willingly or unwillingly. They responded, we will submit willingly. So according to these verses in the Quran, what was created first, the earth or the heavens?
Could be either.
You're Sunni, aren't you, Yus?
Yeah, I would say yes.
You understand it. You believe in Ibn Kathir, right? You take Ibn Kathir's tafsir.
No, I don't think I've read his stuff.
You don't take Ibn Kathir's tafsir? One of the most popular among Sunni Muslims?
I just follow the Quran, nothing else.
Good job.
I talked to Goose yesterday, man. He's not well versed in scholars and all of that.
Whether he is or isn't is irrelevant. Let's just listen to what Ibn Kathir says. Ibn Kathir says that the earth was created first. For by Allah's logic, in building a house, you build the foundation and then the roof. You don't build the roof first. So according to the earliest scholars, they believe that the earth was created first and then the heavens. But you have a problem, because if the earth was created before the universe, time, space, and matter, when would you put it? And where would you put it? And with what would you put it?
Yeah. To me, from the Quranic verse, it sounded like he, say for example, he created earth, and then he told the heavens to agree with it or to submit to it. Saying,
no, it says to submit willingly or unwillingly.
Yeah,
and
so as in like they were.
It's still smoke.
I don't understand
The heavens have no substance. And again, the text says
we're
then.
interpreting that by what smoke means.
So again, the text says then. So it is describing particular. It's describing an order.
Or to me, it's like it's describing he went to his other creation and said submit because it was already done. But I don't know what's the smoke, saying that the smoke means that it was nothing.
This is why we have the tafsir to help us.
But the tafsir isn't Muhammad. Peace be upon him. That's just another guy. That's why I don't take anything that any human says, because humans.
Is Muhammad not a human?
He is, but he's a prophet as well.
So he's a special human. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like, if you're
so do you have any hadith on this passage? Has Muhammad even spoken about this?
I don't listen to hadith, but you're like saying
hadith is not
so you don't listen to so you are a Quran only. You're not a Sunni.
That's what he said.
He said he was a Sunni. I asked him if he took tafsir.
I follow Muhammad.
He said, I asked her, are you a Quran only? He said, no, I'm not.
But that's
he said he is Quran.
Hold up, guys.
You confused him. That's all.
How am I? I'm confused.
No,
when I'm
not on
taking
purpose.
his
Not
own
on
word.
purpose. Not on purpose. You didn't do it, bro.
CRG, just stop.
Okay, wait, hold up.
Because now you're just taking me off.
Hey, I'm the guy that always supported the original Christian.
Goose. Enough. I said enough.
Relax, God.
This wasn't even about you, Goose. This was about
you got asked me a question.
Asking the question.
You asked me a question.
Hey, I support.
I'm trying to get back to the original topic.
Me as well, but like just so we can continue with the smoke. It's as if you're saying a 200 century priest, we're going to take his word as if it was Jesus himself.
A 200th century priest, as if we're taking as words of Jesus himself.
Yeah, when you say, look at the
In what example would we even do that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Don't take
No,
I'm
I'm asking you to give me a practical example. What 200th century priest are we talking about?
Well, I mean, like second century priest, but I'm saying like.
So what second century priest are we talking about? You're the one.
I'm giving you the example.
We wouldn't use the analogy.
No, the analogy is using Ibn Tasfir because he was a scholar. I'm not going to use any scholar from the time Jesus. If it wasn't Jesus, dog, that word is fallible to me. That's the metaphor. That's the analogy.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay. Hold on. That's good.
You don't even take Jesus' words.
That's good. That's good, Black Doc. We can use that.
Yeah,
where do you find?
That's why I'm trying to bring it to it.
Where do you find Jesus' words, Goose?
That's exactly.
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
So we were told to look to the Injil. We were told to look, but I mean, the reason Jesus was sent is because the Torah was.
So where's the Injil?
So wait, I'm just wondering where does Jesus even say that he came because the Torah was corrupted? Where do you get the teaching?
No, he don't say that. It's nothing that says that is not in the Quran.
No, in the Quran. Wasn't he sent because they were?
If you're keeping up with what's going on, we have left the subject of the Quran. We're dealing with Goose's assertions that he follows the teachings of Jesus.
I heard it.
And that Jesus came because the Torah was corrupted.
Yeah, but that's not true.
This is what we're asking him to prove. So, Goose, where do you get the teaching of Jesus which says that he came because the Torah was corrupted?
Isn't it like he came to the children of Israel because they were led astray?
No, it said for the children of Israel. It don't say because the Torah was corrupted.
Can you tell me where you get that from, Goose?
I thought that was just basic knowledge.
As a Muslim, it doesn't say that Torah is corrupted.
With all due respect, basic knowledge isn't basic anymore. Common sense isn't common. I'm gonna need a source.
Okay, I'll try to find one. But the other person below me, you can speak, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, can we get back to the original topic? I do believe that Allah supported the original Christians. I have no quarrel with that.
Okay, so what was the original Christian's message according to 61:14 and 355 in your Quran?
Sorry, I keep getting someone calling me, but if you look at Quran verse 548, it tells us to use our Quran as a criteria.
But that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. According to 61:14, hold on. According to 61 user. According to 61:14, Allah says that He's gonna make them right. He's gonna elevate them over the disbelievers, according to the message. Okay, so what message did they go around spreading after Jesus was ascended to heaven?
So Jesus' message was not meant to be protected, right? It wasn't. It was meant for a specific group of people, right? Just like Moses, he came for a specific group of people, the Hebrew Israelites.
That's not what I asked you, brother. I asked you what was the message. Whether it's going to be protected or not, we can get to that point. But for now, we're just trying to identify and nail down the message that Jesus or his followers, after he was raised, went on to preach, his disciples. Well,
it's a tough question because everything from Jesus, we have early scriptures, right? Some early scriptures, some we can rely on, but not everything, right? Because Christianity is really difficult because there's nothing really preserved in Christianity.
So you don't know. So what I'm hearing is you don't know what that message is, because according to 355, that message is going to be dominant until the day of judgment, until the day of resurrection. So how would you track down this message from the first century when Jesus was raising up and took into heaven? How are you going to track down that message to see if Allah kept his promise to Jesus' disciples and his followers?
So we're not going to use Paul, right? Because Paul was not an eyewitness to Jesus.
Well, I'm not talking about Paul. I'm just talking about what was the disciples went around and taught.
Word. Am I the only one kind of surprised that the only thing that our Muslim friends can do when we ask them to build up their own historical case of Islam in the first century, they can't do anything but try to attack our scriptures, which
Wait,
they
wait,
say
wait.
isn't their
Wait,
own.
wait, user, please,
You're
wait,
talking
please, wait.
about preservation, brother.
Brother,
Do
brother,
you
wait a
guys,
second. Brother, wait a second, please.
Go
So
ahead.
in Matthew 15:24, Jesus says, I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. So like
Is that what Jesus actually said?
Okay, hold
Goose?
on. So now I'm gonna have to run you through this argument.
Yeah, go
Right
Matthew
now,
15,
hold on. Is the Injil the Bible that we have today?
No.
Okay, so it's not the Injil that the Bible we have today. So now,
that's not.
hold on. Why y'all? Hold on, bro. Why y'all manifesting?
No,
Calm
what
down.
does the host say?
I just asked one question.
Yep,
All
go
right.
ahead, host.
So the Injil that was revealed to Isa isn't the Bible that we have today. Y'all said right, correct. So that means that we're not talking about the Bible that we have today, right? What was the message that these true followers of Jesus would have been reading, right? Because according to 7157, it was written down. What was that message and how is it dominant? Can we find that message today as being the dominant belief amongst the Christians?
So Muslims still believe that the Bible is still divine, but just over time, some things have been added to it. And
Didn't
something
you just say that it
We're
wasn't
not talking about the Bible. You just said the Injil is not the Bible. We're not talking about that.
No,
We're
the
talking
Injil
about
is
the Injil.
gospel. The Bible, the Injil, and the gospel are just Jesus's contribution to the holy books. Those are all.
So do we have the Injil in our Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, since it's in our Bible, then we know what the disciples went to preach. The death,
Yes,
burial, and resurrection.
The original Bible, yeah.
And we find that the death, burial, and resurrection is in our Bible.
Well, we don't know.
But hold on, you excuse. The Injil had nothing to do with the crucifixion, though. I don't believe that the Injil is in the Bible. Like
That's the crucifixion part is the part that's been tampered with. The same way like the Trinity.
No,
was
No,
added.
it's not. No, it's not. Because even according to your Quran, that a crucifixion happened.
But it wasn't him. He was
Okay, so it said it was made to appear so. The people that were standing at the cross that witnessed the crucifixion, did they go away from the cross thinking that Jesus was crucified?
It appeared to them that way, so yes.
Okay, thank you. So now that is what they saw, and that is what they would have went on to preach after they seen Jesus being crucified, because that is what they was made to appear so. This is what they this is what they went around and preached. Now, in 600 years, Allah came and said, well, that didn't really happen, but I'm still going to support their message. Do that make sense?
Yeah, but Jesus didn't say, hey, tell everyone about my crucifixion. That was
Okay, hold on. The people that left the cross, the survivors, or the disciples, the disciples that witnessed the crucifixion, they said that they going according to Allah, he's going to support their message. If they didn't know that wasn't really Jesus because it made to appear so, then that means Allah supported that Jesus was crucified.
Yeah, but it's sort of like how
so you think your God is going to play some cruel joke on even his own followers? Jesus, because you're supposed to elevate them over the disbelievers.
So merciful. Saving Jesus is not a cruel joke. That's super merciful. But that sort of goes back to what happened. Saving Jesus is not a cruel joke. That's very merciful. But just like
that's not what I asked you. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. He played a Jedi mind trick on the followers of Jesus, and he said in 355 that he will support their message and make it dominant until the day of judgment.
But that wasn't supposed to be the message. That wasn't
well, what is the message? Because that's what they went out and preached.
In the Bible, everything else besides that.
No, so, that's what they went out to preach, bro.
But they preached the crucifixion. You're saying?
Yes.
So the same way.
You know what's funny? Historically, that is the earliest thing that they proclaimed.
1 Corinthians 15.
If we look at it historically, the creed that's found in 1 Corinthians 15 predates the person who writes it down. even atheists and
That's what they
agnostics.
saw. It appeared to them.
If I could finish, Goose,
Go ahead.
because you might learn something here.
Go ahead.
You might learn something here.
Go ahead.
Even atheists and agnostic scholars date this creed to the first 3 months of the events. The Apostle Paul was converted at around 36 AD. And so this comes 3 years before Paul was converted. And what was the proclamation of the apostles? That Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures. The first sermon that Peter preached at Pentecost was the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. And Jesus himself says in Luke 24, in this way, the scripture is written in this way, that the Christ should suffer, and after 3 days rise from the dead, and forgiveness of sins should be proclaimed in his name, beginning in Jerusalem. You are my witnesses of these things. So every single thing, the first proclamation of the disciples of Jesus was that Jesus was crucified.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that people that were in Jesus wrote something and were running with it. So because it was appeared to them that way, of course they wrote that. Wait a second.
What did? Hold on. Goose. Goose, hold on. Because you said the people that wasn't Jesus, who did Allah say he was going to support?
Down and rolled with it.
Who did Allah say he was going to support? The people that wasn't Jesus.
The messengers, but
okay, are they Jesus?
Write that. Jesus didn't tell them that was Jesus's message.
So the disciples of Jesus disobeyed him?
No, this is what happened. Like I was trying to say.
Let's deal with this.
Yeah,
so
I
let's
will.
deal with
Please,
this.
no, liturgy, please.
If the disciples were obedient, if the disciples were obedient to Jesus and proclaiming his message, and they proclaimed something different than his message, what happened?
That wasn't his message. Jesus didn't say.
Okay, so what was his message? What was his message, Goose?
His mission was to the Jewish people at the time to get them on the straight path. But I just want to say this one sentence, please. Just like how Moses went to the top of the mountain for just like a second and the people were lost. Same thing happened with Jesus. He went away for a second and then people got lost again. Because we're just human.
The message of Jesus, bro.
Believe in one God.
They already believed in one God.
They were already.
They was already monotheists.
Hold on, Goose.
The lost sheep
hold
of
on,
Israel.
word. If he's going to say this, then Goose, in the first century, how were the Jews led astray from worshiping one God?
I don't know. That's Jesus's mission, bro, not mine.
You're the one who's saying that this was his message.
Come on, man.
What particularly was he arguing against? Because, for example, if you're comparing this to Moses, there is ample evidence of the Jews straying away from Tawhid in Moses' time. And so we have a direct relation to what Moses is responding to. If you're comparing the experience and message of Moses to the experience and message of Jesus, then you're gotta have to have a reference to which Jesus is referring to. But the problem is, when we look at it historically, the Jews were monotheists. They were surrounded by pagans, and they hated the pagans because they did not worship the one God, Yahweh. Even in you trying to manipulate the New Testament, it's the Jews who asked Jesus what is the greatest commandment, and he says, love God and love your neighbor. And the Jews say, you have answered correctly. There is only one God and only him shall you worship.
Fire. And then 1,000 years later, Jesus says, I was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel.
1,000 years later?
Or just sometime later. Just don't argue about like dates and stuff. But I'm telling you, Jesus said that.
Because you don't know dates.
All I know is I'm listening to Jesus.
But you're still not answering. But you're still not answering the question.
I'm listening to Jesus. You're listening to a random guy.
What was the particular error of the Jews that was a denial of Tawhid that Jesus came to fix?
It was enough to send Jesus, and it was enough for the Jews to kill Jesus.
How do you know?
Because he was crucified.
Some evidence?
They attempted the murder.
Can you give us some evidence of what it was?
Bro, I told you it was enough.
If we actually look at the sources that tell us, hold on, Goose. Mute up.
Yo, appreciate that.
Any evidence? When we look at the reason why Jesus was crucified, which is what you talked about, the records show us that Jesus was crucified because he claimed to be God, because he claimed to be the Son of God. That's what the records tell us why they wanted to unalive Jesus. So if you're going to say, no, it's something else, they wanted to alive him for pointing out their idolatry, you gotta give us some evidence instead of just talking into the wind. Can you give us that?
Sorry, what did you want? Evidence?
I'm about to
Oh my gosh, bro.
evident. So here, I will speak this slowly and carefully so that you can understand it. Can you give me some evidence from the Jews who wanted to unalive Jesus of their idolatry that Jesus came to fix? Can you give me that?
No, I don't know exactly what they were doing.
Then your claim is false. It's faulty. It has no evidence. But in fact, when we look at the historical evidence, the proclamation of the Jews who wanted to unalive Jesus is that they believe that Jesus claimed to be God.
No, they said he was the king of the.
Mr. President,
They,
Mr. President,
Mr. President, be quiet.
I will drop you like a bad habit.
He will. I've seen it.
And it's funny because I haven't dropped anyone this entire live.
You have, bro.
I haven't. I promise you I haven't. The only person who's been dropped is Salam, and that was by Amin, not me. So again, stop talking out of ignorance, please. So I'm gonna mute you now so I can finish what I was saying. So the Jews unalived Jesus because he claimed to be God. The earliest followers of Jesus, even before the conversion of the Apostle Paul, proclaimed that Jesus was crucified, that he was buried, and that he rose from the dead. Can you give us any historical evidence that the followers of Jesus believed what you believed, proving the claims of the Quran true? Bruce?
Oops, sorry, I was muted. I would say I can't because I don't know what went on during there. A lot of the stuff prior to the Quran, I have to not take at face value because the Quran says it's been corrupted or tampered with, or
You're in a cult. That's cult. That's cult mentality right there.
Word. Did he not prove what I said earlier? And he got all in a hissy fit about it. When I asked him to actually build a case for his religion, the only thing he does is badmouth stuff that he doesn't even believe in. We haven't gotten a single Islamic belief off the ground in the first century. The only thing he's have is, I don't like the evidence because it disagrees with me and disproves my religion. Therefore, I don't believe it's true.
That's faith, blood.
Hey, Jay, appreciate the sub.
Ignorance. That's cult-like behavior.
So
That's not faith. Faith is, hold on. Faith is not belief in the absence of evidence. Faith is trust in evidence. When God gave a promise to Abraham, he sealed it with an oath so that Abraham could know that God would keep his promises. True faith rests in true things. It is Mormonism that looks at the evidence and says, I don't care, I just trust my book. Which is, again, something that even, for example, DL has said, or DJ has said, that Islam and Mormonism are cousins. No, sisters. Because this is cult-like behavior.
No.
I mean, you had something to say?
No? Or
I have something to say. No. I'll tell you what I do agree on. I agree with that.
I said, Amin, did you have something to say? I didn't say
I
Muslims.
can't say nothing.
Nope.
We'll come to you next. Let Amin came up for a reason. Let Amin talk.
Cool.
We'll come to you next, CRG.
I just came up to ask who had the best mac and cheese recipe because I'm about to make some in a minute, and I need to know what to go to Walmart and get, bro. So, I mean, y'all go ahead.
Try Gouda.
My wife, she makes some bomb mac and cheese. I'll send you the recipe, mommy.
Nah, like real talk though, bro. Like send that to me, bro. Because I'm serious, bro.
Hey, the wifey cooking some fish right now. Y'all want some?
Fish not bad.
Bro. If it's tilapia the only one I eat, and that ain't even really fish, bro.
It's tilapia, boy.
What do you mean that's
And
not
it's
fish?
not.
It's farmed. It's
Tilapia is
fish.
not.
It's
Tilapia is, bruh. Bro, you eating like aliens, bro.
bro.
Tilapia is
It's
not
fish,
fish.
bro. They farm it. They grew. They man. It's meat. It tastes like fish, don't it?
Bro, that was in the test tube like 2 days ago. What you talking about, bro? That's not fish. It's that GMO fish junk, bro.
Hey,
What the world, bro?
tilapia good, man. CRG, what you wanted to say, bro?
I forgot now. It was very important, but I forgot now.
Man, I guess it wasn't.
No, it was, but threw me off. But nah, y'all good. Keep going.
Mr. President,
I'll say
what you want to say, Mr. President?
Yeah. First, I want to make the case for Islam with Jesus. First, your guest says that Jesus was unalive for claiming to be the Jews. To claiming to be the God. That's not true. Jesus was unalive to claiming to be the Messiah and King of the Jews.
What does it mean to be the Messiah?
The word Messiah mean anointed one.
Yeah,
anointed
but
messenger.
according to Jesus, that he fulfilled certain prophecies that the Messiah, that's messianic. What prophecies did he fulfill?
Word. How about
Hear what I'm saying?
How about we just cut the middleman and just read it from the horse's mouth?
So hear what I'm saying to you.
Hold on, Mr. President, I'm speaking.
I didn't finish my thought.
Yeah, but you're done. Mark tells us that Jesus said when Caiaphas the high priest said, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed One?" And Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven." He rips his clothes and he says, "You have what need do we have of any witnesses? You have heard the blasphemy." Then, when we go to the crucifixion, the Jews are mocking Jesus, saying, "If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross. Surely God loves him, for he said, 'I am the Son of God.'"
You're
So
saying
the Jews openly declare and mock Jesus for blasphemy.
hear what you're saying though. You're saying two things in that in your statement that you just made. First, you're saying that Jesus said he was coming on the cloud like it says in the Old Testament, so only God could do that. That's what you're going to show me in the you could show me in the Old Testament. Then you said that the Jews are saying that if you are the Son of God, this is two different things. You're saying that he's the Son of God and that he's God.
Who's the
Mr. President, Mr. President, hold on, Blake, BD,
Well, he knows the script. If he knows the Son of Man, then he knows the script.
BD, hold on. You wasting your time because I just cooked you the other day on this same thing, Mr. President.
You cooked me?
I cooked you. Yeah, I cooked you on this. You don't remember that?
I don't eat from people, so.
Oh, because you get cooked so many times, you don't even know who cooked you nowadays.
No, I just don't eat from people. But my point.
No, I cooked you. I didn't cook you no food. I cooked you. You was the dish.
Everybody got burned. But keep going.
My point to you is this: Jesus says he's the Messiah. The prophet. He's a prophet in Mark 6:4. So what are you telling me? He's the Son. That he's God, coming on the cloud. He was just quoting
You guys are so ridiculous, man. I swear to God.
No, you could call each other names. That's not proving your point.
Bruh, like at least understand our theology. Like, bruh, like
no,
that's like you saying
your theology is
can Muhammad be a hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second, dude. Watch this. Can Muhammad be a prophet and a messenger?
Yeah.
You could be a prophet
Not you.
and a messenger.
Oh, hold on a second. So you can have two titles at the same time?
But not God and a messenger.
You know what
exactly.
It means? Do you know what it means to be called the Son of God when it's referring to Jesus, bro?
To be called the Son of God is to mean saying you're a righteous person. That's what it means.
No, it doesn't. In John chapter 1, no, it does, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all are dumb on purpose.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on a second, dude. Mute up. I'm about to explain it to you. Mute up, bro. Shut up, dude. In John chapter 1, when it calls Jesus, yeah, I know you're gonna manifest because I'm about to cook you like Word cooked you.
Oh my God.
The reason
Watch your head, man. You can't be using that language up here.
Yeah,
Yeah, relax.
Goose, just mute it for a second. This
Go
is
ahead.
educational.
Don't try to come up for somebody who you know for a fact is wrong.
In John chapter 1, when it calls Jesus the Son of God, it calls him the monogenes theos. Even in some English translations, it literally calls him the begotten God. When it refers to us as Christians, as sons of God, it means we are sons by adoption, according to Romans chapter 8. When it calls the children of Israel the sons of God, it means that they are the sons or the children of God because God selected them for a purpose. However, when it refers to Jesus as the Son of God, the monogenes theos, which that is the only title that title was only applied to Jesus in the scriptures in that particular kind of way, it means he is God. It is a divine title. We know this because every single time the Jews refer to him as that, or he refers to himself as that, they try to stone him in accordance with Leviticus chapter 24, verse 16. This is a blasphemy law. It says in Leviticus 24:16 that if anyone blasphemes the name of the Lord, he is to be stoned. The blasphemy which he committed, according to John chapter 8, according to John chapter 5, according to John chapter 10, is that by calling God his Father as the monogenes theos, he is claiming to be God. You guys are dumb as shit, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You all come up
Wait,
with this
let me
same.
say one last thing.
Shut. No, dude. Stop, bro. Stop.
I was gonna
I'm
leave. That's
tired
all.
of hearing you guys say this
Crash
every
I've been
single day,
quiet,
bro.
Crash
It's
Bandicoot.
annoying.
Crash
It's annoying as
Bandicoot.
hell,
Y'all
bro.
let Amin finish his crash out.
Crash
Bro, it's
Bandicoot.
annoying as hell, bro.
Let him
I
finish the
swear
crash
to
out.
God,
Go
bro.
ahead.
Y'all come and y'all say the same thing every single day, and y'all don't pick up a damn book and read. I bet all the books on your shelf are full of dust. You guys probably hide money in them because you don't read. We read your books more than you do. This is why we have to teach you about Islam. Then we have to teach you the arguments that you want to make, then refute the argument that we taught you. Then we have to teach you the arguments from the Bible that you want to make, then refute the same dumbass arguments that we had to teach you. Just like I just did with the dude that came up here. I taught him the same dumbass argument you guys bring up all the time. Then I had to refute him on it. And as soon as I was getting ready to refute him on it, he started manifesting because he know he was about to get cooked. It's
Cook.
dumb. It's
Cook.
dumb. It's dumb.
Actually, I mean, you're before the crash out. What you said actually confused me more about how like the children of Israel.
Who cares, bro? You don't even know what
I'm gonna
Jesus even
drop, bro.
said.
I'm gonna drop before I really start cussing.
Actually,
This is
learn.
getting dumb.
Hold on,
I didn't even get to say a
hold on,
sentence.
hold on a minute. Goose, learn to read a book and learn to do some actual history and learn to bring up your own IQ before you just say, "Oh, something just didn't make any sense to me." Bro, you don't even know what Jesus actually said. Actually learn what Jesus said and then come back to us about your personal incredulity.
Bro, I don't
Okay?
know. You know what Jesus said. Because he just said a definition. He said those people were called the Son of God, and this person was called the Son of God, but he inferred a difference between the two. Like, we're inferring a lot of stuff. Like, we're stretching stuff and just to go with our own book. I remember you said we only listen to our book, we don't listen to anything else. That was the same way. But you're stretching the definitions of things.
Okay, Goose, let me ask you a question.
Please, sir.
Not using your Quran. How do you validate that Islam was to come and Muhammad was a prophet in succession of previous prophets? How do you do that? Not using your Quran.
I mean, I don't have to use the Quran. I can use every other historian ever. If you
Like what? What other texts?
Divinity. I mean, just so we all know that Islam is one of the Abrahamic religions. That point I just said, that says it all.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not using your Quran, how do you validate? Okay, so what other text would you use? What other text would you use? What other? How do you know anything about the other Abrahamic religions?
How is it categorized as an Abrahamic religion?
What would you use to know about the other Abrahamic religion?
So you want me to use the Torah? And
whatever you want. I said, look, hold on. Whatever at your disposal, what would you use?
Google right here. What are the Abrahamic religions?
That's not what I asked you, bro.
That's what I would use.
Oh, what? How do I even know what's an Abrahamic religion? How do you know what's an Abrahamic religion? How do you know what's an Abrahamic religion?
Because everyone, it's the one thing that all the religions agree on.
And what do we use to compare that this religion is an Abrahamic religion?
I guess let's see. I'm actually curious. That is a good question. Why is Islam an Abrahamic religion?
No, I'm not asking you why is Islam an Abrahamic religion.
I thought you just asked.
I'm asking you, how would you validate that it's an Abrahamic religion without using a circular argument and without using your own text?
I'm not using my text. I'm using white people, Christianity.
So you would use the Christian text.
Or if this is, I don't think this is Christian text, but like, I'm pretty sure a Christian may Google.
Yeah, what text would you use?
Just say the Torah, bro.
It's in the Torah.
Just say the Torah. Like that's
okay.
what you would use.
So if it's the Torah, where do you find the Torah today? Where do you find the Torah at today?
I'm gonna have to head out. Dinner's ready. Y'all take care, guys.
Appreciate you, BD.
For sure, bro. Next time, bro, get the stick out your. Nah, I'm just playing, bro.
All love.
Watch yourself.
It was good.
God bless you.
Where do you find the Torah, bro?
You mean like in a temple or Israel?
No.
Guy's house?
What text contains the Torah, bro?
Tell you to say old. He wants you to say Old Testament.
No, I don't want him to say nothing. I want him to give me something that is outside of his Quran that foretells or foreshadows the coming of his prophet and his religion. That's what I want.
So the Old Testament, I guess we can see.
So you'll use the Bible.
Oh, it's the Old Testament, bro.
So you'll use the Bible.
Isn't the Torah the Old Testament? Aren't they used like
the Torah is in the Old Testament?
It's a Torah. It's the Torah, and I mean the Old
Testament. So listen. So you'll use the Bible.
Yes, that's what you wanted him to say.
That ain't what I wanted him to say. If he can bring any other text that talks about his prophet, CRG, hold on. If he can bring any other text that talks about his prophet or his religion to come, then he can use that.
But that's sort of like arguing, saying, I need God to send me a trailer first.
No. I'm just asking you what is at your disposal that would let you know that Islam or Muhammad was to come.
Also, isn't
answer my question, bro.
Bro, just answer the question, bro. Please answer the question.
I don't know what the word he's looking for because I keep giving different answers. But also, isn't Muhammad related to Abraham as well?
Bro, what? How do you know anything about Abraham? How do you know anything about Abraham? Outside of your Quran.
Outside of the Quran would be Christian and Judaism.
So, what do Christians? So, what do the Christians and the Jews follow?
God.
How do we know anything about God, bro?
Word, bro. I don't
just say the Bible, bro. For argument.
The Bible.
It's the Bible. Thank you.
Or the Jews don't follow the Bible.
It's the Bible. What do you mean? They have the Torah. They got the same Torah we got. What are you talking about?
I don't think the Jews follow the Bible. I think
bro, they follow the Old Testament. The Hebrew Bible is the Old Testament, bro.
Like, I don't
Why
understand.
You say y'all, bro? I didn't do nothing.
And I mean, not UCRG. Like, to be like straight up, like, you probably been the most chill person on here, and you'll give it to us. This dude, like, bro, like,
I don't know the exact answers.
Why are the rest of y'all like this? At least it's like maybe
this is
like 100 of y'all, bro. It's probably like maybe like 2 of y'all.
I remember
that probably
now,
actually
bro.
have an honest conversation, bro.
I remember now, bro. I remember what I was gonna say, bro. When somebody said about cults, right? I will give y'all the 100% truth. The Quran itself is not a cult, right? But Sunnis and Shias and all these different sects, those are cults. The Quran teaches us against what they do. So, yes, Sunni, Shia, all that stuff, that is cult-like stuff. All right. I
want to go back to what I was talking about with Goose. This is the thing, and I said that for a reason. when y'all say that the Torah or the corrupt or the Injil is corrupt, then you are cutting your legs off and you are getting rid of the actual historical history of your religion. If you don't have the Torah or the Injil, then it would seems that Islam just popped up out of nowhere, and it is not in continuity with the previous scriptures because they're corrupt. You don't have them. So by each Muslim coming up here telling us, well, the Torah and the Injil is corrupt, you are damaging your own religion, because without the Torah and the Injil, then no way you can prove that your religion is actually an Abrahamic religion that is in succession of these previous religions or these previous texts or these previous prophets. Because the only thing at your disposal that you can use is these texts. So go ahead, keep saying that these texts are corrupt. We don't need them. Then you have an unverifiable religion, right, that you can't substantiate actually tracks back to the previous prophets or to Moses or to Adam or Abraham. You have nothing. But y'all don't understand this. Y'all listen to y'all scholars and to everyone that keeps telling y'all these texts are corrupt. Don't go back to them. No, they're like, they got the like scabies or something. You can't go, you touch them, you're gonna get a rash on you or something. You're gonna be corrupted minded if you go back and listen to what they saying. You're not going to be able to discern the truth from the falsehood if you go back and read these texts. Well, keep on doing it, because if you keep on doing it, you have no ground to stand on. Islam is daif, it's weak at its best without outside attestation of your religion to prove that your religion is in fact a religion that is in follows of these other said religions and texts and prophets. Y'all cut y'all nose off to save y'all face, and y'all don't even realize it. This is why Amin crashes out, and I got a little bit more patience, but I'm tired of these same arguments that y'all come up and is detrimental to your very position of verifying that you are an Abrahamic religion and that you are actually not a cult. This is what y'all do, but y'all continuously do it.
Okay, so what? Okay, so I'm gonna just let you know that the claim that you just made, I like that claim, right? I'm not necessarily against that claim, right? I will say this, but it's loud somewhere. I will say this though. When it comes to the scriptures of that time and this time, they are not the exact same. I will say that. So I'm not necessarily saying that when things were given, like revelation were given, that things were corrupted at that time, like the timeline that I told you about. But I like your point. And I do agree that Muslims definitely should be more so trying to find the truth and not arrogant. Same with Christians too, though. But I'm saying with my Muslim brothers, like, if you don't know something, you say you don't know. If you know, say it. It's like, just say it. If it's Bible, just say Bible.
I think that's what I've said, but I don't know the answer.
Can we narrow down just that particular claim that you made? That is very interesting. You said the Sunni and Shia behave like cult-like. Sorry.
Oh no!
Behave
Paul
like-
and me are up here together. Oh man, you might have to
Go
drop.
ahead.
Double crash out. Tasmanian Devil and Crash Bandicoot.
Paul, you a Christian or a Muslim?
Christian. So
Okay,
I'm trying to. Me and Amin we're on this rehab process where we're trying to reinvent ourselves. So we're gonna test it out, see how long can we be patient for.
For sure.
Did the word go on roll laugh, or what happened to him? he just quit. Okay. So you said that Sunni and Shia have cult-like properties, and you don't find that in the Quran. Could you give us an example of that cult-like property that isn't in the Quran?
For instance, there's nothing in the Quran that
Just
tells
a
us.
single one. Yeah, just one. Your strongest point.
We could just talk about praying 5 times a day. That's not even in the Quran.
Yeah, that's not occult property, man.
Also, I mean, it is because of what's being said within it, within the prayer.
The words and I.
Again,
you said
that's
what?
not occult property. That's not occult property. Being devout to a particular practice is not occult property.
But it's devout to who, though?
Okay, so is that how you see a cult?
No. So if I was being devout to the devil, is that a cult?
Okay, so you agree then the one that revealed the Quran is the devil?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You don't get it. You don't get it. Okay,
I do get it.
No.
Okay.
Let me tell you my stance. My stance is hadiths are from the devil, and that is not Prophet Muhammad within the hadiths.
Get out.
Let's give you the question one more time.
Okay.
What is cult-like property that the Sunni and the Shia have that isn't found in the Quran?
They pretty much believe everything in the, I won't say everything, but for instance, praying 5 times a day, the whole Ramadan, going around the black stone thing. They have many beliefs within their texts, within their hadiths that contradict the Quran, and they place those Quran.
Yeah, that's like what? Like what? I'm asking like what?
Oh, that's why you told me to give you one. I was just trying to give you one.
Yeah, these are, again, all these are about devotion. Everything you mentioned so far is devotion. Has nothing to do with anything.
I mean,
that is called.
I mean, not devotion to who is the question though. That's what I'm saying. So I don't believe. Okay, in the Quran, Prophet Muhammad does not know anything that's going to happen to himself or anybody else. He doesn't know the unseen. He doesn't know the future. Any of that stuff. And these hadiths, all of a sudden, he know all these different things. And everything that he says that's going to happen, all these people believe it. And they also, they walk in the bathroom. Look, they walk in the bathroom with their
are you here?
Huh?
Just hold on a second. Are you here? The word, are you here? Maybe I'm not communicating this correctly. Maybe you guys can communicate this correctly. Someone need to communicate my question to him because he's not getting it.
Wait, say the question.
Yeah. Say the question again, because maybe I'm not.
He's saying that they don't fall under the category of cult just because.
When it's all combined, it does. When it clearly goes against the Quran, the book that you say is your superior, and you walk in the bathroom with your left foot and leave the house, and you got to say this and all this stuff, and you have to eat with your right hand, and you have to do.
That wouldn't be cult.
Making all these
again. That wouldn't be cult. That would be something like black magic or superstitious. But not cult. It's just look in the culture. Look, I've seen a lot of cultures that have certain superstitious nonsense. That doesn't mean they're cult or cultish.
Listen,
You're conflating.
From my observation,
it's like in America.
Forget about my question.
It's like in America, whenever we see a black cat, we go the other way, or we don't split the pole, or we don't break mirrors. Like it doesn't mean Americans are in a cult. It's just silly superstition that comes from wherever. But what Paul is asking is, okay, like for instance, cult-like behavior would be like, for instance, in Jehovah's Witness,
alive in the apostate,
something like that, cult. Right?
Yeah,
or like
in apostates, or yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say something because CRG, you live in America, so you would know this. Like in Jehovah's Witness, like theology or whatever, they say that if somebody defects from the faith, then you have to cut off all communication with them, even if they're your spouse. Even if y'all live in the same house, you can't talk to them at all. Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate birthdays because they think something bad will happen. Or for instance, they don't even give blood. Like if somebody is dying and they need a blood transfusion, they can't even accept blood. That's cult-like behavior.
Well, I mean, bro, to be honest, I mean, that's the hadiths, bro.
Maybe that
the
can help you,
hadiths are the same way, bro. If you look at all them, they the same exact way. They got their own. Their religion is separate than the Quran, but they say that they follow the Quran. They say that they Muslim, but they have their own separate religion. Different different punishments for certain things. Like in the Quran, the punishment for zina or adultery is lashes. In their book, is stoning. So it's a clear difference, right? And they say that the verse.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. The lashes are for the men and the stoning is for the women. Correct yourself, please.
Bro.
Yeah, stone them hoes.
We can go to the Quran. It does not say what you're talking about. But I'm not here to argue or nothing like that. The Quran proves itself.
But that's the problem. I was trying to explain to you that everything the Sunni and Shia, the majority of the cultish, or what's qualified under cultish properties, it would be found in the Quran. You're just not familiar with the Quran. That's the issue.
No, I am familiar. So go ahead. No, go ahead and tell me what's cultish. I'm definitely curious to hear your perspective on it. I'm not one of them people that just turn down anything anybody says, bro. You can say what you want. Like,
I can tell you what.
Are you Muslim, CRG? Is you Muslim, Paul?
Bro, you haven't been here, bro. I follow the Quran. Yes, bro.
You're not Muslim. Wallahi, you're not Muslim, bro.
Look, exactly. Okay. This is no. Hold on. This is a perfect example. So this person right here just said that I am not Muslim because I only follow the Quran and I don't follow his hadith books that he.
Okay, guys, watch this. You're a Quran only, right?
Bro, what you gonna say? How do you pray?
When Allah says in the Quran, accept everything the Prophet gave you, what did he give us? Do you know?
That's not. Hold on.
No. Answer my question.
Can I answer?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I answer? Because I know what verse you're talking about. You're talking about the verse where he's talking about spoils of war, where he say whatever the messenger gives you, take it. Whatever he forbids you from, leave it. That verse is talking about spoils of war. So go ahead, bro. Like,
no, it's not. That's a whole different verse above.
Okay, so what verse? So what verse you talking about? Give me chapter and verse.
Oh, okay, no problem. So you wanna play smart with me? No problem.
What do you mean? Am I supposed to be dumb?
No.
You clearly representing Islam. Stop fighting in public.
He's not a Muslim. What do you mean he's representing?
You're wrong for telling someone he's not Muslim.
That's like a Christian. That's like a Christian who rejects.
Hold on. Because I follow the Quran.
Bro,
if I told him, hold on, watch this.
All my days, let me speak. Bro, what's wrong with you?
Hold on. The word. Ask him, is Isa related to Musa?
What?
You heard the question.
Is Isa related to Musa?
Is Isa? Yes, Isa, Jesus, and Moses are related in the sense that they are both prophets in Islam.
No, they're actually related, sir. But you believe your hadith and don't take what the Quran actually says. That tells you that they're related.
Yes, they're related in the sense that
am I wrong
prophets.
or am I right? Word.
They're both prophets. They're related in a sense. Yes.
No. Word. So now you see what I'm talking about. You see what I'm talking about. Word.
Which hadith is this? Which hadith is this?
Where did I start?
Which hadith is
Not
this?
a hadith. This is the Quran. The Quran.
No, he's
Okay, give me
saying,
the verse.
bro, that it's in the Quran. Fil Quran. Yani, he's saying that it's saying in the Quran that Isa.
Naam, tayyib. Okay, give me the verse. I want to see this.
Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. I follow the Quran, but I'm
okay. But guys, listen. Okay, word. This is like me saying.
Nah. Hold on, bro. You said, bro, he about to give you the verse, but you
No,
said he had that
no.
dalil.
I'm just
He
giving
about
an
to bring you the
example.
dalil, bro. Hold on.
I'm giving an example.
Hold on, bro.
Verse, cuz.
He's about to bring you the verse, bro.
He about to spit a verse. He about to spit a whole 16.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go.
So first, I'm going to show you that the wife of Imran.
Bro, just give me the verse direct. What are you doing?
Okay, bro? Bro, what are you so hype about, bro? Chapter 3, verse here, bro. Chapter 3, verse 35 through 36. Or ayat 35.
Chapter 3, verses 30. What?
35 to 36.
Chapter. Okay, what chapter is it? 3.
3, yes. Just calm down, bro.
36.
35 to 36, yes.
35 to 36. Okay, I've got my Quran out. Okay, so okay, I've got the English version as well on the side of that.
That's cool. So
when the wife of Imran said, "My Lord, indeed I have pledged to you what is in my womb, consecrated. So accept this for me. Indeed, you are the hearing, the knowing." But when she delivered her, she said, "My Lord, I have delivered a female, and Allah was most knowing of what she had delivered." And the male is not like the female. And I have named her Mary, and I commit her and her descendants to your protection from the rejected Shaitan.
Okay, now let's go to 6. So we know that the wife of Imran had Miriam. So now let's go to chapter 66, verse 12.
Hold on, let me just refute this verse.
No. It's
why
not
jumping?
done. I'm not.
You're jumping.
I'm not jumping, bro.
Oh
Stop
my
doing
God,
this.
bro.
You
This
told me to
verse
bring
are
you.
part of
No.
Quran.
You told me to bring you evidence. That's what I'm doing.
Yes, and I'm gonna refute you because you're slow.
It's not
These
over.
verses,
Bro,
these
there's
verses,
more
oh
evidence.
my
Hold
God,
on a
let me
second.
speak.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on. Just let him make his point, and then you can refute him. Because how you gonna refute a verse? Like, bro, he just read with the verse. How you gonna refute it? You don't know how he's gonna use it. Let him make
Exactly.
his
So
case, and then refute
finish.
him.
So that says the daughter, Mary is. If we go to chapter 66, verse 12, right? Let's go to 66:12. We just seen that Allah. We just seen that Allah said that the wife of Imran had Miriam. So if we go to chapter 66, verse 12, it then proceeds to say, and Mary, the daughter of Imran.
66?
Yeah, chapter 66, verse 12.
All right, bro.
It says, and
And the
Miriam.
example of Miriam, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity. So we blew into her garment of our spirit, and she believed in the word of her Lord and his scriptures, and was of the obedient.
Okay, so the daughter of Imran is Mary. And then to close it all out, let's go to chapter 19.
Oh my
verse
God, why
28.
you jumping, bro?
Because
this
is you asked me for the claim. I'm making it clear for you.
Okay,
chapter
I want
19.
you.
No.
Oh my God,
chapter
bro.
19. This is the last verse. It's just 3
Okay,
verses,
after
bro.
this verse, I want your conjecture, okay?
Okay, I got you.
All right,
chapter
right.
19, verse 28. So far, we saw that the wife of Imran had Miriam, and we saw that Miriam, the daughter of Imran, guarded her chastity.
Chapter
and
what?
She was,
Chapter what? Sorry.
1928.
19.
I ain't gonna lie, man. CRG cooking right now. He cooking.
Okay. So, oh, sister of Aaron, your father was not a man of evil, nor was your mother unchaste.
Exactly. So that's clear that she is the daughter of Imran. It's in the chapter. She's in the chapter talking about the family of Imran. And she is the sister of Aaron. And in the Quran, we're not even going to go there. This is just proving this. But in the Quran, Aaron is clearly Musa's brother.
Okay, guys, watch this.
Okay, now go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. He cooked.
Okay. Now, sister of Aaron is not a literal statement. The phrase sister of Aaron is not meant to imply that Maryam is literally the sister of the prophet Aaron. In Arabic tradition, sister can also mean descendant of a member of the same family. So it's like saying someone is a descendant of Ibrahim or from the family of Dawood. It doesn't make sense.
To be
This
fair,
is what I mean.
wait,
hold on.
hold on, wait, bro. I'm making your point. Hold on.
Coach.
I'm trying to help you here. To be fair, to keep it on topic, Ninja. The claim wasn't tradition or hadith or sunnah or you're part of Ahsan wa Jama'ah. It wasn't any of that. He was saying according to the Quran. That's why he brought you Quranic verses, mish hadith. That's why he's saying from the Quran, this is what you get. You need to refute him from the Quran, not from the hadith.
I'm not going to the hadith.
Bro,
okay, so where are you getting tradition from?
The tafsir and the hadith is what say what you talk about.
What's the tafsir?
You brought your evidence from the hadith, but he didn't. He said from the Quran, this is what he proven. So can you disprove him from the Quran?
Okay, I want your conjecture, CRG. So what's your entire argument? Say it.
Okay, the verses I just read said the wife of Imran had Isa, and then it said that Miriam is, the wife of Imran had Miriam, and then Miriam is the daughter of Imran, and then it says Miriam is the sister of Haran, and then of course in the Quran it say Haran is the brother.
Sister Haran.
No, Haran.
They had Haran back then, bro.
No, it was popping. It was popping. I can say Aaron.
Aaron.
I'm just talking. Yeah, it's Aaron. Yeah. You funny though, but nah. I'm saying what Allah literally gives us a lineage in the Quran.
CRG makes a good point, but wasn't Miriam with Joseph? Isn't that the family that
Bro,
had
see,
Jesus?
this is what I'm saying.
Exactly,
You
you
are
goose.
mixing things.
No,
If you
goose.
believe in the Quran,
Goose.
do
You
you
s-
believe
hold
in the
on,
Quran?
CRG.
Okay,
CRG.
watch this.
Hold
Guys,
on,
watch this
Ninja.
now.
Ninja. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go because you got to respond to CRG. Hold on. But Goose, you see the anachronistic problem with this verse and how CRG is actually reading it, but he is using the Quran as his evidence. So the Quran have an anachronism within its text that prove that it is false. Go ahead, Ninja.
Okay, no problem. You said you can't say only follow the Quran and then twist its words. The Quran never says Maryam is literally the biological sister of Aaron. That claim comes from your own lack of understanding, my friend.
Oh, what?
So
Well, who
hold
had?
on. I'm not finished. I'm
Okay,
not
my
finished.
bad,
I'm
my
not
bad. You're
finished.
right.
Look, yes, Maryam is called Bint Imran, daughter of Imran in the Quran. But guess what? The Quran often uses tribal or ancestral titles, and Bint can also mean descendant or from the line of this person. So saying Maryam, daughter of Imran, just means she comes from the family member of Imran. So I
Bruh,
respect
Okay,
your
Ninja,
belief.
Ninja,
came from the
Ninja.
wife of bro.
Exactly.
She came from the wife of
Exactly.
Imran, bro.
That's
Stop.
why this
I'm
doesn't
gonna
work.
get to that.
Hold on, Ninja, Ninja.
No,
Exactly, CRG. It says that she came from the wife of Imran. From the wife of
Look,
Imran.
and Paul, this is really what I meant by a cult. You feel me? Because this clear that he's denying the Quranic verses, but he's calling me a disbeliever.
Okay,
Ain't gonna
watch
hold you,
this.
bro.
No.
CRG got a point, bro. This is
Watch
crazy.
this.
CRG
Now watch
cooking,
this.
bruh. He cooking.
Guys, wait, just relax. I'm not here to cook anyone. I'm here to make a statement, okay? When it says, when the wife of Imran said, "My Lord, I have woe to you what is in my womb." This refers to obviously Maryam's mother, the wife of a man named Imran, who dedicated her unborn child to the service of Allah. So the confusion that you're having is that you're mistaken your guy, like this guy is making us assuming that, this is the biological daughter, or let's say even wife of Imran. It doesn't even state that in the Quran. Where are you getting
What? So
information
this
from?
is not
You
the
said it
actual
don't say
wife of
what?
Imran? Ninja.
Bro, the wife of Imran had Miriam, brother.
So
What are
this
you
is not
talking
the
about,
wife
bro?
of Imran, y'all. It just says that she's the wife of Imran.
Woman is this?
Bro, what
And
is, come on,
this
Ninja,
is
bro.
what I mean when I say it's a cult. Allah talks about this cult. Come on. That's why I can't really explain it. You got to
You're
see it
saying
for
a hadith
yourself.
is cult? All right, no problem. So, all right, bro. So you're slow as hell, bro. So when the Quran says
I'm
don't do
slow.
this.
Okay.
Hello, listen, I'm not finished yet, bro. Relax.
I'm good,
Every time
bro.
I make a statement, you want to, butt in and,
No, I'm
interrupt
just
me.
ad-libbing. Go ahead. I'm
You're
not
just
cutting you off.
excited.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know he does, bro. He's a Quran only, bro. No wonder. You're like, careful. That's
Don't
like a
be
Christian saying. That's
don't
like
be
a Christian saying, I
Christianizing.
reject the crucifixion.
No,
bro.
don't run from
Like,
the
No,
don't
it's
run from the
not like
topic.
saying
Hold
that.
on.
That's not like saying that at all.
CRG, I'm trying to stick to the topic. What did CRG just say? He just said that it calls Mary's mother the wife of Imran. So can someone be the wife of someone that came 1500 years before them?
It's metaphorical.
It's a metaphorical.
I'm gonna refute this guy now since he thinks it's funny, right? Watch this. Calling Mary the wife of Imran is like calling
No,
yourself a
not
scholar
Mary,
after
not
reading one
Mary.
headline.
Mary's mother.
Yes, okay, well, yeah, calling Mary's mother the wife of Imran is like calling yourself a scholar after reading one headline, my friend. Like in the Quran, chapter 3, 56, 36, Imran is described as Mary's father, correct?
We're talking about the
you said what?
mother.
Hold on.
We're
Now,
talking about the
I'm breaking
mother.
it down. Wait, I'm breaking it down.
Hold on.
The
Go ahead.
title-
No. Go ahead. Cook.
Okay, now,
Go ahead.
when he mentioned Aaron, the sister of Aaron in the Quran refers to her lineage, correct?
It refers to her brother. Yes.
Yes. Now, she was literally his sister in Semitic naming. So you're an idiot because Maryam is the daughter of Imran, not his wife. So this entire claim you're saying that, oh yeah, she's a biological. No, it doesn't even make sense.
How can he be?
You're
Hold on.
You're not understanding the argument, Ninja.
I'm finna cook you. No.
He's
Let
not
me cook him.
understanding the argument.
It says, I know. Let me cook him. It says, and Mary, the daughter of it said, hold on. It says, where is that verse at? Because I am finna cook you. Oh, it says, oh, sister of Haran, your father was not a man of evil, nor was your mother unchaste. You know what that means? That means that the father was not going and having sex with anybody that was not his wife. that means she wasn't unchaste and having sex outside of marriage. That means they were married. So when the daughter of Imran and the wife of Imran have Miriam, that's the same person, bro. It's wisdom,
this guy is
bro.
slow,
It's
bro.
easy. It's easy to get.
You're a slow guy,
If
bro.
you're not
You're
arrogant
slow.
and you calling me names,
Ninja, he
which is
cooking.
cool.
He cooking.
He's not cooking. He doesn't even know what he's
No,
talking
that's
about.
exactly
Okay,
what
now I
that
don't
is
know what I'm
saying,
talking
bro.
about. Okay.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Because
But
the
that's why I
entire
told
claim-
y'all at the beginning, I'm not like these other Muslims, bro. I know the truth of the Quran.
But
Like,
that's
You're
not
not a
even.
Muslim.
Hey,
You're a
that's not.
Catholic.
But that's not even. That's not even.
Well, watch this, guys. He can't
Oh no, that's not a refutation, Ninja. By just saying that you stupid, that's not a refutation. You got to bring a real refutation of what CRG said. You haven't yet.
CRG is literally making claims, okay? I quoted him from the verse.
That's not a refutation, Ninja.
Yes, and I'm quoting,
on the verses, bro.
Yes, and I'm quoting the verse he gave me, and I was breaking it down.
Nobody believes what you're talking about when I bring the verses.
Okay, you're slow. I don't know what to say to this.
I will
guy.
be, bro.
That's just an ad hominem. Hey,
slow, I don't care.
hey, when they don't got an argument, they throw it ad hominems. That's just an ad hominem, Ninja.
Heron, your father was not an evil man, nor was your mother unchaste. That means they were married and they were living righteously, and they had Miriam, and Miriam had Isa. And guess what? The whole family, that was a divine family of Musa and Aaron and all them. That was a divine family, bro. You think it's something else.
What does this have to do with Musa and Isa being related, bro?
Who's the brother of Aaron, bro?
No, but what does this have to do with him being related to Isa? Are you slow?
Bro, who is the brother of Aaron? It's Moses. Who is the sister of Aaron? Miriam. Who is the son of Miriam? Isa. So that what that made Isa? Isa is the nephew of Musa, brother.
Yep.
Okay, now.
That's how bloodlines work, man.
Listen. I broke the bloodline for this guy. I said this is not a biological claim in the Quran because it uses Semitic language. This guy's slow. He doesn't understand what Semitic language is.
I will be slow. Guess what? Even the Bible says that they were all family. When I say all family, I mean
CRG,
Mary,
what's a Semitic language?
I mean Miriam, Moses, and Aaron were family.
What's a Semitic language?
Bro,
Hebrew.
I don't have anything to. I showed you the verse.
You don't know what a Semitic language is. That's what the Quran is using. It's using a Semitic language.
Okay. I'm not.
If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I'm not finna answer you. All I'm gonna say is, I gave you the verses, bro.
Oh my! I'm beefing a guy that doesn't know what a Semitic language is.
Yes,
Don't. Hey, Ninja. Don't try to start bringing in the magical Arabic bit against your own brother.
Bro, he's not my brother.
That's your Muslim brother, man. He say he Muslim.
Okay.
Bro, what did I do wrong?
Hold on.
If we were hold on.
No.
If me and you were both Muslim, what have I done wrong against Islam
You
right
rejected
now?
the hadith, bro. What do you mean? What did you do?
Bro, we not talking, bro. God didn't protect no hadith.
That's
not
like me being a Christian and rejecting the crucifixion. I can't be a Christian.
That's not the same.
No, that's not the same, bro. That is not the same.
You are in a cult. Get out.
I'm in a cult. What? I'm in a
That's
cult.
what I mean, word.
Explain how you're a cult.
It's
What's
clear,
so bad,
bro?
What's so bad about the hadith? Tell me one wrong thing about it.
Because the word and Paul was the verses I just brought not clear.
No, explain.
That was very clear to me. Very clear to me.
Okay, and where he gonna stay? His superior is hadith and the scholars, not the text. That's why I don't.
So hold on. So CRG. Are you saying that he values the interpretation from the scholars over what his God said in the Quran?
Yes.
You do know that.
You just seen it.
Hello.
Hey, bro. I just came up to say
argument.
this one thing really quick. Hold on, Ninja. I just came to say this one thing really quick. Damn, boy, you got.
No, I didn't. No,
Yo, you pulled that verse out. He said, bruh, my man did the tashkil.
Riding him, bro. It's okay. We know. You want to ride him? That's fine. He doesn't even know what a Semitic language is. He doesn't even know what a Semitic language is.
Why do, bro?
You don't need to, bro.
That's why I said I don't have to answer that, bro. Like, come on. I know.
That's what the point is.
I know what your superior is, bro.
What's my superior? Go ahead. What
You
is
know
it?
what your superior is, bro.
It's
My
not the
man gonna call
Quran,
him,
bro, because you
My
take
man gonna
something
call
from
you
outside of the Quran.
Like
My
he a
friend, the
cop.
hadith. What's the difference between a hadith and the Quran? What's the difference between a hadith and the Quran? Show, tell me.
I tell you that the Quran is the best hadith. That's what.
The Quran is what's a hadith? Do you know what a hadith
Bro,
is?
okay.
Oh.
No. Let me ask you a question. Does the Quran say that the Quran is the best hadith?
The Quran is the best revelation to mankind.
No, does the
bruh.
Quran
It actually says
does
that.
the Quran say that the Quran is the best hadith?
Yes, it does.
Listen, my friend.
And it also
Answer,
says that it's the best
answer, Ninja.
What hadith were you
The
following
Quran
after
is not a
Allah's
hadith.
revelation?
The Quran is the direct word of Allah, revealed verbatim.
It's a
So
hadith.
why would you go to anything else? He asked you that
No, wait,
in the
CRG,
Quran.
watch this.
It's a hadith, bro.
Ninja. In the Quran, in Surah An-Najm, doesn't it also say that Muhammad speaks nothing on his own accord?
Yes, he speaks
Okay.
by what Allah says.
Okay, so that means that.
Doesn't it
Hold
say-
on, wait.
My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
So when you go in the hadith, is that Allah speaking or is that Muhammad speaking?
In the hadith?
Yeah.
Yeah, the hadith is the sunnah of the Prophet, how he lived his life. It's got nothing to do with his words.
I know what the sunnah is. I'm asking you, is it in the hadith? Is that Muhammad's words or are those Allah's words?
Yeah, so in the hadith, it's the hadith refers to the documented sayings, actions, and the
Bro,
prophets.
what is wrong with you, man?
So you're trying to put me in a
Dude,
trap.
what are you doing, bro?
Put me in
I
a
tried
trap.
to tell y'all.
I'm not. It's not a trap, bro. The Quran says this. It
What does the
says he
Quran say?
says nothing. Matter of fact, I can show you a fatwa by Ibn Baz.
He does nothing
The Grand
except what
Mufti.
is commanded
Bro,
by
stop,
Allah.
bro.
Why you
This is
twisting the
a
verse?
part of your sunnah, dude. Relax.
Why you
I can
twisting the
show
verse?
you. I can show you a fatwa by Ibn Baz, the Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia. He even quotes that verse. Somebody asked him, "Is the hadith the words of Allah?" He says, "Naam, yes, that the hadith are the words of Allah." And he quotes Surah An-Najm. He says that Muhammad speaks nothing on his own accord. So even the hadith is the same thing. So when Allah speaks and he says that the Quran is the best hadith, he means it. Why do y'all hate Allah so much, bro? This is crazy.
Listen,
bro.
What did Allah do to you? What did Allah do to you, Ninja? The way you want to abide by His words?
The Quran says, "Do not break up into sex." It's clear on that.
The Prophet never said anything if he was commanded by Allah Himself. So stop with this nonsense. It's not gonna work here, please.
Bro. At the end of the day, bro, y'all try to say, "Oh, obey the messenger." No, bro. Every prophet, every messenger had to come and say, "Fear God and obey me." They all said that.
Obey Him in what? Do you know?
What do you mean? Oh, if Isa came right now, I'm gonna say Jesus because we get the credit. If Jesus came right now and was like, he was a new prophet, the Messiah just came right now, and he said, I have a revelation from God, so fear God and obey me. I'm going to listen to what he says because he's going to tell me everything that was revealed from God. So me listening to him is listening to God, and me listening to God, I have to obey the messenger to even listen to God.
Yeah.
Like you can't obey God. You can't obey God and not read the Torah. You feel me? Okay. You can't go to God and not go through Moses to you feel me? That's impossible. That's hand in hand.
Yeah, but you're making weird claims. You're saying,
how am I making a weird claim?
Do you know who disagrees with you, my friend? 95% of the Muslims around the world disagree.
I know, and guess what? God tells us in the Quran about all the scholars and that they're the enemy. Hold on.
What scholars are you talking? What are you watching about,
actually, to make it even better, can I read a verse for y'all that tells y'all about the Sunnis?
You know what you remind me of, CRG? You remind me of someone that we used to argue with on Clubhouse. His name is Rocco, except you're like 100 times nicer than him. That guy is just
Rocco silly.
I'm nice, bro. I'm not with all that other stuff, bro. But it says chapter 53, Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. When the hypocrites come to you, first of all, the second part of their shahada is in this verse. So it says when the
Hold on,
hypocrites
hold on,
come
hold
to you,
on, hold on. Do you say a different shahada?
bro, you don't have to say no shahada, bro. You
This guy
believe
is
it, don't
mentally
believe it.
unstable, bro.
So you don't put
Okay, now
Muhammad in the
mentally unstable.
shahada?
I think you have to say the Shahada.
Is that
You don't
shirk?
have to say your
Hold
shahada.
on,
This guy's brain
CRG.
dead.
Hold
What do
on,
you
hold on,
mean?
hold on, hold on.
I
CRG,
don't.
is they
If I believe
shahada?
in
Hold on,
my bad.
CRG. The way they say they shahada, is it shirk or what?
I won't say it. I won't necessarily say that it is shirk, but I guarantee you that it can lead to it by what is practiced within it.
Define shirk. What's shirk?
But that's a Sunni, bro. He asked me a question and I'm finna
What
read.
does shirk mean? No,
A
you're making dumb
Sunni,
statements.
no,
What
man,
shirk? No,
let me
What's
just read.
shirk? What shirk? What shirk?
My
What shirk?
bad,
A
my
Sunni
bad, my
shahada
bad.
is
Hold on,
different.
CRG. Let him
I
bring
know,
his
I know
verse.
you
Let him
did
bring
this,
his
bro.
verse. My bad. Go ahead and bring your verse,
I'm gonna
CRG.
ask you the same question after. Don't worry.
But the Sunni shahada is their shahada. Is the because even Shias have a different shahada, right? Even to be honest, Christians, I've heard Christians, they got their own shahada.
Listen,
You feel me?
Shias are not Muslims, and you're not a Muslim. Stop saying.
Okay, whatever, bro. But it says, when the hypocrites come to you, O prophet, they say, we bear witness that you are certainly the messenger of Allah. And surely Allah knows that you are his messenger, but Allah bears witness that the hypocrites are truly liars. They have made their false oaths as shield, hindering others from the way of Allah. Evil indeed is what they do. This is because they believed and then abandoned faith. Therefore, their hearts have been sealed, so they do not comprehend. Emphasis on they believed in the Quran, then they abandoned faith. Therefore, their hearts have been sealed, so they do not comprehend. When you see them, their appearance impresses you, and when they speak, you listen to their impressive speech. But they are just like the worthless planks of wood linked against the wall. They think every cry is against them. They are the enemy, so beware of them. May Allah condemn them. How can they be deluded from the truth?
Man, that do sound like y'all, bro. That sound like y'all.
Now watch this. You wanna be a Mr. Quran only. You don't know what. You don't even know what.
I want to only follow God. Yes.
What does
yes.
shirk mean? What does shirk mean? What does shirk mean? What does shirk mean? Tell me.
Hold on.
You don't know.
No, I
Just say
do
you
know.
don't know.
Shirt. No. Bro, I was doing something, bro. Just give me a second.
You typing it up on
Shirt,
Google. Okay,
bro,
say
what
that.
am I? If I'm typing, bro, I will walk outside and let the rain and make it pour some water so you know I'm outside. Listen, shirk is associating partners with Allah. People out of hell and save
Which
people
hadith?
from hell.
Which hadith
When
says
that's
this?
not
Stop
happening.
random.
If
Hold
you
on.
go to hell, bro, you're in
Which
hell.
hadith says he's gonna prostrate 4 times? Stop lying and making stuff up. Give me the hadith.
So I'm lying?
Give me the hadith. Stop making claims.
Okay, now I'm lying. Okay,
If
I'm
you
gonna
can't
go
prove
find it
it,
right now.
then stop.
See,
Okay, go
y'all
on.
see how he defend the hadith more than the Quran.
No, because yes, listen, there's different type of hadith. There's different
Okay.
type of hadith.
So you don't accept all the hadiths
No, I don't. No. Because
because
some of
they're
them are
not from God.
da'if.
Because they're
Some
not
of
from
them are
God.
no.
correct?
Because some of them are da'if. Some of them are weak, my friend. What are you saying?
Okay, so is Jesus coming back?
Yes, Jesus is gonna come back.
Well, I
Yes.
can prove to you in the Quran that he's not.
Oh,
That's
you're an
what I'm
idiot.
saying.
You're an
All your
idiot, bro. You've
beliefs,
lost your
all
brain
your
cells.
main beliefs, bro.
So you believe he's not
The
gonna come back?
Quran cooks.
You're a kafir. You're a jahil mushrik. Bro.
I
That's
will
just-
be, bro, if that's what you want to call me, because Allah says in the Quran that all messengers before Prophet Muhammad died, was unalived. So if all prophets
Was
before
Jesus
Prophet
unalived?
Muhammad, listen, if all prophets,
Was Jesus unalived?
yes. What do
No,
you
he
mean?
wasn't. He was raised up to heaven by Allah. What now? What?
Bro, that does not, okay. When I say unalive, I don't mean the K word or the C word, the crucified word. I don't mean that. When I mean unalive, that means Allah took his soul.
No, yeah, that doesn't mean he died.
Says, okay. The word. You read a verse earlier, right? Where he says that he will raise him up to himself.
355. 355.
His disciples or whatever above the disbelievers until what? Until what? The day of judgment, correct?
You're an idiot. You are an idiot. Okay, watch this,
But then
guys.
what
Watch
it
this.
say
No,
after
no,
that?
no,
It say then
no.
to me
I'm
you
not
will
having this
all
life.
return. Does it
I'm
not
not
say
taking
that?
these lies. Now, guys, watch this. When you're talking about the dominance, correct?
No, I'm not talking about dominance. I'm talking about Jesus not coming back. Listen
He
to
is
what I'm
gonna come
saying.
back. Of course he
Listen to what I'm saying.
Of course he will.
Allah said he raised him up to himself until the day of judgment. Then to him we will all return. That means he passed away. And guess what? on the day of judgment, he's going to come back. Just like
Bro,
everybody
you're just
else.
like the Christians. You make your own assumptions on your own religion. What were you talking about?
Hey, don't bring us into this, bro. Don't bring us into this, bro. You got CRG cooking you, bro.
Have the word. Have I said anything that's not in the Quran?
No, you haven't.
Okay, watch this.
Okay. So who is making their own religion?
Well, we don't make
Me or
our own
him?
religion.
This is what I was trying to tell y'all earlier.
Sound like Ninja.
Y'all was like, that's not code. Like, bro, it is though. Y'all even see how he responded to me. He said, "Oh, you're a kafir." Like, come on. We supposed to be talking about God. We supposed to be brothers, but you calling me a kafir and
You're
all
not
this
my
other
brother
stuff
in anything,
just
bro.
for following the Quran. Wow.
I'm not saying you're bad for following the Quran.
I'm being crucified by a Muslim, by a Sunni for following the Quran.
Guys, watch
Go
this.
figure.
He's cooked. You're baked after this. Watch. Surah Al-Zukhruf 43:61. I dare you to refute me.
43:61. Yes, let's go.
Indeed, Jesus.
I love.
Okay, can I? Okay, and indeed, yes. Now, indeed, he Jesus will be a sign for the hour. So be not in doubt of him and follow him. This is the straight path.
Yes, I'm so glad you brought that verse. Everybody, drum roll, please. It's time to cook. All right, look. So,
yep.
Boom. If we start from let me see. If we start
I can't wait to bake you differently. Go ahead, carry on.
Bro, just imagine trying to bake the Quran.
I'm gonna bake you because you're gonna lie against the Quran. Go ahead.
I haven't lied yet. But
yet. He hasn't lied yet. Guys, he hasn't lied. He's gonna lie now.
Go ahead. We'll see.
He's gonna lie now. He hasn't lied before, but he's gonna lie now. I'd love to see this.
Oh my goodness. I'm trying to figure out what. Oh, here we go.
Ah, yes.
Verse 57. That's where we're gonna start from. So if you need the context for this chapter, it's giving out stories and showing us why the Quran is a straight path, pretty much. It's giving us stories of the previous prophets, right? So on verse 56, it says, 57, it says, when the son of Miriam was cited as an example, your people, O prophet, broke into joyful applause. So this is talking about the people around the prophet when there was when Isa was cited, they broke into joyful applause. Now stay with me, y'all. They exclaim, which is better, our gods or Jesus? They cite him only to argue. In fact, they are people prone to dispute. He was only a servant we showed favor to and made as an example for the children of Israel. Right? So, this next verse, verse 60, is now talking directly to the people that was around him that was citing Jesus as an example and all that, right? So, had we willed, we could have easily replaced you with angels, succeeding one another on earth. And it is truly a sign for the hour. So have no doubt about it and follow me. This is the straight path. Now, when I was telling y'all that the Sunnis, they will put their own belief into the book, in the actual Arabic, it says, and indeed, it surely is knowledge of the hour. In Quran.com, you can go and it's going to say, and his second coming is truly a sign for the hour. It does not say that. It says, and indeed, it surely is a sign for the hour.
Quran.com's made by Jews.
And then, hold on. I'm not done. And then it says, and do not let Satan hinder you, for he is certainly your sworn enemy. Now I'm about to prove to you guys even more that it is being the Quran is the sign of the hour, and that is the straight path, because it says, and it is truly a sign for the hour, so have no doubt about it and follow me. This is straight path. Remember that sentence, because after that it says, when Jesus came with clear proofs, he declared, I have come to you with wisdom and to clarify to you some of what you differ about. So fear Allah and obey me. Surely Allah alone is my Lord and your Lord. So worship him alone. This is the straight path. What is the straight path? Worshiping God alone. The Quran that tells you to worship God alone. The revelation that's given to every prophet. That's what it refers to. That verse is not saying, and his second coming is truly a sign for the hour. It's saying, and it is a sign for the hour.
Okay, you don't, because I'm going to bake you in a different level.
I mean, go ahead, bro.
Guys, watch this. Okay, this guy's done. Do you know what the tafsir is? The tafsir of Al-Qurtubi.
Oh, here he go with the tafsir.
It is Al-Jami.
Hold on. What did the Arabic say? Does the Arabic say, and indeed it surely is knowledge of the hour, or does it say, and his second coming is truly sign for the hour? Which one?
Can I finish my point, bro? You're already done. You're already done. No. You're finished, bro. Like, can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? I'll let you speak. Don't interrupt.
Hold on. I gotta interject. Hold on. I gotta interject. Ninja, you're proving his point by going to the top seer. You don't understand that. He's not gonna buy your hold on. He's not going to accept your top seer because he's arguing against the top seer and saying that the reason why y'all use the top seers is to interject your own beliefs in it. You're proving his point, Ninja.
Yes, but that's why I said go ahead and
who's Ibn Abbas? Who is Ibn Abbas? You want to I'm a bake, you know. Who's Ibn Abbas? Who is he?
Bro, refute what I just
Who's
said.
Ibn Abbas? Who is he? I'm asking you a question.
Refute what I just said,
Who's
bro.
Ibn Abbas? Who is Ibn Abbas? Who is Ibn Abbas?
Bro, refute what I just
guys,
said.
Ibn Abbas and all these people that I just named were the people that were alive.
All right, man. Yeah, I gotta go, man. I gotta go. Y'all been on. I've been on for 5 hours.
But the word, you feel me though, right? You see what I mean now?
Hey. I can't even argue with you, fam.
I'm not like all these Muslims because these Muslims, most of them are astray. They like when it comes to the Quran, because you don't believe in the Quran. But when it comes to the Quran, they do not follow the Quran.
I can't even argue with you, bro. You did your thing, CRG. I ain't gonna lie. You baked them. You did that,
bro. Quran did his thing. I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was go to the verses.
Yeah, you did what you did.
I have wisdom just like you have wisdom. We are people of reason, right? So we can read things and understand it without having to go to a scholar. That's clearly, I don't need a scholar to tell me that Miriam is the sister of Aaron, bro. You feel me?
I hear you, bro. I hear you. But we gonna have to, you did your thing against the Sunnis. He couldn't refute you.
We got a comment. We got a comment. Our ground is just the fact that Isa wasn't crucified and he's not God and he's not coming back. That's where we stop it. You feel me?
Yeah.
There probably some other things, but that's like the biggest thing. Other than that, bro, I love God just like you love God. You feel like you got the truth, just like I feel like I got the truth.
But we got something outside of our text. We also got history on our side that actually proves you wrong on that point. But we already went through that, and I gotta go. I've been on for a while.
For sure.
But
I mean, I'll be saying you run your stuff. I just be busy sometimes. I'll pop in here sometimes, man. I like y'all, bro. Y'all cool. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. The other dude, he was a little too much, but I rock with him though. Still, you feel me?
For sure.
But yeah, y'all keep doing y'all thing, bro. Our black brothers, man, we gotta stick together anyway, bro.
Already, bro. Already. We're gonna bring you up out of Islam soon, though.
Nah, I've been Christian all my life. I know what's going on. I got my belief. You got your belief. I respect you. You feel me? It is what it is, bro. You feel me? We all gonna see on the day of judgment what happens. I'm okay where I'm at.
All right. We'll see. Appreciate you for coming up, though, CRG.
Nah, for sure.
All right, bro. God bless. Well, wow. That was pretty interesting. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Appreciate y'all for tapping the screen, getting some likes. All the gifts. I appreciate it. Now, y'all ain't got to go home, but you got to get up out of here. You dig? But God bless y'all, man. I will be seeing y'all on the next one. Maybe tomorrow. I got to see what I got up my sleeve tomorrow. But God bless y'all on TikTok. In the name of the Father and Son and the Holy Spirit, may the Lord Jesus Christ keep a hedge of protection around you and your family. And I'll see y'all on the next one. Peace. All right, YouTube. God bless y'all for coming through. Appreciate all the mods. Appreciate everybody that came through. Tap the like. Share it out. Stayed for the whole stream for 4.5 hours. That was that's I used to do back in the day. I used to do 7-hour live streams. Can't do that no more. I see myself starting to lose my patience and stuff. Can't do 6-7 hours no more. Can't do it. But I appreciate y'all as well on YouTube. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but you was here with me. You was here with me. And I feel the love. Appreciate all of the super chats. Kingdom. Who else gave a super chat? Kingdom gave 2. Boxing analysis. JJ. He says this guy has a new age Islam. Okay, I didn't read that. JJ again, how come Allah is on the straight path and prays with the angels? Who does he pray to? Exactly. Cooperlum Industries said jizya for yesterday's Muslim bro receiving the word. Appreciate that. Matthew the follower says, hey word, just wanted to say I really enjoy your content. Your approach, patience, and tone of voice truly seems out of love, unlike that Kaffir logic. Don't be talking about logic. And also Scatterbrain. God bless everyone. And Ronald Paul gifted a membership as well. So I appreciate all of that. Appreciate all of that love and support. Matter of fact, it was up to for all of the the gifting and stuff that y'all did, and from TikTok as well, the little money that I get, I scraped up and I got me a new camera. So appreciate y'all. Y'all got me this new camera set up. Hope y'all like it. Hope y'all enjoyed it. I wouldn't be able to do it without y'all. I put a little bit more money in with it, but for the most part, y'all got me this new camera, and still getting used to it. I'm not sure if it's all the way clear yet and how all the settings and stuff work. Yo. Did I lose y'all? What is going on? Yo. What happened? I don't know. It's been doing that. I don't know why it froze. I don't know. But I appreciate y'all. I'm back. But like I said, I appreciate y'all for giving and supporting the channel. I was able to buy this new camera. Still figuring out all the settings and bells and whistles. But I appreciate it. I feel the love and support that y'all give me. So I'm going to be up out of here. God bless y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. In the name of the Father and the Holy Spirit, I see y'all. Y'all have a good night. Peace.